democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. New York could soon become the next state in the country to ban cell phone use during school hours. New York Governor Kathy Hochul and state lawmakers are nearing an agreement to institute an all-day ban on cell phone usage in schools known as bell to bell in a push to address the negative consequences of social media on kids. More than a dozen states have instituted complete phone bans or restrictions on cell phone usage in schools. We turn now to a new documentary, Can't Look Away, that exposes the tragic consequences of social media use on young people. This is the trailer.
Tell me exactly what happened.
I'm trying to give him CPR. I need to give him CPR.
Okay, but that's
I'm trying to give him CPR.
Ma'am, I need you to take a breath. I need you to
He
happy.
blew his head off.
I feel like TikTok just put the gun in his hand and told him, pull the trigger.
How many more children have to die because Snapchat chooses profits over safety?
I was stopped 7 times.
I don't know of any other kids that OD'd on fentanyl that are still here.
The Social Media Victims Law Center. It is a law firm founded for the sole purpose of holding social media companies accountable for the harms that they're causing children.
Let's say I'm a dealer. I can easily locate you. Hey, I'm going to be at the park around the corner. You can come meet me here. It's like the platform was built for that.
I found my son's lifeless body due to fentanyl poisoning. They have the best distribution system in the world.
Should have been a better parent.
And nobody has stopped me.
What do you say to those parents, Mr. Spiegel?
I'm so sorry that we have not been able to prevent these tragedies.
For years, because of Section 230, the doors to this courthouse and the entire American legal system was closed to them.
230.
These products were specifically designed to be addictive to adolescent brains, and this is known to the defendant.
It's just me and Glenn and Laura down here up against the most powerful, richest companies in the world.
People say David and Goliath, and I said, it's not Goliath, this is Leviathan.
We're getting evidence that is going to show the judge that Snapchat's full of it. They say that we don't know how it works. We know how it works. Hi, Michael. We're going to make a difference.
This is the first case that's ever been tried in this way, based on the design of their algorithm, based on the design of their platform, not the content.
My son and his girlfriend had disagreements. Imagine having that sadness and you're searching for help, and what you're getting is suicide content.
These companies have been gaslighting us for years.
This is all about money.
The purpose of all commercial ventures is to create a demand.
Our children are the casualties.
We need to take back the power from these companies.
They created a dangerous situation and then manipulated these kids.
They know the levels of addiction, sexual abuse. They know the levels of suicide. They're not showing our kids what they want to see. They're showing you what they can't look away from.
We all feel empathy for the plaintiffs and their losses, but plaintiffs have not and indeed
This
cannot
trailer is a
assert
little
any
too
legal
much.
theory under which
This shit
Snap
needs to
would be
calm
held
down.
accountable.
These parents are going out there every day and re-traumatizing themselves.
I'll never see his face again or hear his laugh. If this can save even one person, it'll be worth it.
This is a fight I've been training for 30 years. All right, let's go to war.
Can't Look Away. Can't Look Away, the case against social media, a new documentary directed by the award-winning film team Matthew O'Neill and Perry Peltz, inspired by an investigation into child safety online by Bloomberg News journalist Olivia Carville. Today, Olivia wins a George Polk Award for her reporting, and the film begins streaming on Jolt and also starts a theatrical release, a theatrical run here in New York City at DCTV's Firehouse Cinema. DCTV, where Democracy Now! Used to broadcast from. We're joined now by the director, Matthew O'Neill, and the lawyer featured in Can't Look Away, Laura Marquez Garrett, an attorney at the Social Media Victims Law Center in Seattle, which represents 4,000 children. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Matt, first talk about why you did this film.
You know,
When Perry and I were first introduced to this subject, his reporting and through the
name's
Bloomberg
Perry.
News, we had that sense that probably many of your listeners and watchers have, that social media is vaguely bad, that it's invading.
I have some thoughts. That trailer was way too extra and needed to chill. It was a lot, but also, this is, for consistency's sake, my position is be better parents. Australia literally banned children from being on social media under like 16 or some shit. Right? Now, you can argue the benefits of this all you want, but at the end of the day, it was parents who failed at their job.
And the constituents want, then why shouldn't they get it? Like,
sure.
Oh, you're over here sticking up for fucking capitalist companies who are like preying on children aggressively and blaming the victims.
No.
Yes, you're victim
because the victim is the child.
Nope. Yep.
And the parents failed to monitor their children.
Both are victims.
Like the people want to talk about.
So when it comes to smoking, is it just the smoker, or does secondhand smoke also create victims? Do they not deserve victimhood if they die from a cancer-related illness because somebody smoked in their baby face?
In their baby face.
I have a friend his mom smoked inside, but like the way the house was structured was like, it's almost like at the second floor there was like a balcony and like she smoked below that balcony, so it really
would filter
just
all the way up.
Oh yeah,
and pool
just
in that
like
balcony.
Yeah, just pool right in that kid's room.
Great.
I was blown away because like my mom would kill my dad if he tried to smoke a cigarette inside.
Makes sense. But like this is because so this is just about schools banning child use of social media. Yes.
If it's what the people
yes,
want.
That's not what I'm talking about, because I'm specifically referencing my position on like the government ban of kids on social media. Period. In Australia. I will watch the fucking documentary.
Maybe you should do a review on it.
You know what? Maybe I will.
And talk about why it's the victim's fault.
Maybe I fucking will. But like, because it's like in Australia, I'm pretty sure the case was like one person decided to sook to the government because they're a bad parent, and basically implemented this law nationwide. If it's just a school thing, whatever. Right? Kids should probably not be on their phone all day at school. But also, at the same time, schools should change how they teach kids to make it so they don't want to be on their phone the whole time. Maybe adjust for kids with learning difficulties or kids who adjust learn differently.
School is going to be more entertaining than a fucking algorithm designed to be addictive to an adolescent brain.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Yeah, whatever. That's not what I said. And when you get called out for a moronic take, it's always, that's not what I was saying. I was saying something more enlightened.
Because I'm making the take. I'm developing my opinion on it. I'm not, like, I'm just talking, I've got one reference point, and it's the Australian law. And the Australian law is fucking dumb. It's different because it's in schools. In schools, there's a purpose of going to school, so it makes sense. That's fine. I'm actually interested in the documentary. I would be interested in watching this documentary. However, it's still... There is still a factor of, like... I don't know, because how old were these kids that they're talking about? Are they, like, super young, or were they teenagers? Because at the end of the day, super young kids, it's a different story. Teenagers, look, if you have a teenager and the teenager is having issues and you're just ignoring them, well, I don't know what to tell you.
I think that specifically targeting the algorithm that was designed to be addictive is so much better than targeting the content on the platform.
Yes, I wholeheartedly agree. Because it is the algorithm that is the problem, right? But I don't know. It's a complicated. It's a very complicated issue to talk about because it's like the corporation shouldn't. But it's like the algorithm is their entire business, right? And it's like I don't know whether the algorithm specifically targets kids or it just
data harvesting is their business.
Sure. The algorithm is a huge part of that, no?
Yeah, because it's designed to keep you on it.
Yeah. So like it's interesting because it's like do they specifically target kids or do they have algorithm adjustments for age groups? So if they have targeted algorithm adjustments for age groups, it means that you could theoretically get them to change the algorithm for a lower age group, let's say 11 to 21.
Example, I don't think it's the perfect example, but YouTube making the spin-off for kids. And specifically separating the entire platform and the entire algorithm to be kid-focused. Still, there's, like, weird shit on YouTube and stuff.
Ooh,
but,
yeah.
like, the point is that that's a much better approach. It's like, if you're going to design something to target kids, it should not be able to cross over with, like, the stuff that's marketed to the other side of the platform.
Yes, yeah. And there should be maybe even like some kind of soft transition as well.
But like for something like Snapchat, I think like if you're, I don't know, at this point, older than 30, you should go to jail for using it, okay? You know, like even when it came out, and I was still, like, in my 20s, it was, like, the app you go to get underage nudes. You know? Like, that was the impression I had of it, because that's all I heard.
No, it's a fair assessment. It's a fair assessment. I use Snapchat because I'm a part of an age group where that's basically how you communicate. So, like, there's an age group from, like, 25 to 35, probably, that are heavy Snapchat users, and then there's that aspect of Snapchat as well. The one thing that I think Snapchat should fucking get rid of is this friend suggestion page. So it gives you a pop-up notification to be like, hey, do you know this person? I don't know these fucking people. Why are they on my fucking phone? Why am I being put on other people's fucking phones?
It's Joe Mama.
It's ridiculous. Like, that is something that they should get rid of. There's no way an app which has photo image sending as its primary base function should have a friend suggestion with no age gates.
Don't yell at me.
Is my mic still up? No. It's just close. I'll move the mic further away.
Well, the issue is that if I get too close to my mic so I can be heard, I start echoing you because it's hearing you out of my headphones because of how loud you are. I can't
but yeah, like it's, I don't know, this is a very sensitive topic as well because obviously it's surrounding kids and it's surrounding suicide of children as well.
You surround kids.
So it's like, I don't know. I still
okay,
can't.
I'm ready to move on. I don't care anymore. Let's get to something.
I still can't help but be like, well, you should be talking to your kids more. You know what I mean? I don't know.
In kids' lives that it's leading to addiction or too much screen time. As we got into the cases and we met the families that the Social Media Victims Law Center represent and we learned the details and we heard from Laura and from Matt, it overwhelmed us because it is so much worse than you imagine, so much worse than we ever imagined what's being fed to children on all of these social media apps.
So, Laura Marquez Garrett, you were this high-end lawyer in Seattle, coroner office. Your future was...
I'm fucking interested. What do you mean?
We've talked about it long enough. Moving on.
Fine.
If you were interested,
was brought to you by
should have watched
Incogni.
it.
Late last
I
month,
was watching
Istanbul
it.
mayor and opposition presidential candidate Ekrem İmamoğlu was detained and jailed. The suspicious timing and spurious charges suggest that his arrest was probably ordered by incumbent President Erdogan, who was probably expecting a brief but manageable period of protest. Unfortunately for Erdogan, though, the reaction, both economically and politically, has been severe, and despite a harsh crackdown by Turkish security services, the opposition CHP is promising reoccurring protests until İmamoğlu is released and early elections are held. So in this video, we're going to take a look at the massive protests in Turkey and why history suggests this could be the beginning of the end for Erdogan.
Their intro's too loud.
It is very loud.
I guess it's to get you.
The TLDR team and
Locked
audience
in.
have ranked the most powerful people in the world to determine who is the most influential. Want to know who made the list? Pre-order a copy of our
They're not
magazine too
terrible,
long
but
in
I
order
think-
to find out.
I think it's getting to the point where it's getting aggravating to watch them because 30% of the runtime is dedicated to products.
Yeah.
Like we get an advertisement for your fucking magazine every video.
Okay,
Throw
so
on a
Jolt...
Watch Mojo video. See if their intro, if you could get to 1 minute in a Watch Mojo video and get less branding.
I don't know. They got shit to sell.
Turkish authorities detained İmamoğlu on suspicion.
That Jolt website, it's a pay-to-watch thing. So it's like buying it, you have to pay to watch it, which is sad.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That documentary.
Oh yeah, of
Suspicion
course
of
it is.
corruption, extortion, bribery.
It's only $15 though. It's really not that bad.
I mean, it's an indie fucking platform, of course.
Yeah.
That's what you gotta need to make money off your fucking thing.
Yeah.
You know how much money it
Free
probably
money
costs
laundering.
traveling around.
Yeah.
I can tell you, I've sunk money into documentary projects.
Yeah. I
that
mean,
had to
surely it's
abandon
just like travel
because
costs, right?
YouTube's ad and fucking marketing revenue made
Yeah.
it so like extreme content wasn't acceptable.
Yeah, pretty
And
cool.
like, even though I would say that what I was shooting wasn't extreme, you know, put some hooks in people and
disagree.
everyone starts crying.
And supporting terrorism. İmamoğlu was arrested along with roughly 100 or so other people, including senior CHP officials, and is part of a wider crackdown on opposition figures and journalists that began earlier this year. Unsurprisingly, Erdogan has claimed that he has nothing to do with any of this, and that this was just Turkey's judiciary system functioning independently. But this
I
is
love
deeply
that.
implausible
Erdogan
for
is
a few
like,
reasons.
look, I have nothing
First,
to
the
do with
timing
my
is
enemy disappearing.
İmamoğlu's arrest came just a few days after Istanbul University
I don't know
suddenly
what you
annulled
heard,
his
but-
degree, which he'd obtained in the 90s, and which would effectively bar him from running for the presidency, as presidential candidates must hold a university degree. And this was all just a few days before he was due to be crowned as the
So far,
presidential
this is, like,
candidate
nothing
for
new.
Turkey's
It's just
main
a
opposition
refresher for
party,
anyone
the
who doesn't know
Republican
this
People's
story.
Party,
Yeah.
or CHP. Unlike before the 2023 presidential election, when it took the CHP months of very public infighting and until the very last minute to decide on a candidate, this time İmamoğlu, who's probably the most popular figure in the CHP, was essentially unopposed. This makes the timing even more suspicious.
Unopposed,
It looks like Erdogan realized that the CHP had unified
Remember
around
when
a
Turkey's
popular
party tried to
politician
frame a dog?
would probably beat him or his appointed successor, and decided to get rid of İmamoğlu, both because
That was
polling
my
currently
favorite
suggests that İmamoğlu would beat
moment in
Erdogan
Turkish
in a head-to-head, and because he wants to restart the CHP infighting that helped him to eke out a win in 2023. But as well as the timing looking suspicious, when you look at the actual charges levied against İmamoğlu, they're sort of ridiculous. For instance, Istanbul's public prosecutors argue that by forming a de facto electoral alliance with other opposition parties in the 2024 municipal elections, including the
charges, you
pro-Kurdish
say.
People's Equality and Democracy Party, or DEM,
He was working.
first time.
He was working with the Kurds. Of course, he got disappeared.
So
Imamoglu
Moon might
apparently aided.
appear at some point.
Huh?
So don't go anywhere.
What?
Moon might appear in the
Okay.
lobby at some point, so don't go anywhere.
Okay.
I just told her, drop in or don't.
Did the PKK, a Kurdish separatist group that's waged a decades-long insurgency against the Turkish state and is designated as a terrorist organization. Not only is this a weirdly indirect allegation, but also displays how unevenly the law is being applied. After all, Erdogan is currently in direct talks with the PKK, which is apparently fine, but Imamoglu holding talks with a lawful non-terrorist Kurdish group
this one
apparently isn't. Imamoglu is also appealing another case where he's sentenced to more than 2.5 years in prison for allegedly calling members of Turkey's High Election Council fools.
Look at this.
To most of our viewers, the idea of sentencing someone to years in prison for just insulting.
The caption is just too good.
Oh my god. iShowSpeed meets Huawei Mate XT trifold phone for the first time. US government chip sanction against China failed so hard. Jesus Christ. They're aware that the chipsets are like 5 generations behind, right?
No, but that's not. It's just funny how obvious this is. That it's like, like you can see through that shit. It looks like holding paper. Look how thin it is.
You can fold it?
Yeah, like this one.
Yo, what the hell?
Like that is pretty fucking cool, right? Like that is pretty cool. But also, I would never buy a Huawei in my
The point
life,
is just
ever.
the fucking caption. Who cares about the content of the video?
I'm just
the
curious.
caption is just fucking funny.
You sure this is it?
I understand why he's so popular.
Yeah. Best camera.
He also, like, unlike other
How much it
streamers,
goes? In USD.
he was smart about how he ran his shit, and like all the toxic people that were like in his life and rotating around his like streaming and stuff.
Yeah.
He fucking booted them out.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's like he made sure like he doesn't fucking like he made smart business decisions. For himself, unlike Aiden Ross, who could be iShowSpeed right now.
Yeah.
You know,
So he's
like
just
Aiden
pretty
Ross
clever
could
dude.
be making these types of numbers in China.
I mean, look at all the people there filming him and shit, right? Look at all the people.
I know, right?
There must be so many agents in here getting these videos to post this shit. Like,
Well, they're just posting his stream.
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is that there's
You haven't
guarantee.
seen any of the videos from the crowd perspective.
Not yet, no.
But I also
bet you
love
they're
that.
all over Chinese media.
The funniest part is one of these guys is filming him with the phone that has a wire to the display. Right? Or is that just a mysterious pattern? But, like, you tell me that guy doesn't have the fucking... That is attached to the fucking display wire. He's literally using the phone in the Huawei store
That's
to film.
hilarious. Good catch. That's funny.
Oh, shit. Is that the famous one? Is this the one right here?
This is the small one.
Bro, if I bring this back to America... Yo, nobody got these in the world.
Don't. Yeah, there's a reason. Like the it's shiny thing is such a gimmick. Like the phones suck.
Also, keep in mind, like he's just knows how to fucking make everything work. You put him in a situation, he's gonna fucking go with the flow, talk about how awesome something is. Did you see the fucking wholesome thing that he said to just some random girl?
No, what happened?
These only made in China?
Currently we publish in China. Only publish in
Bro, I'm about to bring this shit back to America. Yo, I'm about to have the triphone. Okay. I'm about to buy both of these mugs, baby. The best Chinese phones. Come on, come on. $3,000 phone is crazy.
$3,000. How about you get fucked?
Hold on, wait, hang on. Let me see the camera.
Dude, look how obvious the creases are in this one.
Hold on, wait. Hang on, let me see.
Those are some hard fucking creases.
Yeah, who cares?
The camera. Hold on, let me take a selfie.
The camera is absurdly large on the back.
What? Oh.
That's pretty cool.
Oh.
Like just for the gimmick, that is a pretty cool
well, that's
phone.
the thing is because they're on their own operating system, then they're obviously going to have their own way of doing all different things.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, you know, like Samsung had gimmicks for a minute when they started competing with iPhone.
Yeah. Did you want me to show this one as well?
Oh, yeah, this one's cute.
People like him, just laugh at me.
Laugh at you? Don't listen to them. See, look, in this world, honey, you gotta understand that. In this world, people gonna laugh at you, talk about you, be hateful towards you. That's part of life. But as part of a human, as part of us, it's just gonna be people like that. So you just have to stay strong and be you at the end of the day. People gonna hate you all the time. It don't matter if you're the best in the world, the most perfect person in the world. People gonna hate you. You know what I'm saying? You have a nice voice. Don't worry.
She didn't understand anything he said.
No, he seems like a good dude, honestly. Like I've seen nothing from him that I'm like, oh, that's a bit weird. That's a bit odd.
Yeah, it's and
he just seems like a good dude.
It's good to have somebody at the top who's not like insufferable.
Yes. Yeah.
Like Aiden Ross is so stupid.
Well, they're all in the manosphere fucking chudverse as well. Fuck you. Folding phones are great. Look at this shit. It's red.
Kinda gay.
It's red.
Sound ridiculous, but these sort of convictions are actually remarkably common in Turkey, and thousands.
I have a alignment quiz that we can do for the Australian politics, and it gives us what party we line up with the most. If you want to do that,
democracy.
So we can do that as well. I'll pull the quiz up, and we can do it as a chat and everything. Gay. Parentheses bad.
Thousands of people are jailed every year for just insulting Erdogan. What makes Imamoglu's case even more ridiculous is the fact that the courts actually ruled against him anyway, because they, quote, inferred that's what he meant.
We call that
anyway, you get the idea.
Being a jank
There's reasons to
bitch.
suspect that Imamoglu's arrest.
You know, jank, also Turkish. Coincidence?
Very coincidental. Do you want to do it now?
No.
Why not?
Because if Moon comes in, then we can make her do it too.
Okay, that's a good idea.
Arrest was directed by Erdogan, who was presumably hoping that if he did it this far ahead of the next election, public resistance.
We'll see where we sit democratically chosen. We'll have to talk about each
Can you
each
believe
subject.
Nintendo made it political?
How? What?
He doesn't know.
I don't know.
Resistance would be minimal, especially if he was able to keep pro-Kurdish groups like the DEM quiet, with the promise of reconciliation with the PKK.
Dems?
Erdogan was also probably hoping that given Europe currently wants Turkey's help
What a goofy-looking
supporting Ukraine,
motherfucker.
and that Trump
Oh my
has somewhat
God,
of a
bro.
penchant for strongmen, the EU and US would turn more of a blind eye than they
You're
would
not
in
gonna
normal
fucking
times.
believe this.
Unfortunately for
What?
Erdogan, though, the reaction to Imamoglu's arrest has
You
been
wanna-
more
you know
severe
how we were
than he
saying
probably
that
expected.
one was a little
both
too obvious
Mm.
from the microchips suck ass, huh? Or whatever, right? Check this one out. Anti-Semitism among Irish Christians at medieval levels, say researchers. New survey finds religious narratives play a massive role in strong anti-Jewish and anti-Israeli trends, with Catholics
Which one's more common?
far less supportive. And then look at the picture that they have. Literally on the Freedom Wall with a fucking Palestinian flag and a South African flag next to each other to show, like, symbolize that there's a common apartheid.
What is that, a Free Syria flag?
Over here, I don't know what that is. It's
weird.
Black on top. It's probably a Palestinian flag that wrapped on itself.
Yes,
I think there's even a little bit of red poking out.
Yeah, you might have got it actually.
But this is what they're mad about: is that Ireland is so fucking pro-Palestine and anti.
Yeah, like they weren't victims of genocide.
So this is Palestinians. Or pedestrians walk past a mural depicting dark, shadowy Israeli soldiers on the International Wall on Falls Road, Belfast, Northern Ireland.
Wow. Wow, is that... what?
It's not even Ireland. It's fucking Northern Ireland. This is the UK.
I thought Belfast was an Irish city, not Northern Irish.
Belfast is Northern Ireland.
What's the one that Conor McGregor always talks about? What's that city? Dublin? That's Irish.
Yes.
That's Irish. Yes, okay.
That's the Irish one.
Okay. Dublin.
Dublin has 1.5 million people.
That is probably one of a few Western European cities that I would go to.
Belfast only has 400,000 people.
That's not that many.
No. So I don't know what we're crying about. Just everything is way too obvious here.
Yeah.
Foreign investors.
No, just they're just like
tentatively
full of shit. They're
started
so
reinvesting in.
Yeah.
It's not even Ireland.
But they did say it was Northern Ireland in the picture.
But it says, and like even in the caption, it's Irish Christians.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's not a like that implies Protestant. You like.
Yes.
So now we wrapping in like legitimate Nazis, red-handers and shit, who will fly Nazi flags and shit. Are we gonna? Now we're saying they're part of this demographic when one of that side is like legitimately like pro-Palestine and like fly Palestinian flags and have Palestinian murals all over the city and shit.
in Turkey after a multi-year economic crisis, pulling their cash out as fast as they could. This caused the Turkish lira to decline from 36 to the dollar to an all-time low of 38 to the dollar. And it only stabilized there because the Turkish central bank spent nearly a third of its entire foreign exchange reserves defending the currency. Even still, a weaker lira threatens to rekindle inflation, which has finally started falling in recent months, but it's still running at about...
exactly what it was. But he did, like, a policy that, like, was obvious. It was like a Liz Truss bad policy where he made everything worse and had to say that he was wrong and reverse the direction in the other side. Like the Trump tariff to save America type shit.
Mm-hmm. Stupid.
I don't remember exactly what it was, though. His response to the inflation was to create more inflation, basically.
Something dumb, probably, yeah.
40% year on year. It's not just economically either. Politically, the reaction has been massive. Despite a ban on public gatherings, İmamoğlu's arrest has sparked massive protests throughout last week, especially in Turkey's big cities, culminating in a massive anti-Erdogan protest in Istanbul on Saturday, which the CHP claims was attended by over 2 million people. On Sunday, the CHP said that the protest will continue on Wednesday and Saturday of every week and called for early elections. The Turkish authorities have reacted with a massive crackdown, detaining thousands of people, especially students and journalists, and demanded that X take down hundreds of accounts that had criticised Erdogan or the government. In a sense, it looks like the fact that neither the EU nor the US has stepped up has helped the protesters, because Erdogan can't plausibly claim that they've been organized by foreign forces, and the protests are now less about specifically supporting the CHP and İmamoğlu, and are more generally about protecting Turkish democracy. So what happens next? Well, there are two reasons that Erdogan should be worried about this. Firstly, the protests look quite similar to other protests we've seen in places like Serbia and North Macedonia recently, where anti-government protests led by students morph into wider, reoccurring protests focused on democratic backsliding and corruption. And both of these are issues in Turkey. Obviously, Erdogan has eroded Turkey's democratic practices, but corruption became an especially salient issue in 2023, when earthquakes caused an astonishing 50,000 deaths, in large part because construction contracts had been handed out to Erdogan's cronies, who didn't properly follow building regulations. And this has echoes of what's happening in Serbia at the moment, where the anti-Vučić protests were triggered by the fatal collapse of a train station, the contract for which had been handed out to a dodgy Chinese firm who had ties to Vučić's government. The second reason is that even if Erdogan does jail İmamoğlu, history suggests that this could just make him more popular. After all, that's exactly what happened to Erdogan. He also rose to prominence as the mayor of Istanbul before being jailed on dubious charges when the incumbent government, struggling with a persistent economic crisis, felt threatened by him. This made him somewhat of an electoral martyr, helping him win the 2002 election with the AKP, and the rest is history. Now, as we've demonstrated in this video, there's a huge amount of uncertainty in the world about politics and current affairs, often with few easy solutions. Unfortunately, this can be the case online too. There are all kinds of bad actors out there that want to try and use you to make a quick buck. Take, for instance, data brokers.
Branding.
They sell your data to businesses and marketing agencies, leading to more spam calls, texts, and emails.
Do they ask us to sign up to their
even
email
worse,
list while they talk about how these things sell our
War
data
is
to
cool.
stuff?
Maybe.
Who
Anyway,
cares about
instead
this
of
stuff?
using their ground
Get out
news
of it.
link,
Get to news. There's
use
too much
ours.
going on for this nonsense.
What do you mean?
This shit. Get this shit out of here. Get to news.
Fine.
We gotta talk about the libs before we lose all our energy.
Streaming fun?
I mean, there's some in Watch Later as well.
Okay. Oh my god.
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day, waiting for a long time. April 2nd, 2025 will forever be remembered as the day America...
Have you heard how apparently he calculated these tariffs?
Yes, but there's also misinformation around it.
Okay, what have you heard?
More or less that it's just they're calculated from taking like trade deficits and, and like multiplying or dividing them or something.
Yes, that's what I heard as well.
But like there's like a slight thing of misinformation around it. I don't know exactly.
Okay.
It doesn't matter
industry
how they
was
calculated them because
they're being applied.
To focus on the calculations and like the exact specifics of that is pretty stupid.
It's fair.
Like
reborn the day.
It's like throwing there's a whole dartboard in front of you and you're fucking aiming down the street, you know? Like, play the game. Not the game down the street. Like, what are we doing?
Fair.
America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy again. We're going to make it wealthy, good and wealthy. For decades, our country has been looted, pillaged, raped, and plundered by nations near and far, both friend and foe alike. American steel workers, auto workers, farmers, and skilled craftsmen. We have a lot of them here with us today. They really suffer.
Have a look at this. Look at how many bricks there are. Why are there so many?
For gravely,
Hilarious.
they watched in anguish as Foreign leaders
More.
have stolen our jobs.
Mario
Foreign
brick.
cheaters have ransacked our factories, and foreign scavengers have torn apart
Different
our
brick.
once beautiful American dream.
Why are there
We had
so
an
many?
American dream that you don't hear so
Is
much
this just
about. You
Trump
did 4 years ago.
babbling on about his tariffs?
About the tariffs? Yes.
You are now, but you don't too often, and for many years and decades even, you didn't hear too much about.
This isn't
Our
the
country
news.
and its
This
taxpayers
is
have
Trump
been
babbling.
ripped off for more than 50 years.
This is news.
But
It's
it
Fox
is
News.
not going to
I'm looking.
happen
Trump babbling.
anymore. It's not going to happen.
We've seen this. You put this on last time.
But I just want y'all to understand, the racists, they can't
Yes,
use
this
the
is what I'm
N-word.
talking
Is this
about.
news? Is
Now,
this
this
the
is
news
what
you
I'm
want?
talking about.
Elon will give them approval. So what they want to do is, damn, we can't call you the N-word. We could call you ghetto. See, they got all these different euphemisms and different names what they want to call you. But since they want to say she's ghetto,
This guy's
well,
like
let's just go ahead and see how she broke it
the
down
black
today
red that
in the Crockett
my
Chronicles.
shepherd in Mass
Go ahead,
Effect 2 was.
roll the stinger, the Crockett Chronicles stinger.
Epic Crockett Chronicles.
This is amazing.
This is what I'm talking about, bro. This is the shit.
Man, we should have done this when
Nobody
we first
gives
found
a fuck
her.
about Trump going blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. Like, do we need to hear
man.
him cry about everything for 2 hours? Please.
All right, so they've been demanding the Congresswoman apologize. She like, nah, that ain't happening. And she lit that ass up today and had some choice words for Fox News. And damn, if I had some tea, I'm here for it.
It should not be surprising that the president is doing everything possible to make it more difficult for the media to hold him accountable and for the public to be informed about his reckless and illegal behavior. Yet here we are. The Republicans have actually organized this goofy hearing to try to convince the American people that PBS and NPR are, quote, domestic terrorists or domestic threats, my apologies, not the incompetent, unqualified Secretary of Defense who's texting war plans to journalists.
Study suggests that climate change is making spiders bigger. Amazing.
But it's y'all, PBS and NPR, the American people are supposed to be worried about. You can't make this up. It's as stupid as it sounds. The American people should be worried about the president threatening to investigate NBC for treason for reporting on his felony convictions or arresting reporters and stripping networks of their licenses for not saying nice things about him or not using the Gulf of America. The Republicans' witness, Mr. Gonzalez, went so far as to suggest that because NPR and PBS reported on the murder of George Floyd, they, quote, represent a danger to our physical health as well as to civic health of our body politics. Ms. Mayor, do you think reporting on the murder of George Floyd and highlighting instances of systemic racism is a domestic threat to America?
Has anybody... Is there an increasing amount of George Floyd memes coming out, or is it just me seeing them more?
I don't know.
Because, like, there's... I swear there's, like, a whole bunch of AI-generated George Floyd videos coming out.
Sounds like a you problem.
Might be just a me thing.
Sounds like a your algorithm problem.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I believe it's our responsibility to report on all issues of interest to the American public.
Thank you so much. Ms. Karger, what about you?
Miss Karger, why are you drunk?
I agree. I think it's important for us to report on the...
Accusing PBS of political bias is fucking crazy.
I know, and NPR. It's so funny.
That's
Banning
actually
the AP because
insane.
they won't use the Gulf of America.
Like,
but, you know, what I really can't believe is that Nintendo made it political.
The important news of the day.
So let's talk about the critical role of public media. During his first term, President Trump's own Department of Homeland Security highlighted the importance of public broadcasting's role in public safety. In 2018, his administration stated, quote, PBS and local public television stations play a crucial role in protecting communities by delivering essential information to individuals and first responders. These benefits are all made possible by public broadcasting stations' unique reach, reliability, and role across America, and are especially vital in rural and underserved areas. Madam Chairwoman, I would ask unanimous consent. I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the 2018
Without objection, so ordered.
And Madam Chair, I also seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the 2019 report titled Modernizing the Nation's Public Alert and Warning System from Trump's...
Without objection, so ordered.
In the report, FEMA encouraged, quote, the use of public broadcast capabilities to expand alert, warning, and communication capabilities to fill gaps in rural and underserved areas. Mr. Ullman, what's a more significant domestic threat, reporting the murder of George Floyd or dismantling most of America's emergency communication systems?
Can you please repeat the question for me, Congresswoman?
Which one is more of a threat? Reporting the murder of George Floyd or dismantling most of America's emergency communication systems?
Dismantling the emergency systems.
And isn't it true that in Barrow, Alaska is the only, isn't it true that KBRWAM in Barrow, Alaska is the only broadcast service available in an area of more than 90,000 square miles?
That is correct. It's also the North Slope, where the majority of all the oil production that comes from Alaska takes place.
Thank you so much. And isn't it true that without these stations' broadcast, Americans in rural communities would lack access to life-saving information and public safety alerts?
That is correct.
So in your opinion, would eliminating funding for stations in rural America like WNGH, Channel 18, and the Chairwoman's District hurt Americans?
It would hurt Americans, yes.
In fact, Georgia Public Broadcasting serves as the official distributor of evacuation route information during state-ordered evacuations, and the Chairwoman is here advocating to strip their funding. Look, the
That's so funny. Is that what she's doing, or is that what she did?
They're just giving examples of like PBS,
yeah, okay.
Like defunding the fucking PBS is just literally would kill people.
Yeah, it's absurd.
DOGE agenda isn't about government efficiency. It's about breeding corruption at the expense of the safety of the...
So many of those niche little stories that we watched, not done by anybody else, just PBS. That's what we would lose.
Yeah, but I think what we're missing out on is that those penguins deserve it.
The American people, particularly Americans living in rural or remote parts of the country, they don't care about public safety, they don't care about emergency management, and they don't care about free speech, all of which are harming American people. In fact, I'm gonna skip off real quick because they have tried to come for you, Miss Mayor, and I just want to clarify, you did not work for NPR when those statements were made, did you?
Speaking of PBS,
that is correct.
And to be clear, free speech is not about...
What is this? Okay, we'll play this after this.
Is that one of the... Like, that's what I'm talking about. That's some niche shit right there.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it is that y'all want somebody to say. And the idea that you want to shut down everybody that is not Fox News is bullshit. We need to stop playing because that's what y'all are doing in here. You don't want to hear the opinions of anybody else. And the Constitution says Congress shall make no law respecting or establishing of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the...
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Well, shit.
It wasn't her best.
Handle your business, Jasmine. I'm so sick and tired of these damn racists, Joy. And that's what they are. They racist. All of you get out. You get out. That's all it is.
That's not what he was wearing before. The fuck is happening?
He literally pulled out the hat and put it on.
You want to say the N-word so bad, and guess what? Y'all can go to hell with your censure, because if you got that fool Green, you got that fool Andy Ogles, who lied on his campaign finance reports about a loan he got. You got the racist congressman there from Arizona. They could all go straight to hell. And so you're gonna come for Jasmine
Love this
Crockett.
guy.
You coming for all of us.
Absolutely. And I mean, nobody is worried about them censuring her. They are completely illegitimate. They are a joke. And frankly, if you do that, it's only going to mean more people are going to give to her. It's only going to increase her popularity. It's only going to make sure more people are listening to her and receiving her message. So do what you will. This woman is not worried about you calling her names, and neither are the rest of us. We are no longer falling for your ridiculous, racist, misogynist, misogynoir arguments. And by the way, the greatest threat to people with disabilities has been and continues to be now Donald Trump and the policies he advocates for. And that includes Greg Abbott and the things that he has done in the state of Texas. They are an existential threat to people with disabilities. So keep people with disabilities out of your mouth. When Donald Trump is eliminating DEI programs.
What glasses?
Minecraft glasses.
What they forget to mention is that these are usually DEIA. A stands for accessibility programs. Donald Trump has actively stood up with his own mouth and disparaged people with disabilities, including around the time when we were talking about that plane crash in Washington, D.C., suggesting that you can't work if you are a person with disabilities. These people are ridiculous. No one is falling for it. And frankly, at this point, if they are complimenting you.
I think a lot of people are questioning it.
What?
Like, there's a lot of, like, what she said here, that nobody's doing anything.
Disabilities. These people are ridiculous. No one is falling for it.
Falling for it. Nobody's falling for it? Yeah, they are. What do you mean? Like 40% of the country is falling for it.
Fell for it would imply there was something there to begin with. You can't be like, tell somebody that's on the ground that they fell down again.
True, but that's
you know
not.
What I mean? Like,
is that what she's specifically talking about?
Train.
Like,
they can't fall for anything because it's already been achieved. Right? It's post falling for it.
Yeah, and now true. It's like what I talk about, where you can track the information chains to see where people's information comes from.
And frankly, at this point, if they are complimenting you, that means you're not doing anything. You're doing their bidding. The only safe place, the only moral place to be in this moment is part of the resistance. And if they are attacking you, then that is the best sign that you are right where the Lord means you to be.
And then, of course, you always got these loudmouth folk who show their asses, such as Michael Rappaport.
Piers Morgan?
Jolanda. And so
the fuck?
He responded to my tweet where he called her a race hustler. And so this is what he posted. Let's be real clear. Michael Rappaport, you're not funny. You're not an interesting comedian. No way in the hell I will even go see one of your shows. He goes, she's a low life for that alone, besides the list of all of her other race hustling con work. But that comment puts her in the Michael Rappaport official shitbag list. Michael Rappaport, you ain't even relevant enough to have a list.
But who is Michael Rappaport?
Okay. Oh, I really want to watch
Vitamins
this.
can be difficult. Today, a booming multi-billion-dollar industry of gummy vitamins and supplements says it makes it easier and tastier. But how do they compare with traditional vitamin pills? Allie Rogan is back with her conversation with Shyla Davis-Cadigan, a registered dietitian at the virtual nutrition service Kalina Health.
Shyla, thank you so much for being here. Of course. Let's take a step back and talk about how do people know what vitamins they need to take in addition to the nutrients that everybody just gets with the food that they eat.
I love these people that are so mad about
Cory Booker's
so it's easy to think that
like Moon was even calling these people out and making posts about telling them to shut the fuck up. The people are like, but what does it actually accomplish? Like, shut up.
Mm-hmm.
You need a whole bunch of vitamins for whatever reason, but there are ways to know, and the most concrete way to know is to get a blood test so that you have a visual representation of what you're lacking and what you're sufficient in.
And why is it that gummy vitamins have become so popular in recent years? What is driving people to go out and buy them?
They're tasty, and the marketing is really appealing. It's a fun, chewable, candy-like way to get nutrients in. So that's appealing to a lot of people.
But how effective are they, especially when you compare it to a more traditional vitamin that you take as a pill?
I'd say for the most part, the efficacy is relatively the same. However, there's a couple of things. The first thing is that it can be difficult for manufacturers to get enough or the same amount of vitamins and nutrients in a gummy vitamin versus a pill or a tablet. And then the second part is that the efficacy, it can go down quicker in gummy vitamins because they're more susceptible to moisture versus like a pill or a tablet supplement.
And how easy or difficult is it for somebody to figure out how much of a particular vitamin they're getting when they ingest a gummy?
All it takes is just reading the label. And then you also have to consider that what it reads on the label is assuming that you are properly storing that supplement. So if you are storing it in your medicine cabinet in your bathroom, for example, that is a very moisture-filled environment versus if you store it in like a dark cabinet that's in your room. So the efficacy of those vitamins may be reduced because they're just more easily degraded in those environments that they're not suited for, like moisture.
So how does that work? If the vitamin, if the gummy is around more moist environments, how does that degrade the nutrition value that you get from one?
It's because the gummies, how they are encapsulated, so how they're actually put in and created together makes it overall just more susceptible to extra.
Did you see they stuck it? I think I mentioned it. Did you actually see the video of the flying car?
Yes, I literally sent it to you.
There is no fucking way I'm getting in that thing. Ever.
It's just a fucking drone.
It is just a drone. Ain't no fucking way.
External influences, whether it's light, whether it's moisture, versus a pill that's harder, it's not going to be as susceptible because of how they're just made differently.
And plus there's the added sugar that gets into a gummy, so tell us about that.
Yes, so the main components of a gummy vitamin are going to be gelatin, sugar, usually also corn syrup, which is an additional form of sugar, and then the vitamin premix, and then they just concoct it all together, and then you get a vitamin gummy. You mold it, all that fun stuff. And so the added sugar is definitely a component to think about, and one of the biggest, I would say the biggest thing to consider as your overall intake, because vitamins and gummy vitamins definitely have different amounts.
And a lot of these gummies seem to be particularly marketed towards children. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so kids, they don't really want to take their vitamins. That's like a task, that's not very fun. And manufacturers know that. And so gummy vitamins, they look and often taste like candy. So marketing to children, it's just an easy go. Parents see it as something that's going to attract their children. They know their children's probably going to eat something that tastes like cherry versus taking a pill and swallowing it, which isn't even fun.
Sorry, what?
I said I would eat Tums just because they tasted good.
Not even for a lot of adults. So I think that's why marketing is really high for children, especially.
And when it comes to pediatric nutrition, though, should they be taking vitamins, or is that something that should be worked out on a case-by-case basis with a pediatrician?
It's definitely on a case-by-case basis, especially for children. A lot of supplements and the amounts of them, they aren't always tailored to kids. So the supplements that are marketed more towards children, manufacturers will be mindful to not fill those supplements with too much of anything because of the small bodies. But because they're children, it's really especially important to work with a pediatrician so that you know that you're not giving your child something they don't need or too much of something that they're already getting.
How much regulation or lack thereof is there of this industry?
Very little. The FDA doesn't regulate supplementation, so it's up to the companies to be transparent, to engage in third-party testing, to put things on their labels, whether it's NSF International certification or US Pharmacopoeia, USP certification. Those are just examples of two reliable third-party programs that companies can send their product to and get robust testing done.
You are a nutritionist doing one-on-one consulting with lots of different patients. Are there ever situations where you would recommend gummies yourself?
It depends. If there's a patient that has tried everything, supplements don't work, chewables don't work, and they're just consistently inconsistent in taking a vitamin that they need because they're deficient, gummy vitamins often are attractive to clients. They find it as something that's like not a task, but just an extra little taste of orange after their dinner. And if that gets them to get that vitamin that they're deficient in, it's a net positive to me.
Shyla Davis-Cadigan with Culina Health. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, she's a doctor, that's why.
What a nothing story.
But PBS is still
gummy
doing
vitamins
it.
as good as real vitamins? No, but they're fine, I guess. They taste good. They have sugar in them. We all know that. Like, zero information was gained from that.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't store them right, they get worse. That's all medication, though. Turns out oxygen
To
breaks
D.C.,
things down.
Chicago,
Yeah.
to St. Paul. People gathered across the country today for
I can't wait to hear Fox News.
For
even
more than
quite cope with
1,200
this.
Why do you
Can't
keep
wait to-
putting Isle of Man shit on the list?
Oh, just because some, I just put shit on there for me to look at too.
Fair enough.
100 separate hands-off rallies that is protesting actions of President Trump and Elon
Look at
Musk.
that, look,
Here
they're
in
stained
Minnesota, a
on
rally
the-
happened
You see
outside the
that? They were
Capitol in
stained
St.
to
Paul.
one side
Joe
of the
McCoy
road so cars could pass.
No, I didn't say that. I was lining up videos.
Fucking libs.
talked with some people that were there about what motivated them to show up.
People are protesting here in Minnesota at the state capitol and across the country as the second Trump term hits its 75th day in office.
The government is like, now this is the kind of
Organizers
protest we want to
estimate
see,
14,000 people showed up at the hands-off protest
Wow,
to make their voice
14,000
heard
people
on everything
acting
from
orderly,
tariffs,
all sitting
Elon
in a
Musk's
fucking
role in
field
the
of
government,
state
and
capitol.
Trump's immigration policies.
And then they went on
I
a
think
march
it's
and kept
important,
one lane of the road open
especially
entire
as a woman and
Yeah.
a person of color, to show up and stand for our rights. I'm extremely frustrated, and we have to be the people to make the change.
This was the largest protest in Minnesota since Trump took office again in January. It featured speeches from U.S. Senator Amy Klobuchar and Minnesota Senate Majority Leader Aaron Murphy.
And I want to make sure that my kids and my grandkids someday look back and say, what did my mom do when we faced that challenge?
For some, the choices being made by the Trump administration hit on a more personal level.
I'm a former Marine. I think that cutting 83,000 jobs out of the VA is a very bad idea for our veterans, who we should be supporting.
Brian Ashley has attended multiple protests against Trump since his inauguration, in part because he feels fundamental aspects of democracy are at risk.
Frankly, I think that the right wing has been attacking voting rights for quite a while, and we kind of need voting rights if we're going to be a democracy.
Hands Off is a nationwide movement with rallies occurring in all 50 states this afternoon. At the Minnesota State Capitol, Joe McCoy, KARE 11 News.
Right, it's attempt to rejoin that conversation now on the state of the Nelson Mandela municipality. Of course, I'm joined by Tugela Zumani, the leader.
Cory Booker just gave a 25-hour filibuster speech on the Senate
God,
floor.
pause the
which broke
fucking video.
record for the longest.
Jesus Christ. What were you saying?
Huh? I don't know. I was already too invested on this idiot because I'm hoping
It's
we
an
find
American-
a left-wing fucking ginger man here.
Yeah, okay.
history.
Hopefully.
25 hours, which is just slightly longer than what it takes for Donald Trump's makeup artist to ensure that he doesn't look like a pale, lifeless carcass of a wannabe dictator whose approval rating is plummeting. Now, Cory Booker, for those who may not know, leans left wing. And when I say leans, I mean he leans over and stabs the left wing in the back any chance he gets. He postures in some ways as a progressive, but we know that it's BS. Even though Senator Booker doesn't take a lot of corporate PAC money, he still takes money from corporate lobbyists who fight against progressive policy initiatives. He's taken almost $1 million from AIPAC. He takes Wall Street money. And it just gets worse the longer that you look into it. So fiscally, he's less left-wing and more of a moderate establishment liberal. But on the social issues side of things, aside from the Israel-Gaza situation, he seems to agree with the left on many cultural issues. Now, I might only agree with Senator Booker on maybe 60% of his politics, but I will admit, his 25-hour-long speech on the Senate floor was great. I know what some of my fellow progressives are going to say. They're going to point out all of his flaws. They're going to say, who cares about this performative BS? He takes corrupt money. He's a cuck to Israel. He's a classic establishment liberal who is fighting to protect the status quo. And I would not argue against you if you said that. But hear me out for a moment, please. Would a regular establishment liberal put their body on the line like this for 25 hours straight? For 25 hours, he did not sit down. He did not exit the chambers. He didn't eat or use the bathroom. Now, I'm not going to sit here.
His thumbnail was fucking baity, bro. It made it look like he was going to be annoying about it instead of having a regular ass take.
You got baited.
Downvote this clickbait.
He's only got 3 likes.
I don't care. Downvote it. Downvote this clickbait. How dare he?
And break down the entire 25-hour speech for you, but there's other commentators who make great.
We do
Move
clickbait.
on. Who cares? Boring. We get it.
How you doing? Hi, nice to see you. I want to ask you real quick, do you see a connection at all between the rhetoric we're hearing from Democrats on Musk and Tesla, connection to the violence at all, or what's happening on the streets, to Tesla dealerships?
Yeah, I mean, again, like, I've seen Republicans call me communist and I hate this country. I mean, it's like, I don't know.
Charlie, wouldn't the easiest thing in the world be for her to be like, yeah, you know, it's one thing.
Dave Rubin, that's what we got. This is the clip we're going to use. She literally was like,
to hate Elon. It's
that was her being nice and being like, wow, I don't even know how to answer such a fucking stupid question. Like, you
it's
see,
one thing
like,
to
she
be
literally
against
was
MAGA,
like
blah, blah, blah.
brain broken from it because it was such a fucking stupid question that she literally just wasn't making words as a response. She just went, and then said, they call me a communist, I don't know, hits the button and leaves. And this is all we got, Dave Rubin. Fucking, what a desperate little diva
stop
you are,
blowing
Dave.
up cars from people you don't know.
Yeah, I mean, she didn't even really answer the question. I love how it's the elevator trick. Like, oh my gosh, push the button. You saw how many times she was pushing the button trying to get those doors to close.
Yeah.
Thankfully, it was a slow-moving elevator. A lot of things in Washington are antiquated, including their elevators.
Yeah. Again,
No, they
like,
don't.
I've seen Republicans call me communist and I hate this country. I mean, it's like, I don't know.
Charlie, wouldn't the easiest thing in the
Slow-moving elevator. A lot of doors to close.
If you listen carefully, you can even hear how many buttons she hits.
Yeah, it's only 1.
Yeah, crazy. You can literally hear the
Because she
mechanical
wasn't
click.
rushing to get away like they're claiming. She was literally
clearly
just
was taking multiple questions because she opened this with "and again."
Yeah, exactly.
Thankfully, it was a slow-moving elevator. A lot of things in Washington are
So this guy
antiquated,
probably opened
including their
with
elevators.
timer
Yeah, I think it's an easy answer. Yes,
Like,
obviously,
really
we
easy,
don't
basic
condone violence. Not
stuff, you know, like, what do you think of blah blah blah, you know?
Yeah.
And then at the end, after asking her like 1 or 2 questions, he asked her a really dumb fucking question, and she's going like, again, I don't know. So it seems like this was the second dumb question he asked at least.
to mention, you had the video just a couple of days ago of the mother etching something into one of the Tesla, defacing one of the Teslas in a parking lot. Her 2 children right in front of her, one of them flipping off the camera. I'm not sure like if the camera belonged to the Tesla or what it was. We saw it on social media. It's like these are the examples the left is setting for their own children. I mean, it's not just like something that you wouldn't want to represent yourself
in the Tesla. You know, press their faces against the glass while they cry about how their Tesla was defaced alongside George Floyd dying. And because these are like equal things to be angry about.
Very equal.
you know, to the public as such, but to your children, to set this type of example. But this is the problem with the left. They are just so stuck in their own ways. They can't get out of their own heads that they see defacing private property and trying to destroy what really has nothing to do with anything. I mean, Elon Musk, let's just look at what he's doing. He's taking time away from his companies where he could be probably making even more money and running damage control in order to help the people in this.
Continued to function without him. You know what, why he's doing this? Because he actually needs something to do. Because all his companies have told him to fuck off, stop touching the buttons.
This video was brought to you by Incogni. On Wednesday, Trump announced massive tariffs on basically all of America's trading partners as part of his so-called Liberation Day. This was bad news for, well, basically the entire economy, but it was particularly bad news for the EU, which got whacked with a 20% tariff on all of its exports to the US, roughly double the 10% minimum universal tariff, which is what the UK ended up with.
Wow.
While the UK has made it clear that they don't want a full-scale trade war, the response from the EU, where many member states have decided that negotiating with Trump is futile,
26 views.
Sweet.
has been more bullish, with France and Germany calling for aggressive retaliatory tariffs. This all puts Northern Ireland in a difficult position, because under Boris Johnson's Brexit
TikTok
deal...
ban extension expired today or next
Yes,
Saturday?
I heard...
Oh, it gave another extension.
Someone put in a bid.
Oh, yeah. People have been saying that part of the tariffs could be used as leverage with China to sell TikTok.
Yeah. But who put in the bid? It was somebody major.
Amazon, I think, or something.
No, it was something like that. It was something like that. But it was more on the like, oh, that wouldn't be so bad kind of side of things.
I love this. There's a Bad Empanada video of Ethan's portrait tattoo of his wife, and it's like most embarrassing tattoo ever. Like, it's so funny. Like they'll stop at nothing. It's like, this dude loves his wife. He got her face tattooed on him. You know, he loves his wife so much that he got her face tattooed on him. Ha ha ha ha! Isn't that funny? Do you know how often like a portrait is done of like a spouse on somebody? Like there's an entire side of tattooing dedicated to this. And that's what I would say. It's just like, oh, I've seen better portraits. It's not that great. I mean, it's a good tattoo, but it's not like you have enough money to have like top line artists doing your fucking portrait tattoo. Like the best portrait tattoo artist in the world will be there in California.
Yeah.
There's other ones elsewhere, you know, like the best in the world is like a small list of maybe 100. There are 200, like, you know, depending.
Yeah.
But still, like, with the money you have, that's what I would criticize. Not that it's an embarrassing or bad tattoo. It's a fucking portrait tattoo. And even in this photo that Bad Empanada uses for his thumbnail, he has put color grading on it that actually make it look better.
It's always funny when somebody calls me pro-US because they're projecting.
That's my favorite.
It's the best. Because it's literally talking about China, and some China shill came in and fucking had a cry. And they're like, you're pro-US because I used China Media Project.
If they actually did what they claim they do.
Yeah. I think I used
like,
China Media Project or something.
Is like, these people are like, you're pro-US because they want to go to war with Iran. And I was like, man, I would be. Let's start that war with Iran. Let's go.
Because I didn't give a shit about the actual source. I was just looking for information on CCP, CPC, and the difference between them and why it's different. And the only one that came up was China Media Project, I think, something like that. I don't know who that is. I don't give a shit. They were talking about the exact topic that I wanted, and I sent the source, and this person was unhappy that I sent a source. And I'm like, you are currently mad that I sent
China source.
Yeah, like this is what I'm saying. I'm like, you are dismissing a source. You are mad that I sourced my information. That is what you are angry about. And I'm like, just because it wasn't pro-China, you say that I'm pro-US. Okay, I'm using no, I'm pretty sure this might be a real person. I don't think this is a bot.
Northern Ireland is still essentially in the EU's customs union,
crazy.
And a US-EU trade war could significantly increase trade frictions between Northern Ireland and Great Britain, a prospect that's already provoking upset with unionists. So in this video, we're going to take another look at the Northern Ireland Protocol and how Trump
this was going to happen? Come on.
I think he did, yeah.
Come on. Like, cut back to maybe a week ago. Somebody was asking my analysis of something.
Recent.
And I was talking about how this type of shit might restart more of the fucking Ireland fucking unification movement.
That'd be cool.
I called this shit.
That would be cool.
Sort of restart Brexit.
Nobody in Northern Ireland voted for Brexit.
Interesting. That's quite the split.
Yeah, let me show you. They'll probably show a map, actually.
The TLDR team and audience have ranked the most powerful people in the world to
Branding.
When the UK left the EU, it became clear that unless the UK wanted to stay in the single market and customs union, there would need to be some sort of checks along the border between the UK and the Republic of Ireland, which is obviously an EU member state. And this gave rise to what's sometimes called the Irish trilemma. Essentially, if the government wanted to do a so-called real Brexit, they'd have to create a border either on the island of Ireland, which threatened to undermine the Good Friday Agreement, or across the Irish Sea, which would threaten the integrity of the United Kingdom. After much toing and froing, Boris Johnson essentially decided to put the border in the Irish Sea, and this border was defined by the Northern Ireland Protocol, a sort of addendum to Boris Johnson's Brexit deal. Under the protocol, Northern Ireland de facto stayed within both the EU's customs union and the single market, which meant that, in order to prevent non-compliant goods being smuggled into the EU single market, goods moving from Great Britain...
Such a good crisis navigation, this policy. Like, oh my god. They literally, like, considering that they just did Brexit and everything was going wrong for them, the fact that they navigated this successfully is amazing. Yeah. Also, apparently Boris Johnson has potential of coming back.
Really?
I hope so.
That'd be interesting. Maybe the butcher
narratives will start up again.
Well, you say Star Trek was off by a year, but, you know... fucking Easter Rising is only now recognized as Irish Independence Day. It's the day the war started and they declared the state, you know? It took... still a war of 3 years before that was recognized. So, you know, maybe it's going to start, the process started with Brexit, so Star Trek wasn't off, because in the history books it will be recognized as 2 years in the past.
To Northern Ireland was subject to certain regulatory and customs checks. Now, this was always controversial because, well, it threatened the integrity of the United Kingdom and upset unionists in Northern Ireland, but also because there was a sense, at least among Brexiteers, that the EU was too demanding with its checks, given that there was no real risk of goods being smuggled into the EU via Northern Ireland. To reduce the intensity of these checks, in March 2023, then Prime Minister Rishi Sunak negotiated the Windsor Framework, which reduced the amount of paperwork required for goods moving into Northern Ireland, either from Great Britain or the rest of the world, by creating a green lane for goods that were just going to stay in Northern Ireland, which didn't really need to be checked, and a red lane for goods moving into the Republic of Ireland and EU, where the usual checks would still apply. The two sides then set up a committee called the EU-UK Joint Committee to decide which goods had to go through the red lane. And the hope was that as trust between the UK and EU was rebuilt, more and more goods would be signed off for the green lane, meaning less and less checks. Well, until recently it looked like things were going to plan, but Trump's trade war threatens to upend this relative peace. This is essentially because if the EU imposes counter tariffs in retaliation to Trump's 20% tariff on all EU exports to the US, the Windsor Framework will automatically require all affected US goods to use the red lane. This is because if the EU imposes these counter tariffs via what's known as a trade defense instrument, which is basically a technical legal term for an out-of-the-ordinary tariff applied in reaction to another country's trade distortions, under Article 7.2 of the Windsor Framework, any affected goods would have to go via the red lane. Now, this could be smoothed over if the UK matched the EU's tariff schedule, but this seems unlikely, not least because Trump only applied a 10% tariff on the UK, half of what he imposed on the EU. And this actually presents somewhat of an advantage to Northern Ireland, which can export to the US with a lower tariff rate than the Republic of Ireland or the rest of the EU. Anyway, we got a taste of this problem back in October when the EU imposed tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles to protect the European auto industry. But the UK didn't. This meant that if someone in Northern Ireland tried to buy a Chinese EV, it would have to go through the red lane. They'd then have to pay the EU's tariff on it and later claim it back under the UK's duty reimbursement scheme, which is a complicated process, requiring them to prove that the car would never end up in the Republic of Ireland. Now, this wasn't too much of a problem back then, because, well, Northern Ireland wasn't importing that many Chinese EVs. However, if the EU imposes a flat tariff on all US imports,
Brexit
which would sort of be symmetrical to the flat tariff the US has just imposed on the EU, then this would become a far more severe problem. Any American import coming into Northern Ireland would have to pay the tariff by default, creating a real friction across the GB-NIC border, and a bureaucratic headache for both Northern Irish consumers and businesses. This has already become a point of anxiety in Northern Ireland's unionist community, who worry that further frictions between GB and NI represent a threat to the union. Gavin Robinson, the leader of Northern Ireland's largest unionist party, the DUP, who you might remember from the Brexit days, brought this exact issue up this week at Prime Minister's Questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister will know that many in the House will be assuaged by his suggestion that he will act in the national interest in relation to tariffs. But most won't have considered that in acting in the national interest, what occurs in Northern Ireland is no longer solely in his control. He knows that exports from Northern Ireland are UK exports, rightly so. Yet imports to Northern Ireland could lay at the
subtitles always kill themselves.
Consequence of EU retaliatory action. Will he indicate that he is prepared to take steps to either exempt Northern Ireland from EU action or take retaliatory action if they do not?
Can I thank him for raising this issue, which is of real importance to his constituents and everybody in Northern Ireland. It is a very serious issue. That's why we need to be calm and pragmatic. And I think that's what workers and businesses in Northern Ireland would want to see from this government at a time like this. We are, as he would expect, looking carefully at the details of any retaliatory tariffs announced by the EU, if they are, and what impact they might have on businesses. He may want to know that this morning the Business Secretary spoke to the Northern Ireland Executive because this is a serious issue and we need to work together to resolve it in the interests of everybody in Northern Ireland.
Perhaps the best case for Northern Ireland would be if the EU's retaliatory measures were focused on services rather than goods, which aren't covered by the Brexit deal. And this seems like a pretty good idea. Tariffs on token goods like Levi's jeans or Harley-Davidson motorbikes, which is what the EU has gone for in the past, are only so effective. And while the US runs a trade deficit in goods with the EU, it actually runs a trade surplus when it comes to services. So in other words, the US exports more services to the EU.
What?
The targeted tariff they had to keep their businesses competitive was like the only successful American textile, which by the way, Levi jeans, like, you ever buy a pair? Because like, I'm dead serious that they are better than every other brand of blue jean.
Yeah.
Especially their overalls, bro. Their overalls, it's like Carhartt level, you know? And then the other one was Harley-Davidson motorbikes, because of course they want fucking UK motorbikes. Because they fucking sell a shitload of motorbikes there. It's so funny. Jeans and motorbikes is the things that like was threatening their market from America.
Crazy.
I mean, the Harley Davidson like motorcycle, it's a good product, you know. It's not really a European
isn't
style
Harley
product,
American?
but they could make European style bikes and do a great business, and I'm sure they do make European style bikes.
EU than it
And,
imports,
like,
which means that the
brand
EU
representation, you know, like
yeah, iconic.
Like even people who don't have motorcycles will still fucking wear their shit.
Yes.
has more leverage in a service-based trade war. The EU would thus probably be better off cracking down on American tech companies, which is something that Trump clearly doesn't like, or excluding American firms, including consultancies, banks, and law firms, from government contracts. This could be done via the EU's new and as of yet unused anti-coercion instrument, dubbed the Trade Bazooka, which provides legal grounds for the EU to respond asymmetrically.
Jeans can be really stiff on people, especially like men, you know, because like men can't dress themselves. And so like a lot of jeans like look fucking awful on guys because they're like starchy.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of jeans, to be completely honest.
Huh?
Lead to economic coercion.
I'm not a huge fan of jeans.
Yeah, me either. I don't really wear them.
And
But
this would make life easier for Northern
All I
Ireland.
would wear was black Levi jeans.
Yeah, fair.
But now that I don't go outside as much, I don't really wear them.
Even if it was used to slap tariffs on goods, because unlike tariffs applied
Like,
via
I would go to school and I would have pajama pants underneath black Levi's because at the end of the day I would be walking in the cold for an hour to like my friend's house or something.
Just for warmth.
Yeah, but I would wear them during school. Like the pajama pants would be underneath my jeans during school.
Yeah.
Cause like I fucking and like basically I would have two hoodies, but I would like take them off. Like I'd put my hoodies on to transition classes, but like I would never put them in my locker. I never used my locker because I fucking I made it so this was fucking such a devious lick, but because I had disability, I could make like basically any demand I wanted, and so I made it that I had to be provided a textbook in the class, so I didn't have to carry any textbooks. So all I carried was a fucking notebook and a pen. And the textbook, my textbook was stored in every classroom. It was fucking epic. Hey!
You just stashed it.
No, it said that they had to provide it.
Oh, that's handy. What the fuck?
I don't know why I talk when you never listen.
I was listening. It was just that last bit. I just missed the provided bit. Because I think even in like high school and shit, we had to pay for textbooks and buy textbooks per fucking year. Ridiculous cost.
I'm sure that comes out of like no, because it's public schooling, so we don't pay for them.
Well, mine was public school. We had to fucking pay for them. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm saying here though, it's covered by. So technically, you do pay for them, but the school tax comes off of the property. That's the big issue with schools here. I've been over it before, but the reason why we have racial inequality is because the property tax is what determines the value of the local school. It's a fucking segregation by design policy. It's fucking dog shit.
Yeah.
Trade defense instruments, they wouldn't automatically have to go through the red lane. Regardless of which option the EU picks, though, this is all risky.
Yeah.
Cal's never wrong about anything.
Restarting a tense Brexit debate, which could leave UK-European relations stretched yet further.
No? Busy.
No.
Busy man.
You just hate us now. Too gay for him.
Now, as we've demonstrated in this video, there's a huge amount of uncertainty in the world about politics and current affairs, often with few easy solutions. Unfortunately, this can be the case online too. There are all kinds of bad actors out there that want to try and use you to make a quick buck.
Ad.
New tariffs have shocked the stock market and drawn criticism from leaders on both sides of the aisle. To discuss the political aftermath of the penalties, we turn now to the analysis.
Pussy?
Lionfish.
We're talking about actual food.
Yeah. So, like, they fucking... there's a fucking, like, program to fucking... Basically, like, the government would basically pay you to eat it type stuff. You know what I'm saying? They just did it with the swamp rats in California. They're putting out, the government is now putting out recipes on how to fucking hunt and cook swamp rats because they have a swamp rat epidemic. But so the lionfish is a super invasive species, but apparently it's fucking delicious. I mean,
Florida,
like,
right?
If it's a venomous fish, it's got to be tasty, right?
Well, that's the theory, right? Hold on.
They never evolved to not be tasty because they just evolved venom.
I got you. We could watch this. It's a catch and cook of a lionfish.
No, I don't care.
Well, you wanted to know, didn't you?
No, I want to actually eat one.
Well, fucking email this guy. This guy's nice as fuck. Maybe he'll take you out
Go buy
fishing.
One.
Yeah, get one from the source, the fucking ocean.
Fuck! Next time I'm in Florida, lionfish.
Go spearfishing.
Of Brooks and Capehart. That is New York Times columnist
That lionfish.
Yeah, do that.
David Brooks and Jonathan Capehart, associate editor for the Washington Post. Great to see you both. So we've talked a lot about what the White House has to say about these tariffs, the economic impact so far, how the markets are responding. I did ask Wisconsin Republican Senator Ron Johnson about these tariffs. He has a heavy ag state, of course, a big manufacturing state as well. After markets closed yesterday, here's what he had to say.
This is a bold but risky action the president has taken. I, for one, hope he is correct. I wanted him to succeed. I wanted the American consumer to succeed. I want Wisconsin manufacturers and farmers to succeed.
David, bold but risky. Is it worth the risk?
In current Republican talk, that is full retreat. I hope he succeeds with this crazy idea of his. Yeah, I think this is going to be, well, I think it's literally the dumbest domestic policy of my lifetime. Of all the policies, they usually have some plausible argument. A group of experts say, yeah, this could work. You really don't see that this time, with the confection of few Trumpy. I also think it's going to be a turning point for the Trump administration. You can cut foreign aid and voters don't really notice. You can gut the Department of Education or whatever and voters shrug. But if you mess with their prices, add $4,000 to the price of a car, if you're an electrician and you've got all these contracts, big contracts out, you've now got to go back to the people you signed the contract with and try to renegotiate because all your supplies costs are going up. So it's the inflation rate. Some economists think it's 3 to 5%. It'll add, that would put us up to 8 maybe. And then the disruption, the increased risk of a recession. So people will definitely notice that, and they will absolutely take it out on the Trump administration.
Jonathan, we've seen what the White House has said, right? They're putting out statements of support. They're standing firm. They're saying we're not going to shift on this. The president seems pretty relaxed. The day after the stocks had the worst drop since 2020 in the middle of the pandemic, the president woke up in Florida and went golfing. Do you see them changing course on this?
At least not yet. We've now seen 2 4-digit drops in the stock market, and it hasn't changed the president's course at all. And it's not just going to be the sticker shock in prices. We're talking things maybe
what's
even
real
more
funny about
immediate
this
for
shit
the
isn't
American
the
people.
experts talking about
401ks.
how obviously fucked up it is, but everyone in the cult talking about how great it's going to be.
Yes. Just
Like,
know.
I think I sent it to you on Twitter, or I didn't bother and just bookmarked it because I knew you wouldn't look at it if I sent it.
Look, I don't have my
Probably
notifications on Twitter.
Oh my God, Lucas just messaged me 22 minutes ago.
Are you just talking shit on him?
I was just literally, as I was talking shit, there was a message in my inbox.
What did you send?
Let me check if it's there.
Because I'm looking at Twitter.
There's a Benny Johnson show clip.
Is that the shaggy hair guy?
No, but that's also funny.
Oh, the Benny Johnson one, yes. I watched a little bit of it. I didn't watch the whole thing. Give me a second.
Like I said, it's MAGA communism. Jackson Hinkle was right all along. That's what you should put the title as. Jackson Hinkle, right all along? Question mark?
Losing money costs you nothing. This is just the reality of life. You're gonna, like, were you young and dumb? How much money did you lose? Everyone loses money. Everyone loses money. It costs you nothing. In fact, it builds quite a bit of character. In fact, you learn a lot of lessons, actually. By that. Losing your character costs you everything. Losing your country costs you everything. There are things you can't get back. The government can print more money, and it will. Sadly, that's just the reality. It's fugazi, it's fugazi. It's just that there's a boom and a bust every 10 years, and it's been that way since the invention of modern markets in the 1600s.
How the government printing more
Dutch
money
crash of
fixes the current
1649.
situation.
You ever heard of it? It's just the way that it
Jack,
works.
can you
It's the way
explain
that,
to me?
Monetary policy has.
I cannot.
How printing more
ups
money
and downs, especially as things
will bring down a hyperinflation?
I believe it'll do the opposite.
Fucking Erdogan-ass policy.
I'm just editing the titles. Oh, God.
I was reading that basically everyone on Wall Street believes that the tariffs are only going to last 3 months. So they haven't even planned or reflected on the, in 3 months, if they haven't ended, then a real crisis will actually start. Like, they actually have it tempered right now.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, there's that video of the girl who's like, just don't let it inflate. You know that video? Libertarians fucking hate it. They lose their mind over it.
I do not. That sounds funny, though. Find it. I'm actually curious.
That's like my thing. Is it's like, just don't, like, if the speculation that it's only lasting 3 months is preventing an even worse drop off, just keep the speculation.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Just keep it better.
Private video. Is this live? Yeah, we are live. Weird. Okay, we are live on Rumble. Great.
Damn, typing in just don't let it inflate on YouTube got me nothing. Time for a Twitter search.
I can't change the name. Oh, there it is. Got it.
I found it.
I know how to use Rumble, guys. Primary category. Let's go politics. News. Actually, let's put it in podcasts. Fuck it.
Because, like, the fact that the libertarians are, like, shitting on this girl, and I'm just like, she's so right. Like, she's speaking the truth.
Politics. Bam. Rumble is good to go.
If you lose the character of your country, if your town gets hollowed out.
Here we go. The culture.
Of town, man.
Again.
Give me a photo.
Like 50% of the language being spoken in like New York City right now, I believe, is Chinese. How has that changed the culture of New York City? Have we seen it reflected in the pop culture in the movies? Or that it's just all Chinatown now? The fact is that it hasn't. It hasn't done anything to the culture of New York City because the city's culture is stronger than any fucking ethnic group.
Oh my god,
same with LA. You can't ruin LA. It's like always going to be like that. You know what I'm saying? Houston, Dallas, fucking what's the other one where the fags are? Austin. You know, Portland and Portland. Two different, very different Portlands, kind of ends of the spectrum. You know, Baltimore. What city spirit has changed from immigration specifically? Where is it? You know what? The only city whose culture has changed, I can tell you, the only one I can think of off the top of my head, it's Detroit. And it's certainly not because of immigration. You might argue that Trump's tariffs are going to save Detroit. I mean, certainly if you're an auto manufacturer, I think you might be the only one who might see some benefit if you're fucking Ford or Tesla. Are you writing an essay to somebody?
Yeah, basically.
Opioids, and your steel mill shuts down, and your farmers can't grow crops, and there's no more cattle ranchers, there's no more cowboys, there's no more fishers, there's no more workers, and we're completely and totally dependent upon slave labor peasants across Asia to make every good.
I love that now we're calling out slavery.
Pharmaceutical.
Yeah, now.
Then you've actually lost your country. And then we are the slaves. There you go. This is West Virginia.
Oh,
it's
no.
So sad that this was a factory.
I can tell you right now,
thousands.
the industrial district here almost looks exactly the same, and parts of it are actually active still. This is like just a dead industrial sector. Like, who cares?
Yeah,
Has
exactly.
West Virginia's culture changed? Like I said, if anything, only Detroit has changed.
Of honest, good-hearted, steel-working jobs for our fellow countrymen.
Good thing Biden made sure that we didn't sell to the Japanese steel company and has been super protectionist with those steel tariffs, right? So now Donald Trump can piggyback off those good steel tariffs and highlight the chips and the steel as being the positives of the tariff policy while ignoring the clusterfuck that's going on behind it, specifically the 2 Joe Biden tariffs that were good. Just wait. You know me. I'm terrible at predicting the future because I didn't predict MAGA communism. Jackson Hinkle did, and that's why we should all listen to him now, because I'm irrelevant.
Out. And shipped by people like Mitch McConnell so that they could make a couple extra points in their portfolio to get stock swaps with Pan-Asian countries. And they sold out their countrymen, and I call that traitorism, actually. I think that's the definition of a traitor. You can lose money. You can lose points in your portfolio. It costs you absolutely nothing. You won't miss them when you're dead. Nobody ever had their net worth carved onto their tombstone.
Hey, did Russia pay for that map behind you? Did Russia pay for the flag behind you?
What will matter is, did you preserve your nation for your children?
Did you preserve your nation, said the guy who takes Russian oligarch money to push Russian propaganda and destroy American independence?
Put that up, President Trump. No crying in the casino. Is it really? I don't care. It's too good.
This guy is coping so hard.
What a weirdo.
Are you... Bro is literally about to cry himself.
Yeah.
Look at the video underneath that I sent. This girl is so queen.
That was the last video you sent me.
No. There's literally a video that says Flora Gina.
I don't have that.
What the fuck is happening? It's in private chat.
The next one...
I sent it to you in the stream chat.
Fucking understand? This is what I don't understand. See this? See this? See that? This. This is worth $50? this is worth $5. This is the exact same piece of fucking plastic. This is the same thing. We made up these arbitrary numbers, and then we said we can't print more, or else it'll be worthless. How about just don't let it be worthless? How about just don't tell anybody, or just like don't let it happen? We literally made this up. This is a construct we made up. Just don't let it inflate. Just don't. Like, people, I get inflate, but I don't. Like, just don't let it, fuck. You let this happen. You let this happen. How about you just let everything else happen too? Why don't you just let stuff not inflate? Like, just deflate it.
Amazing.
Hey,
so you know what I don't...
Caption and how mad they are at this video.
Yes. Why? Why are you mad? Author of Fat and Unhappy. Wow. Couldn't tell. That's what you consider fat?
No, I think she's criticizing fat people.
Okay.
And she's one of them skinny Asians.
Okay.
The number of people who might have been counting on retiring, in 6 months or a year, that's been upended. People saving for their kids' college years, other things that people were saving.
This person is struggling to understand the concept of knowing what you're looking for and finding an article.
Oh my God.
It's
Would
wild.
you get off Twitter?
Money for completely
for fuck's sake.
Wiped out in
You're
just
the
2
one
days over what David
needs to have the fucking social media banned during work hours
I've ever seen, and it doesn't
Blame it
seem
on
to
the
make
bad
any
parents.
sense. It makes no sense to the layperson. It makes no sense to Wall Street experts. And so if he's going to change course, it's going to require his Wall Street supporters.
No, it's not a straw man. It's called a joke.
To him and saying, Mr. President, this cannot continue. You have to change course.
We did start to see some fissures on this, right, David? You saw some Republicans, 4 in fact, Senators McConnell, Collins, Murkowski, and Tillis, vote with Democrats on a bill that would have allowed them to block tariffs on Canada. So it passed the Senate, it won't pass the House, so it's toothless to some degree. We also saw a new bipartisan bill from Chuck Grassley and Senator Cantwell that would require the president to notify Congress within 48 hours of any new tariffs, trying to claw back some of that authority. What does all of that say to you right now?
Well, I think it's too soon to tell what the Republicans will really cave. They only go against Trump if the political logic is in that favor. We've learned that. It won't be out of principle.
I got
and right now the political logic
great
is still
idea
not in that favor. You saw that Ron Johnson
for a soundbite.
But say voters do get mad
because
Trump,
constantly this shit is happening where it's like, and it's technically he doesn't have the authority, and Congress is trying to do something to tell him that he doesn't have the authority to try and get their authority back. He just took it. And again, this is what I'm saying about inflation and how fake it is. All of this stuff is fake. As soon as somebody's in power who recognizes that nothing matters and it's all just constructed off of the fucking Leviathan, the fucking Leviathan is dead.
Yeah. It's gone. Kaput.
Trump's approvals
everything functions because we just agree on things. It's quite amazing
then suddenly
how the infrastructure of mankind and civilization has been built up on the fucking structures of everything that came before it to get to this point.
And now it can literally be torn down with one fucking dumb cunt.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Political logic changes. And when you see strong leaders...
Seems like this should be the time that somebody whips out a Lincoln.
No, I was going to fucking type something in, but I forgot.
That then shift the political momentum.
I said, I'm going to show you a something,
Republicans
something.
are Americans.
Kennedy vibes.
And we love
Lincoln
pluralism.
Who
Trade
else
isn't just about goods.
What was
I
about to look up on the something, something?
All dynamic societies.
I don't know.
Are open societies, are crossroads societies. And America used to be the ultimate crossroads society. And this is changing all that. And I hope there are some Republicans who remember what they believed 10 years ago.
How do you look at that, Jonathan?
I mean, I think the Republican Party has given up on the exchange of peoples. Just look at the president's immigration policies. He has cut us off from our allies. He has cut us off
American
financially.
brain drain
He has
should be pretty cool.
sealed the border from anybody who wants to come here. But at the same time, deporting people who have been here, from undocumented to green card holders to flat out American citizens, to El Salvadorian jails. You know, I look at what the big fight that is now starting, and that's over the reconciliation bill. And I think that's the next shoe to drop on Republicans, because how are they going to finance making the Trump tax cuts permanent? And the way they're going to do that is on the backs of the American people, going after Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security, earn benefits that people have paid in to their entire working lives. And that's how they're going to pay for this. And folks they're not focused on that just yet, but they will, because I think Vote-A-Rama is happening tonight in the Senate, and it will get out and it will pass, and then it'll go to the House, and then people will start to pay attention to not only
that's like
has
an
the
official
president's
name
tariff policy like shriveled up 401ks and skyrocketed prices, but also this next thing, they're going to take other money away from us in order to finance tax cuts for his billionaire friends.
You've both referenced sort of the bigger picture here about America on the world stage. And David, there's this idea that the entire globalized economy that was built up after World War II, I mean, the U.S. was at the center of it. Now that
Of course I've heard it before, but I wasn't sure if it was the official fucking name of the shit.
Is that era of globalization over?
For the time being. I mean, well, I should say globalization is still going to be here. People need trade. China needs trade. Europe needs trade. Latin America needs trade. They're just going to circuit around the U.S. And so I've heard some Europeans today say it's just like rewiring. We used to have all these wires that cross the Atlantic, Europe and the U.S. and where to trade. Now we'll just go to Latin America. We'll go around Europe, we'll go to China. So globalization will still be around.
If anything, Europe is like,
Jonathan,
because they deal with Europeans mostly, like
message on some of this, right?
This is just like so easily navigatable by Europe because they deal with Europeans. If someone did this to America, America would have more of a struggle navigating it than Europe would.
Yeah. No, Europe will be fine.
Bill that was to block tariffs on Canada that was led by Senator Tim Kaine. We saw Senator Cory Booker take to the Senate floor in a record-breaking speech that he said his office had inspired thousands of people to call into his office. He had hundreds of millions of people liking and commenting online. And we also now have more than 1,000 planned protests coming up this weekend against President Trump across the country.
That's right,
Is there a momentum shift?
And
What's
I didn't know
going
what the
on here with
soundbite was,
Democrats?
so
Anyway. There is a momentum shift simply because everything we've seen come out of this administration
because I said it was
just
about
moving
Trump.
people from apathy and complacency up and out into the streets, particularly with these demonstrations
doing
around
whatever
the
he
country
wants
tomorrow. I think with Senator Booker, what was so inspiring about what he did, one, it seemed to come from out of nowhere. It was genuine, 25 hours and 4 minutes without any breaks. The other thing is, I think 2 weeks ago, or maybe even 3 weeks ago, we were here and you were talking about the fight. You know, Democrats need to fight. And I was trying to articulate what that meant, really what Democrats wanted, even though they knew they would not succeed. But Senator Booker did, that's exactly what they wanted him to do. That they wanted someone in an elected position, someone of some stature, to stand up and explain what was going on, to give voice to what they were feeling about what was happening to their country, about who was doing it, about what we need to do to remind ourselves of who we are as a country. And I think that's why Senator Booker's speech, his filibuster, resonated so much. Millions of people, 350 million people liked it. I believe it was on TikTok. That's what people are going for.
On TikTok.
What Senator Booker has done, I think, has given people sort of the rhetorical armor they need for marches that are going to be happening around the country tomorrow, but going forward, because what we've seen this week is just one more hard.
The fucking history teacher had an epic fucking diss on a conservative. And it was somebody like, basically like the same philosophy. The cope that they're doing is like, I'd rather be hurt now than to save my country because we'll lose our country. It's for my children's future that I go through this struggle. And then it was Charlie Kirk, but that's what he was saying. And then Mr. Beat types in, now let's hear your views on climate change.
Line for TikTok's Chinese parent company to sell the social media app has been extended again. President Trump says he's signing an executive order to keep TikTok running in the
All right,
U.S.
I'm going golfing with the Saudis. Bye.
This is the second time Trump has extended the sale deadline, allowing more time to find an American owner and keep it running. Amazon reportedly made a bid this week, and now sources tell ABC News that Walmart is interested
crazy
as
that you
well.
just see this
Congress
dude
passed
not
a
work.
law last year requiring the app
Like
to be
every
sold
day.
or it will
talking
be
to me?
banned in the U.S. due to national
Yes, you
security
too.
concerns.
You're probably just as bad as Trump.
Well, today, Chopper.
Oh, you were talking about Trump? He's playing golf at the moment, right?
Oh my God.
By flying over a massive demonstration at the Utah State Capitol, thousands of people gathering this afternoon as part of a nationwide protest of the Trump administration. The demonstration happening around the same time as General Conference, causing some major traffic delays
It looks
here in
about as big as his inauguration crowd.
Well, that was the joke. Is like, oh, Trump's finally bringing the crowds
Get the crowds
out.
he wants.
downtown. Let's bring in news specialist Emma Benson. She joins us live now from the Capitol. Emma, what did you see there
This
today?
is not a real specialization.
Well, Garnet, everyone that we spoke with today says that they've never seen anything of this size. They've never seen anything like it. It was very high energy, very loud, and very evident that all the people here are frustrated with the way that our nation is going, and they want to change.
We could swap this out and fucking make it a story about cicadas.
Cicadas? How?
Everything, no, just listen, everything she said, if we change this to make it about cicadas, no one would blink. Go back to when the blonde girl comes on screen and just be thinking cicadas the whole time.
The blonde girl.
Yes.
Capitol. Emma, what did you see there today?
Well, Garnet, everyone that we spoke with today says that they've never seen anything of this size. They've never seen anything like it. It was very high energy, very...
Is she speaking in Trumpisms? Yes, a cicada would do.
loud and very evident that all the people here are frustrated with the way that our nation is going,
Thanks.
and they want to change.
Wow.
It was just the part at the end that wasn't cicada pilled.
On the task. I know that my objection isn't very
I'm
big,
making a
but
sound bite.
I need to express it. Go and find your neighbors.
Today, thousands of Utahns on the steps and lawn of the Capitol.
They cannot tear us apart if we are connected.
Waving signs and raising their voices.
I came out here just to support this movement. Large, but not like this.
State Senator Nate Bluin saying he's never seen anything like this.
This is by far the biggest turnout I can remember. This certainly shows that there's an appetite for something different.
Create a group.
Protesters expressing concerns over the current administration's policies, calling it a destruction of democracy and an attack on civil rights and freedoms.
I hope this shows our representatives what a large population wants from them.
People protesting everything from rising costs to Social Security and Medicare cuts. The large crowd united in frustration, calling for leaders to be held accountable.
Just keep talking.
Veteran Brent Johnson saying he's attended other rallies and might even head to Washington, D.C. to protest.
In the military for 8 years during the Vietnam War. We just all need to get involved, and we need to take our humanity as a society back.
Well, there have been a few other protests in Utah since President Trump took office, but again, we're told that this one was by far the biggest. Reporting live in Salt Lake City, Emma Benson, KSL 5 News. I'll send it back to you.
We saw those aerials. Huge gathering. Thank you, Emma.
It's insane.
Oh, is this Elon coping about the loss?
Now who's gonna stop me? Yeah, it's really wild. So,
The Wisconsin Supreme Court will not see an ideological shift this year when a new justice joins the bench.
The win by Democratic-aligned Susan Crawford maintains the court's 4-3 liberal majority. Nearly $100 million was spent on campaigning, making this the most expensive judicial election in U.S. history. Trump advisor Elon Musk handed out million-dollar checks to some voters who supported the conservative candidate.
Wisconsinites fended off an unprecedented attack on our democracy. Our courts are not for sale.
Susan Crawford scoring a decisive victory over Brad Schimmel in yesterday's Wisconsin Supreme Court race.
It's pretty big.
You heard her reference the courts not being for sale. That's because there are people who believe that one of the factors responsible for Crawford's victory was the involvement of billionaire Elon Musk.
Shocking, really.
So let me take some time here to talk about Elon Musk and what just happened in Wisconsin. Basically, he just handed over a state Supreme Court seat to the Democrats by being unlikable and obviously corrupt. That's really it. He spent over $20 million on this election just to have an absolute blowout landslide outcome for the Democrats.
What the fuck?
And polling is showing that voters on both sides thought he was trying to buy his
Like, surely this is illegal, right? Surely this is purely fucking illegal. He's just buying votes. Win or not. Like, he's not wrong that the Leviathan is dead, because this wouldn't stand otherwise. This is fucking crazy. The world's richest man is just throwing out $1 million like it's nothing.
Fresh off an election in Wisconsin where voters said no to Elon Musk and to Doge, NBC News has learned that President Trump has told members of his cabinet that Musk will leave in the coming months. The two reportedly discussed his transition back to the private sector during a March 24th cabinet meeting. Trump said this week that Musk would be going back to his company, quote, at some point. But last night's rejection in Wisconsin could possibly affect that timeline after Susan Crawford, the liberal candidate in the state's Supreme Court race, won a decisive 10-point victory over the Musk-backed conservative.
No, it hasn't been that bad,
though. It's that once these people step out into the light and actually have to face the voters and the will of the people, they don't get very far. Elon took to Twitter after the brutal loss to Cope, saying, "Sometimes it's worth losing a piece for a positional gain."
Well, I don't even know if anyone is Reddit pilled enough to understand the joke here.
To handle, despite his effectiveness at cutting the federal government.
But I just uploaded it to the drive. This is just
Elon Musk is
the file cut off weird and shit. So this is just like a work print. You know, this isn't like something that I'd finalize. But I want to know if anyone even gets the meme.
A 10-point loss in a swing state in an off year is crazy. And this election represents a lot more than just a new liberal justice on the Wisconsin Supreme Court.
This was that video I found that only had 100 or so views.
It's a 10-year-long
I think we can tell why they have that many.
It's a boon for Democrats in the Trump administration. This election had a crazy turnout. 2.3 million voters in a year without any primary elections, without a...
What'd you say? Sorry.
I don't know why I bother talking.
Just fucking repeat what you said.
General election. That is unprecedented. This is the biggest off-year election, biggest Supreme Court election, period, that Wisconsin has ever seen. CBS News broke down those numbers earlier this week, and we're going to take a look at that now.
Talk about this election. It is a rough comparison to 2024, but a more precise comparison is the most recent Supreme Court race in Wisconsin.
Is the most
recent 2023. In that race, I looked up, 1.8 million voters turned out. This time, 2.3 million voters turned out.
Hinkle was right.
So
why would you do this?
There was a tremendous more...
What?
Change the title to Jackson Hinkle is right.
Yeah. Why not?
It's true, though.
In this race.
And that is so important, Major. I'm going to write it here on the board, right? That 2.3 million, yes, higher than the last Supreme Court race, but also that represents about 2/3 of the votes cast in a presidential race. That is a midterm level turnout. So we're in the spring of an off year. You know, I always say don't overread
That's so funny.
election, but
a midterm level turnout. So here's the thing. The thing is that voting patterns have shown that when it comes to non-election year races, local races and stuff, it is extremely more difficult to get conservatives to show up to vote.
I mean, that's the trend, though, isn't it?
But they put
conservatives just
everything
don't-
into this, and they still lost it.
They still lost, yeah. Well, hopefully this becomes the trend, that conservatives think that they've won and everything can be clawed back. You can hope. Whether
Elon
that's
Musk
actually
breaking
what
the law
happens.
by buying votes.
Of course he was.
Or you can make a
That's the trend.
comparison to other things, and I think that's what has
No,
a
losing
lot of
in
folks on the
opposition
Democratic
to him
side, as you
trying
said
this.
at the top,
There's
a little
only
bit
about
more
100 people
upbeat.
in the whole country who identify as a blue dog, and that's who this channel is for. Yeah. Like, first of all, get a mic that actually can fucking work, and turn it up. And because you're not live, there's really no excuse to not have fucking proper loudness on your video.
That's true.
Like that. There's a reason why that there's a reason why that video only has like under 200 views. You know.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's us, where it's like it's probably Biji's fault.
Midterm level turnout. I mean, that is crazy. Just a few months into Trump's presidency. Again, these numbers are record-breaking on a national scale.
Whoa.
It really shows that Trump and his destructive policies do animate people to get out there and
He knows.
oppose it. Whether it's protesting, which is
He knows
becoming
it's his
increasingly
fault.
dangerous even for permanent residents of the United States, or going out to vote in an election most people would never have even thought about if they didn't hate Trump, and specifically Elon, so much. Elon Musk has been a PR albatross around the neck of the Trump administration, and they are ready to let go. But CBS aren't the only ones talking about it. Take a look at what Fox News is even saying about Elon.
Elon Musk said Thursday night that he'll speak in Wisconsin this Sunday. His post on X said the event would be open only to Wisconsin Supreme Court voters. There he said he'd give away $1 million each to 2 voters. He said it was, quote, in appreciation for your taking the time to vote.
And then the bigger issue is giving something of value to try to encourage people to get out there and vote. And clearly, that was his intention with this.
Election attorney Michael Maestelman points to Wisconsin law. It says you can't give something of value over $1 to encourage or discourage someone from voting.
Can you unring the bell? I mean, he was encouraging people to vote, right? Because if you didn't vote, you couldn't show up at his rally. So it was an exclusive event for only people that voted.
Then Friday, Musk deleted the post and replaced it with this one. Musk says the Sunday night event is open to those who signed the petition against, quote, activist judges. He says he'll hand out checks for $1 million to 2
Activist
people
judges.
to be spokespeople for the petition.
You know
he
what
already
they
gave
mean by
another
that?
$1 million to Scott Ainsworth.
Activist
of Green
judges.
Bay.
Mm-hmm.
Is that, like, are they still going on about that? Is Trump still
Yeah.
crying about that?
So you know specifically what they mean.
I mean, it's just people who rule against Trump, right?
No,
That don't agree
it's
with him?
Specifically, the fucking George Bush guy who they say is Obama appointed, who said that you can't just deport these people without a trial, and they said
It was-
it's too bad he's already on the plane. International waters, go fuck yourself.
Boy.
That's the activist judge that they're talking about.
The
and
Bush
they try
judge.
to be like
Mm.
activist judge, Obama judge when it's a Bush judge.
Oh, great. It doesn't matter because they just say it and now
It doesn't
the
matter. It
conservatives
doesn't
will
matter.
repeat it.
They literally nothing matters.
No, nothing matters. It's their truth. That's what matters.
Who signed the petition?
Get out and vote early for Brad Schimmel.
The Elon Musk.
That reminds me. There's this you know how like the DC animated movies can be like exceptionally good, like the best superhero movies are the DC animated ones.
Yeah.
Crisis on Two Earths, right? They basically like
Infinite Earth.
Yeah, no, I think it's on Two Earths.
It's
the movie.
Infinite.
I'm not sure, but anyway, the movie.
Yes, one of the best ones.
Fucking at the end, Owlman just looks at the bomb and just goes, "It doesn't matter," and just dies with the bomb. He just literally goes, "I don't fucking care anymore."
That's great.
And I think it's James Woods who plays Owlman.
Maybe I'll look it up. I'm already looking. Jensen Ackles as Batman. Lex Luthor. My headphones are dying. Hey, Jon Stewart. I think that might be an actual character, actually.
Yeah, that's
he is not
Green
here.
Lantern.
Ah, interesting. He is not here. Let me
Owlman?
look at the full cast list.
You just type in Owlman.
Not
If I
even
wasn't
here. Are you
eating
sure?
something that
Are
made
you
my fingers
sure
dirty.
that's the character?
Yeah.
Ah, there it is. The Spectre. Lou Diamond Phillips.
Owlman is not the Spectre.
No, same guy plays two people. What does he play? What has he played before?
Played
I
by
don't know.
James Wood. It also is Crisis on Two Earths.
You're talking about a completely different movie then.
Yes, which is why I continually said specifically Crisis on Two Earths.
Must be a spin-off or something. I haven't heard of that one.
It's one of the first ones.
Ah, okay.
Infinite Earths is
Founded
the series.
America Power.
There's multiple movies, yeah.
Is offering Wisconsin registered voters $100 for signing the petition. It doesn't mention candidates. It doesn't mention voting, but the offer only runs through 11:59 election night, April 1st.
I just gave away the ending, and you didn't actually
So
see
no
it.
one from Musk's political action committee returned our request for an interview. Two Musk-linked groups
No way.
spent more than $17 million on the Supreme
Most
Court
transparent
race, while
government.
Democratic billionaires George Soros and Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker have donated to the Democratic Party to help Crawford. $2 million from Soros and $1.5 million from Pritzker.
We're talking about campaigns versus individuals, so
Right.
that's the difference. But what have you heard from Republican lawyers about this whole
I
situation?
tried to get some Republicans to talk on camera today. None were willing to go on camera or even return. Some of them didn't even return my calls or messages. So that's what we're looking at. But for comparison, you may remember back in 2020, Wisconsin Republicans wrote a cease and desist letter to the city of Milwaukee because they were going to have early voting at Pfizer Forum as well as AmFam Field. And they said, hey, if you have any players there or have the mascot there, that's offering
Here, look at this.
people something of value, potentially meet the players.
Spoiler, the very last scene of the movie. Hang on, there's no audio.
It doesn't matter.
Nice.
That's his philosophy, is like ultra nihilism.
James Woods is a perfect cast.
Yeah, Owlman is fucking, he's fucking great in the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, something of value, and therefore you're breaking the law. That was 2020.
And here's something some serious value for at least two people.
That's right.
$2 million. All right, thanks.
Shocking, really.
Now, granted, this is a local Fox outlet, and they're not as bad as the main channels, but they really do not mince words or edit around that damning assessment given by the election attorney they interviewed. Plus, the fact they couldn't get a single Republican to even return
Who's
their
excited
calls
to
leave
watch
a comment
Terrence
on
Howard
this.
on
The party
PBD?
seems to be in absolute lockdown.
It's my favorite podcast.
Personally, I think
Boy.
all of this harsh press
Sam went
is
on
a
there
way-
apparently.
Yeah, we watched the whole thing. We watched the
Oh,
whole
really?
fucking 2 hours.
Amazing.
Yeah, the comments were not on PVD's side. So like it was honestly torture. So like anytime Sam would be talking, and started making a point, they had to just derail, and they're just yelling at him. And at one point, Sam goes, "What mic is this guy on? Can I turn his mic down?" And multiple times through the show, you see Sam reach forward and turn the guy's mic down even more.
That's hilarious. Because he was talking, because I watched him break it down. I watched that, and he said that there was like individual mix boxes to mix your own headphones audio.
Yes.
And PBD was next to him and also screaming into the microphone.
Yes, they were all screaming. So he was turning them all down.
Of giving Trump an easier time firing him. We all know Elon would have stuck around for as long as possible, and he's indicating that he's only getting started with trying to dump money into Republican races. The funniest part is that Elon's name is so toxic now that any whiff of a Musk-funded candidate now has to worry about being
Oh my god, bro.
landslide
It's the fact
defeat.
that
It seems it really does take more
this
than
is a
money.
person who's trying not to wake up their parents recording this. Like, are you recording this on a fucking H4n and whispering into it? Like, honestly, you tell me
It
this
is
isn't
very
him whispering
quiet.
into an H4n.
Post
I've
afterwards
fucking
as if
turned
that
in
was
so
going to
many
help his
projects
case is
like,
just
like
the kind
this.
of little constant
school and
public
shit.
embarrassment that
Yeah.
Republicans were putting
You
up with.
you might have it, honestly.
Like, bro, this is why you only have fucking less than
2
200
subscribers.
views. Huh?
2 subscribers.
2 subscribers. Well, if that 2 subscribers for 146 views is pretty good, then this is actually blowing up for him.
Oh my god, it's a.
Yeah, the fucking.
Let's talk about Bill Burr. We got to talk about Bill Burr. This is beautiful. Bill Burr has
Hey,
obviously.
you've fucking rounded the edges. I like that.
Yeah. I was trying to fucking zoom in on the chinchilla, but I couldn't do it.
Pill
There is
form.
a screen that I can do it because I can
It's
use the scale.
it's
to
pill
zoom
pilled.
in, but
The
it
screen is
wasn't
pill
fucking doing
pilled.
it.
been, on his podcast,
don't
on different shows,
Need to
talking
be
that
small in the
doing
corner during this part of the show. I don't know why we are.
Don't know.
what he does, which is just being a comedian and talking about stuff, talking about how he loves Luigi Mangione. He's got his reasons. So do many, many Americans. He is talking about how sick billionaires are, how they should be put down. Again, he is just doing free speech.
Died like a dog.
Sorry. He's doing free speech. He's not planning anything. He's just doing free speech. But of course, he's at an event, seems like for Conan O'Brien. And Newsmax is there because they thirsty like that. And Newsmax wants to get a little bite off that Burr apple. So they're there and they're trying to stir some shit up with Bill Burr. And it does not end the way they think it's going to end.
Oh, Apple because he's bald? I get it.
I was reading up, that perhaps you've been supportive of what he did. What is your take on that?
If you were reading up, I don't think you read up on it. Because I said what I felt about it, and I said what a lot of people said.
Some people took it that way. So,
First of all, first dig, if you were reading up on it, what do you mean? I said what I said. It's like, you don't read. You just listen to what I said, which is very
the
funny.
classic journalist counter for a dumb question.
No, I'm not going to just
Well,
have
that's
some
just what some people are taking it that way. Taking it what way? What are you saying? Ask the fucking question. Like, what is this fucking question to begin with? Like, she's lucky that Bill Burr just didn't slap the microphone out of her hand. Like, honestly, he should slap the microphone out of her hand and say, "Get a job."
Controversial moments so you can get clicks. I'm not doing that. I'm here for Conan. I'm not doing all of this. What are you gonna bring up next? The Middle East. I went to summer school 3 out of 4 years in high school. I'm not qualified to talk about this.
I was just
I love this. So again, this woman's with Newsmax. She's got the Newsmax flag. I don't know if the second guy is, but I'm not qualified to talk about this. Well, I'm not gonna create a controversial moment so you can get clicks.
But
you
then
love
you did.
it. You love to see
And
that.
now you're clicking
and
on
then
it
he's
and
like,
showing it.
and then this is what he does when he's
Honestly,
like tries to get out of
this
it, which
clip is
I don't
so much
love. This
better
is like,
without
oh, I'm stupid,
commentary.
you know.
I
Like,
understand that she's making a show and is just fucking extending the clip to talk. I mean, she's doing fair use. This is realistically the way you're supposed to do it. Like, you show just a few seconds, you give a lot of fucking dialogue around the video you're showing, you're justifying the fair use. Like, but honestly, just watch the original fucking clip. You know, it's a fucking minute long.
Like, oh, I went to summer school 3 out of 4 years. Like, you know,
Yeah,
I'm
we
not the
heard
person
it.
you want to talk about the Middle East next. You know, I'm sure
It was
Bill Burr
only
has some great
30
thoughts on the
seconds.
Middle East that are pretty much anyone's thoughts.
But
You
I guess
see,
for
again,
people
the
who
kind
weren't
of
paying attention,
naming
we
and
can get it broken
destruction
down for them.
and awful retribution
Yeah,
on the
I
people
guess.
of Palestine. But he's making a bigger point here about the job of the
is he?
media and the job of a stand-up comedian.
To talk about this.
I was just-
What do you think
I was just
about global warming?
You said about Elon that he was ruining Earth. I saw on The View. You're critical of him. What do you think of all the boycotts, like even the violence?
I don't
that's
watch the
going on
news.
at Tesla?
I don't watch the news. I have no idea what's going on. I watch Instagram. I watch people wipe out on motorcycles. I watch lions and hyenas fight each other. This is the things that I do. And I don't think you should be asking a comedian. You're a
Well,
journalist.
comedians are on top of current events.
No. That's weak. That's you guys passing the buck. You guys need to have balls again, which you don't. You guys always goes, should we be thinking this? Duh. You guys present stuff like that. You guys used to have balls. You need to get your balls back.
Amazing. You need to get your balls back.
amazing.
This
She's
is what I
phoning it
watch.
in
I
so
watch
hard.
hyenas fighting one another.
really
I watch
fucking
people
getting
crash
it
out
up.
on their
Really
motorcycle.
getting
I
it
don't
up.
watch the news. I love it. I love how much shade, the attitude, the shade.
she's
What do you
certainly a
think about that?
performer,
Shut up,
you
man.
know?
Why don't you do the
Yes,
reporting?
yeah.
Why don't you
I mean, that's
report on the news?
why she
don't you
has
present
200,000
facts and then
subscribers.
wear
Yeah,
the
that is
overwhelming
why.
facts?
That's why this 5-minute video has 14,000 views.
Lie, i.e., massive
she
consolidation
also has
of
a
wealth,
brand
not good for the
behind her.
health of everyday Americans, i.e., the private healthcare industry, not good for the welfare of everyday Americans. Why don't you do your job? Why don't you hold,
Realistically,
why don't
this
you
is
hold the
just
powerful accountable?
Really, the
Why don't
same
you
show we
stop
watched
doing
with
access
Jasmine Crockett,
journalism?
except they
Stop,
didn't
again,
pause
trying to get
during
Bill
every
Yeah.
30 seconds of what she said. But it's really the same thing.
Burr to say some shit for clicks, and it's like, hey, first of all, Bill Burr is not above saying shit for clicks. He'll do it, but he's gonna get them clicks himself. Number one, but like, I love that he's like you used to have balls. You are passing the buck to me by
Yeah, he
asking
did
me
say
my
that.
thoughts on current events.
Remember when he said
You're
that?
passing the buck. That's your
about a minute ago?
responsibility. So he's calling them out. He's calling them out for the clickbait. He's calling them out for abdication of their own duty. But, you know,
Duty.
word on the street is Tim Pool is in the White House pool now. So we're going to start getting the TRUT out of. Is there another letter in truth?
Nice. There we go. Updates.
In Haiti, fears are growing that the capital, Port-au-Prince, could fully fall into the hands of powerful gangs, despite the presence of Kenyan police on the ground. The Kenyans are leading a multinational security mission, helping Haitian police to push the gangs back, but they're struggling. This week, one of their officers went missing after he was ambushed by suspected gang members, and this comes a month after the first Kenyan policeman was killed in Haiti. DW's Felix Maringa reports from Kajiado County, that's south of Kenya's capital, Nairobi, as the realities of this dangerous mission hit home.
He's not reporting from fucking Haiti.
A community mourns as Officer Samuel Tompoy is given final honors and laid to rest. He was killed while on patrol in Haiti, sent there by the Kenyan government to help keep the peace.
Yeah. Of course.
What do you think of that camo?
He leaves behind a wife
Kenyan
and 2
camo?
children. Naomi Tompoy says she doesn't know how she'll manage without his support.
He was our only hope, so it's not easy. It's not easy because he was the one working. We never slept on empty stomachs. The children were getting all their needs met because their dad had a job. He was also taking care of the parents. He was looked up to for everything at home, so it's not easy at all. now that he's gone.
And then people want to fucking cry
Despite
when
his dangerous
Haqqani
job
and
patrolling
shit. Like,
Kenya's borders,
I don't know if you know this, but if you are a suicide bomber, the terrorist organization pays your family for the rest of their lives.
Yeah. That's not a bad deal.
So some of the money that goes to the Taliban is going to pay suicide bombers' families.
Pretty cool.
Right, so some of our tax dollars go to pay suicide bombers' families. But, like, that's technically, like, their military. Like, are spouses not entitled to military benefits?
I guess.
Don't we have fucking... Don't spouses get insurance and shit and all the perks that you get from fucking serving in the military without actually serving in the military? But we're gonna cry about fucking financing the wives of suicide bombers because they're fucking suicide bombers?
I mean, I'm sure people have a problem with it.
I mean, I understand why it's fucking controversial and shit, but, like...
That's their policy.
Why shouldn't their families be paid? Like that, it's like a fucking... It's like a moral question for me that people need to answer. Why shouldn't their families be paid?
Oh, well, they're brown. And suicide bomb.
Well, because it was a terrorist attack, and they're evil people.
Like the US isn't evil. Like these soldiers...
I'm just saying, it's like... You know, like the state should be fucking making up for... Like, his job was that he was in the army. His wage should be going to his wife if he was the sole provider of the wife, for the wife and kids. Like, this is a fucking failure of government here.
she believes that if he hadn't been sent abroad, he'd still be alive today.
No shit.
Among his fellow officers, Samuel died a hero in the line of duty, befitting a 21-gun salute. To his family, he died too young. They wish he would have stayed a little bit longer. And to some Kenyans present at the burial, online and offline, they think he died in a war that had very little significance to the country.
Politicians paying their respects at the funeral voiced their concerns about the mission.
If America will have issues in defunding, as the Trump administration looks like is likely to do, then we would not like to see our officers exposed.
What a voice.
When the uncertainty about funding is still hanging over their heads, our officers will be exposed if they're underfunded, if they're under-equipped. So this is what we'd like to say today,
this is who should be
that if this
narrating
uncertainty prevails, then we must consider as a nation disengagement, unless the UN takes over this mission.
The international mission has been
UN
struggling
mission.
to contain the violence, which the UN says has...
Isn't it a UN
my
mission?
headphones died. I'm just connecting the other ones.
It's not like it matters. I've been talking to myself this whole time.
Fucking, where the fuck is it?
You know, we can see where the eyeballs point. You know what I'm saying, chat? You can see the eyeballs.
There we go.
Make sure you vote in the poll.
has worsened
So
over the
I can
past
at
year.
least have one joy
Analysts say
today.
the mission was ill-conceived.
Boots on the ground, pacifying and putting down these gangs, that mission was never going to succeed from a brute force perspective. From a military use of force perspective, we were never going to succeed because the numbers overwhelmingly were against us. But in terms of guarding and taking back key infrastructure, key government infrastructure, allowing the Haitians to have a semblance of government that was in charge, we were going to succeed.
Kenyan authorities say they're sticking to their commitments to their officers and their international partners. But with reports of another officer killed in the Caribbean, doubts about Kenya's role in Haiti continue.
To get a better sense of the current status of Kenya's mission in Haiti, we've invited Dr. Hassan Kanenje onto the program. He is the director of Horn Institute, that is a security think tank based in Nairobi. It's very good to have you on DW News Africa. Can we start out with you just telling us about what is the status of Kenya's deployment at present? How many officers are there and what missions are they conducting?
The current deployment is about slightly more than 600, police officers from Kenya working, within the framework of the multinational.
Like, you can obviously see a slight internet lag, but, like, this guy is fucking calling in from an internet connection in Kenya. And why are we fucking sucking Chinese fucking propaganda dick about fucking how great their tech is when this guy is fucking calling in from Kenya, and you could see how quickly the call actually recovered from the lag. Like, that'll happen when you switch tasks and become active and stuff. You can get a lag there. Watch how quick it fucking catches up from the lag. You have to go to the beginning of him coming on. When he's when he starts talking, when it goes to full.
In Nairobi, what is the status of Kenya's deployment at present? How many officers are there and what missions are they conducting?
The current deployment is about slightly more than 600, police officers from Kenya. Working, within the framework of the multinational, security support mission in Haiti, in which, of course, Kenya is taking the lead. And they're working in collaboration, with...
and I'm, like, letting the chinchillas out, and I'm running everything through, like, my network here. Like, I don't get lag that short.
The Haitian police to try and fight back, especially the problem of gangs that literally have bedeviled most of Port-au-Prince for the better part of the last few years. And of course, we know it's extremely challenging, task, considering, I think, the amount of work that needs to be done for them to be successful.
We're hearing that Port-au-Prince may soon entirely fall to criminal gangs, who we understand currently control about 85% of the capital. What have the Kenyan officers achieved in the time that they've been deployed? And this is in no way meant to downplay the contribution that's been made by Kenyan officers who've been risking their lives to help the people of Haiti.
Nothing.
I think one thing that has been notable is they managed, with the support, of course, of the Haitian police to secure some strategic assets, especially critical infrastructure, to ensure that the country, is still operating and can still be able to allow, basic communication with the outside world. But of course, we cannot expect less than 1,000 police officers from Kenya to be able to police a country of more than 10 million people. It's going to require a lot more commitment, not just from Kenya, but also those people who are actually committed to playing a role within the Haitian theater.
Dr. Kanenji, the UN's designated Haiti expert, William O'Neill, recently returned from his visit to the country. He spoke about the police
will not be helping.
What he calls woefully under-equipped. Let's have a listen to him, and I want to get your views on this.
They really need more mobility in terms of air to move around by helicopter. They need better vehicles that are more apt to deal with Haitian topography, both the cities, densely populated cities with narrow streets and very crowded neighborhoods, and also as the gangs have extended into the areas outside the capital, which are very hilly, some very steep hills, narrow paths that aren't really conducive to the type of vehicles, to moving the type of vehicles the MSS or the Haitian National Police have. They also need more night vision goggles. They need more body armor. They need they need more mobility. They need more.
Now you're asking for a lot.
More
night vision
and more
goggles?
flexibility in their ability to operate.
I mean, just your response to that, and perhaps from what you're
Not
hearing,
even Russia has adequate
will the deployed
night vision.
officers receive any of that anytime soon?
Right now, there's no indication that that is forthcoming. And I think it's important to note that Some of the equipment that is going to be required to operate in that theater is supposed to come from partners, especially the United States, Canada, as well as others who already have sufficient equipment and can be able to do that. Now, considering the kind of environment, political environment that's going on, of course, within the coalition of the willing, I think decision making with regard to some of these important aspects, of course, has been slow. But what we expect is that the coalition of the willing that are now funding, the mission, are going to provide equipment and as well as funds to be able to make this mission successful. Because in the absence of appropriate equipment as well as facilities and arms and weapons, then it makes or leaves the missions, pretty much a sitting duck and at the mercy of gangs, which of course is not something that is going to augur well with contributing countries such as Kenya.
As you're referencing the coalition of the willing, the leader of that coalition presumably is the United States.
Don't call it that.
Funding remains the issue with this mission in Haiti. The U.S. has been the largest donor. What do we know about the Trump administration's interest in continuing to fund the mission?
While there is an appearance of the Trump administration being a little bit more inward and not really focusing on what is happening outside of the United States, as well as other places, maybe in Asia, I think to the extent that the new Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, was at pains to explain the role of the U.S., in case, of course, he's confirmed when it comes to Haiti. I think it points to the fact that the U.S. is still going to be engaged in Haiti. But also the important policy of Trump, which is on migration, which is a big agenda item.
Little bitch show is right.
Today trying to remove what they think is the illegal migrants in the United States. And I think they're very keen to keep Haitians in Haiti so they don't have to deal with that problem, in the United States. And so I think for those reasons, the Trump administration is going to be engaged in Haiti, perhaps not to the extent to which previous administration may have been, but they have enough incentive to ensure that there is a semblance of peace and stability, as well as governance in Haiti, so that actually the problem doesn't escalate in ways in which it's going to push refugees into North America.
As you would know very well, Dr. Kaneji, there were a lot of critics in Kenya about this deployment. All these months later, have they been proved right?
Yes.
Yeah, to some extent they have, but to some extent they
okay,
haven't.
moving
They
on.
have in the
That
sense
question's
that
answered.
perhaps there's a widespread, understanding, not just in Kenya, but globally, that there isn't a lot that's been accomplished nationwide when it comes to securing Haiti.
You mean to tell me?
But also then the success that has been,
AKA everyone who said this was a bad idea, have been proven right by this fucking cops getting mowed down on a fucking military operation that's far outside fucking police capabilities. We've held critical infrastructure. Oh boy. We at least can pick up the phone to call for help that won't come. At least I didn't get the phone that nobody will answer when we call for help on anyway. Oh my goodness, what a mission success. And it's the fact that it's all being done for the fucking U.S. imperial interest, because we don't want to fucking put white people on the ground there and fucking have a fucking operation because people fucking cry about it in America. Trump could do it now, though. He just isn't going to fucking give a fuck. He's going to be like, wait, you're telling me it's a Hispanic country and black people live there? Not even the good ones, the Mexicans.
the optimism that I think that deployment inspired among, Haitian citizens and civilians, both inside Haiti and outside, is a success in itself, because then it can mobilize the public opinion, both international as well as in Haiti, to support that kind of engagement if it's properly, and sufficiently funded.
That's the propaganda setup, is it?
I mean, that's what they're filming this shit on. you know, I mean, my camera's outdated now, but I could still use it.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I really want to get a
Yeah, he was using a 5D for
Olympus?
sure.
Olympus? I
With
wanna
the
get an
standard
Olympus one. Yeah.
fucking 5D lens.
Yeah.
But also they have appropriate numbers of personnel and equipment. I think there is a desire by Haitians and Haitian citizens to support that mission. And this is a little bit different from the previous deployments where you've seen a lot of hostility from Haitians themselves.
On that note, remind us then why Kenya agreed to lead this mission. What did Kenya gain from this?
What did they gain? Great question.
Deployment is
nothing.
Rather, peace diplomacy is a critical pillar of Kenya's foreign policy. It is something that the country, I think, has been undertaking for the better part of its independence history.
When we said,
however,
why is
this
Kenya
was
doing this? Oh, because it makes them look good. They want to look good on the world stage that they can get shit done. And what did we say? It wasn't going to fucking make them look good. It wasn't going to fucking work out for Kenya. This is a fucking, like, even if the U.S. was giving everything that they needed. You know, it's fucking Iraq war bullshit all over again. The deployment size, there is no way the Kenyan public would be okay with the deployment size actually necessary to fucking do an actual operation there. And that's the same thing that happened with the Iraq war, which means you go in on a mission of building up the internal forces. That will not work in Haiti. The internal forces are gone. Like, it needs nothing short of a full-on military fucking operation, and the fucking CARICOM is the one who needs to be doing it. Like, fuck Kenya.
That's it.
Now who's gonna stop me?
You know
also, I think, are catalyzed
I got no idea.
by...
You have no idea? Does anyone know what that's from? It's a very Reddit brain thing. It's so like, remember when the casting was announced for the Mario Brothers movie and everyone was like, what? Chris Pratt as Mario, Jack Black as Bowser? So in the trailer, the one Bowser line is that line. And so everyone was like, are we fucking for real? That's what we're going with for the Bowser voice? So now so because of how shitty that line delivery was from Jack Black as Bowser, it became a meme in and of itself.
Ah, yeah, okay, interesting. I didn't realize. I didn't see those. I actually enjoyed that movie, to be completely honest.
That's what I was going to say, is the movie worked out. I was just thinking about the Minecraft movie because...
Oh god, I hope that fails.
Oh no, it's actually doing better than any other movie has ever done.
I feel I'm not surprised whatsoever. But
So
it's
remember what I said?
guaranteed dog shit.
I said because the trailer showed them emptying a bucket of water and emptying in it. I'm like, this is just gonna be them going game mechanic, game mechanic, game mechanic, game mechanic, game mechanic, game mechanic, and just referencing the game. And the fans are gonna fucking love it. Anyone who's like, I don't really care about Minecraft, let's see how shitty this movie is going to think it's a pile of shit. But everyone who, like, all the autistic kids who played Minecraft, they're going to be like, oh, and, like, I've seen screenings where people are finishing the lines of the movie because everything is, this is a crafting table, this is the nether, this is, like, something. So it's, this is everything. And so people start completing all the lines, and then when they say it first, and then the character says it, they all cheer in the theater.
That's fucking hilarious.
The increasing closeness in terms of relationship between Washington and Nairobi, as epitomized by the visit that Kenya's president, made to Washington. And I think that deepened relationship and the urging of the United States
Was
it
for
made it
nothing
easier for
because
Kenya
now
to make
Trump's
that deployment.
elected and you're an African country,
not just
so he doesn't care about you.
as part of his peace diplomacy, but fundamentally as a demonstration of the increasingly closer relations between Nairobi and Washington, D.C.
How do you think Trump is going to fucking feel about all the debt driving inflation in Kenya? You think he's going to give a shit about that?
No, he won't care. He won't give a shit. Why would he?
Should the European Union expel Hungary?
Yes.
In
Yes.
recent years,
Next
the country
question.
has become the EU's most troublesome member. Under its Prime Minister, Viktor Orban, it's repeatedly
be
undermined
fired.
core union values such as respect
From a
for
cannon
democracy
into the
and
sun.
human rights, and stands accused of rampant corruption. To add to this, it's repeatedly stood in the way of efforts to tackle Russia's invasion of Ukraine and has just become the first EU member to withdraw from the International Criminal Court. As a result, there have been growing calls for
That's
Hungary
weird.
to be ejected from the Union. So, is it time for the European Union to consider throwing out its most troublesome member?
Wait. They're
Hello
just now
and welcome.
considering
If you're new
it?
to the channel, my name is James
I gotta
Lindsay,
say,
and here I take an informed look at international
it
relations,
really offends me
conflict,
that
security,
he only has a silver
and
play
statehood.
button. He deserves that
be
gold.
more.
From the United Nations to security alliances, regional groupings and economic partnerships, international organisations are central to modern international relations. But while most have a clearly defined path to membership and countries can usually choose to leave, surprisingly few have a formal mechanism to remove members. In some cases, this is for good reason. For example, the United Nations provides a forum for all countries to discuss issues of global significance. Its value lies in keeping all members talking, even if they have profound differences. But when an organisation is based on common principles, what happens when one member no longer accepts those values? A good example is the European Union. Built on shared values of democracy and open markets, while there have always been occasional differences between its members, there
Jack,
isn't
here's
a formal
here's a
way
video
to
for you.
remove a country. This has been brought to the fore by Hungary.
I'm sure there's
In
a
recent-
longer one.
Get
on
off
their
Twitter.
channel.
Here's a Twitter link.
First of all, stop looking at your phone for the entire show. It's really not that hard. And I'm
The F-35.
looking for a specific link to begin with.
This is the F-35.
You know, I'm not like arguing
It's built
with
by Lockheed
a
Martin,
bot
a billion
instead of
dollar
doing my job. I'm
Oh
actually
no,
actively doing my job.
they definitely weren't a bot.
So
They definitely weren't. It was very funny though.
private
That's
defense
great.
company. The F-35 program costs U.S. taxpayers roughly $2 trillion.
There's a lot that can go wrong, and there's a lot of potential for fraud, waste, abuse.
Oh, I watched this whole video.
Oh, so there is a whole video on this?
Yeah.
Epic.
I'll get it up.
recent years, it's become steadily more disruptive. Under its Prime Minister, Viktor Orban, it's taken positions that stand against the founding values of the EU. More to the point, it's become so disruptive that many seriously believe that it may even be trying to undermine the European Union from within. The European Union emerged after the Second World
It's only
War.
13 minutes,
Following
too.
the chaos of two major conflicts, European leaders decided that the best way to avert
think I
future wars
actually-
was to
I
integrate
don't know when
the
I
European
reposted the
economies.
video I'm looking
6
for,
European
so
states,
not
France,
important.
Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Luxembourg and Belgium, came together in 1957 to sign the
Also, this person has a YouTube channel.
Okay.
Treaty of Rome, establishing a
You have a
European
YouTube
economic
channel, too.
community.
I do have a YouTube
Over
channel.
the following
Maybe you should
decades, the
fucking stop
community
looking at your
steadily
phone and look at the
expanded,
video for the
taking in
channel.
Britain, Denmark and Ireland in
I have been.
1973,
Oh, no,
Greece
you
in
haven't.
1981,
Sure have.
Spain and Portugal
I can
in
see your
1986, and Austria, Sweden
can't.
and Finland in 1995. Meanwhile, as well as
I can also
pursuing
tell by the
greater
amount of
economic
engagement
ties,
you're
the
giving
members
something.
began to pursue deeper
If you're
political
paying attention or
integration
not.
based on
See,
respect
now you
for human
can't.
rights, democracy and the rule of law. All this
That also
would come
well,
together
that, yeah,
after the
no,
end
that
of the
really
Cold War.
shows you're paying
As the
attention,
Soviet
covering
Union
your face
collapsed,
so you
the
can't see the
EU
screen.
became a central plank of efforts to transition the
I can
former
listen.
Soviet satellite states,
You can't
including
though
Hungary,
because you
from
completely
communism
disengage
to
and you
liberal
don't give any
democracy.
input.
The Republic of Hungary is located in
Probably
Central
because
Europe.
nobody took your
With a
phone away as a
population
kid.
of 9.5 million, it's surrounded by 7 neighbours: Slovakia and Ukraine to its north, Romania to the east, Serbia and Croatia to its south, and Slovenia and Austria to its west. The country has a history stretching back almost 1,000 years, having been an independent kingdom and then falling under Ottoman domination. At the end of the 17th century, it came under Habsburg rule, eventually forming the Austro-Hungarian Empire. This lasted
I think we should
until
just
the
give
end
him
of the
to
First World
Turkey,
War.
and then we can make the only country that could be better than Austria-Hungary, Turkey.
Is Hungry Turkey. It's a hungry turkey.
When Hungary
they're going to be
became
like,
an
it's
independent
Turkey!
state, albeit losing 2/3 of its territory, a loss that many Hungarians still resent. Having sided with Nazi Germany in
You
an
come
attempt
over to my
to
house,
reclaim back its lost
you
lands,
get
following
my
the Second
wife's
World
name
War, Hungary
right!
fell under Soviet domination. This continued until the end of the Cold War, when it became a democracy. In 1994, it applied to join the European Union, becoming a member a decade later on the 1st of May 2004, alongside
Nice Guys
9
is a
other
different
countries.
movie, which is also a really good movie. Have
Honestly,
you seen that
bro,
one? With Russell Crowe and Thingy?
The other guys, like the uncensored version is actually superior. The extended version is actually superior. All
That's
they
rare.
do is like insert just like 2 or 3 voiceover jokes that take place during a scene transition when a scene ends. Okay? And what I think they did is they just kept escalating how obscene the jokes would be to transition out of the scene.
So you think it was Will Ferrell doing Will Ferrell things?
No, I think it was in the script, but they knew that a certain amount was going to be cut. And like most of the stuff, the jokes that are cut revolve around the orgy in the Prius.
Yep.
So like when they find it and he's going over, like, we found a set of human lips. Is that in there? Do you know that line?
No, that I don't.
Because that's not in the fucking theatrical release, right? So
Yeah.
he's going through all the shit they found in the Prius about how there was Dirty Mike and the boys. They left a note, all that stuff. The scene ends and nobody is on screen. It's just like a motion shot of the car to like transition away. And during that transition, he goes, "We found a deer vagina. We thought it was a set of human lips, but nope, it was a whole deer's vagina."
What the fuck? No wonder that wasn't in a theatrical cut.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
and that's jokes like that make it where the copy that I have, I've watched it once and I said, "This isn't the movie I bought. What is this? Where's the deer vagina joke?"
Hilarious.
Of Central and Eastern Europe and the Mediterranean. At first, Hungary was warmly welcomed into the EU, joining the Schengen area, the EU's free travel zone, just 3 years later. However, things began to change in 2010 when the centre-right Fidesz party returned to power under its leader,
Why would
Viktor
you get up
Orban.
when this chat message
Although
came
Orban
in?
had been seen as a modernising reformer during his previous term of office,
can't believe
this time things were different. Within
I'm gonna
months,
murder him
he
in his
began
sleep.
limiting press freedom. But while he was eventually forced to roll back many of the changes, the problems escalated from there. In addition to steadily undermining human rights and civil liberties, allegations of corruption began to emerge.
Now he's going to
Meanwhile,
come back and
Orban
want to
became
make tons of
increasingly
comments on this
nationalist,
fucking chat
as well as
message, and
pushing
the
his
person won't
influence
even
over
be in chat
Hungarian
anymore.
communities in neighbouring
Isn't it
countries.
great?
He openly questioned the country's borders, thus straining ties with many EU partners. To add to all this, he began distancing Hungary from its EU partners in other crucial ways. For example, in 2015, he refused to take in refugees at the height of the migrant crisis, arguing that Hungary was just for Hungarians. In addition, the war in Ukraine
What's a
has also
Hungarian?
seen Hungary at odds with most of its EU partners. As well as Orban's close relations with Vladimir Putin, Hungary has frequently obstructed aid to Ukraine and threatened to block sanctions on Moscow. Most recently, Hungary has announced that it will withdraw from the International Criminal Court, a move that's been heavily condemned by many EU members. All the while, Orban continues to stifle freedoms at home and speak out against the European Union. Having openly stated his goal of creating an illiberal democracy, he regularly condemns the EU, comparing it to the Soviet Union. I hope you're finding this useful. If so, please do consider giving it a like and perhaps subscribing if you haven't already. Thanks so much, And now, back to the video. At first, the EU was reluctant to act. At the same time as many other centre-right political parties didn't want to go against one of their own, efforts to remove Hungary's voting rights required a unanimous vote from all other members. For many years, this allowed Poland, which also had a right-wing nationalist government, to block such a step. Meanwhile, Orbán would tactically reverse controversial policies at the very last minute to avert showdowns. But more recently, efforts to control Hungary have increased. For instance, the EU has introduced financial penalties for rule of law violations and taken the country to the EU Court of Justice, which has led to a €200 million fine.
He's not going to notice, or he's going to do exactly what I said?
Fuck yourself.
For breaching EU asylum laws. And yet, despite all this, Hungary continues to stand against EU principles. For example, Orbán continues his crackdown on political opponents, restricts media freedoms, and undermines civil liberties. Meanwhile, in addition to his obstructionist position on Russia, he continues to pursue profoundly illiberal views and decrying the European Union to the American far-right movement, regularly appearing alongside Donald Trump and attending MAGA conferences. And it's for all these reasons that many observe...
Have you seen that Polish dude? The Polish EU politician that keeps coming to the US? Like some fucking Nazi nutbag. I think he was on Tim Pool, maybe? Steven Crowder? I don't know. It was like... No, it was on the stage somewhere. It might have been PBD, actually. On a stage for the election, maybe? That guy's a nutcase.
Have now concluded that perhaps the only way to deal with Hungary is to expel it from the European Union.
Get rid of him.
So, can the EU throw Hungary out? The simple answer is no, or at least not now. While it has a mechanism for members to leave voluntarily, as happened when Britain left the Union, there's no formal way to force a state out. However, as has been pointed out, that doesn't mean that it can't be done. Where there's a political will, there can be a political way. But it would be extremely difficult. But aside from this, there's actually a more important question. Would expelling Hungary be a sensible decision? On the one hand, it's tempting to see this as the logical way to deal with Orbán. In almost every possible way, Hungary has rejected the EU's core values. It's become illiberal and corrupt and has scaled back many of the principles of democracy and the rule of law. To add to all this, Orbán's friendliness towards Putin threatens European security. In this sense, and given his failure to comply with court rulings, there's never been a stronger case for expelling a member. But of course, many would argue that the EU...
The fuck is this? Who the fuck are you?
...should be open to disagreement. This is true, and it is usually. With 27 member states, there have always been differences, both political and personal.
The fuck?
However, by and large,
on YouTube
these countries
as well.
have agreed on the over...
What the fuck? Hold on. Oh my god, Jackson Hinkle was right. Yeah, okay.
overall direction of the Union and a need for unity wherever possible. They've also subscribed to the EU's central political values. But Hungary is different. Under Orbán,
as you were walking away, I was like, Jack, stop. No, look at the chat. And then you walked away, and then I was like, now it's not going to matter. Now he's going to come back. He's going to see it. He's going to yell at the guy for 5 minutes, but he'd already have left.
Undermined the fundamental principles of the Union. But balanced against all
I was
this,
so disappointed. I can't tell you
Hungary.
how disappointed I was that you got up right when that message came. Literally the second it came in, you threw off your headphones and said, bye!
Thrown out, but will this then be used against other countries, perhaps for just being difficult? Then there are enormous legal and political difficulties. Throwing Hungary out would be a huge task, and the links couldn't be severed overnight.
Because he's fat!
Hundreds
He's
of thousands
fat!
of Hungarians work in the EU. Likewise, many European companies operate from Hungary. Finally, it could bring other wider consequences,
You ever hear Scott
such
Steiner
as pushing
try to
Hungary
do math?
even closer to Russia.
Who?
The wrestler who does the he's fat. He has another. I showed it to you where he's just talking about how the guy's fat and yelling he's fat in the ring. You literally watched it.
Yes.
So that same guy who's notoriously like no charisma and like stumbles over himself has this whole thing where he's doing math about he's got half a chance to beat me in his best prime, which leaves 1/4 left, and then we also got Kurt Angle in there, which is another like 4th or something like that. I don't know the exact fucking speech, but it's him doing math and getting confused in his own head because he keeps making division.
That's funny. That's really funny.
Russia.
No, I haven't seen
This
that.
could then see it become even more disruptive within other groups, such as NATO. So, if expulsion is legally all but impossible and politically highly challenging, what could or should be done?
A bullet to the
Ultimately,
brain.
rather than expel Hungary, the most workable option is to marginalise it to the point that it can't disrupt the union's day-to-day workings. But this also raises some tricky problems. The so-called nuclear option is to completely suspend Hungary's voting rights under Article 7 on Treaty of European Union. But this also carries problems. What happens if Hungary retaliates by refusing to cooperate in enforcing EU laws within its borders, thus disrupting the functioning of the Union more widely? Instead, a better option might be to pursue a more incremental approach. This could see Hungary put on special measures with further restrictions to its funding and limits to its voting rights. And just as candidates for membership are regularly monitored to ensure compliance, a system could be put in place that would condition the return of funds and voting rights on good behaviour. This would avoid the most disruptive elements of full expulsion or suspension, but still ensure that Hungary is heavily punished for its rule breaking in a way that aims to minimise disruption to the EU as a whole. Of course, if all this is unacceptable to Orban, Hungary could always follow the UK and voluntarily leave. Indeed, as has been pointed out, if Orban did this, the EU could well offer him excellent terms. But of course,
Are you laughing
he
at
won't
the
do
video?
this. Ultimately, while
It's
Orban
fucking good,
may like
isn't
to
it?
challenge the EU, he knows that his power depends on being in the Union. Leaving would be heavily opposed by the
That's
Hungarian
awesome.
public, and without EU money, he'd have little power of patronage back at home. All this makes his
I
conduct
know what they can do. Hire a Serb to fix the problem.
nation of the EU even more
That's
hypocritical.
historically gone well.
In the poll? Everyone loves to vote in polls, right?
And his
You send a
position
YouTube link, not
all
a
the
poll.
weaker. But this
I
whole
know.
discussion may
The
about
poll
to
is
become
pinned, though.
irrelevant anyway. Despite his
See, this
seemingly
poll-
firm grip on power, Orban is now facing an unprecedented challenge from a former member of his Fidesz party.
it's
Polls
getting
now
to the
show
point
that
where
Peter Magyar has a significant lead
all
over
the
Orban,
choices that
and there
people
have been
think are good
large-scale
have been
anti-government protests. The
You know,
question
so what's
is
there,
whether
people
Orban
look
will
at it and
follow
they're
the
like,
lead of
oh, none of these look that great of choices, but they don't even realize.
other autocrats and find a way to prevent him from standing in future elections.
Put
If
the
this were
election.
to happen, the EU might then have no choice but to act. In the meantime, Orban's behaviour has highlighted the very real challenges that just one member can pose to an organisation, and just how very difficult it can be to remove them. I hope you found that useful. If so, here are some more videos that you might
I want to
like.
know
Thanks so much for
James
watching,
Lindsay's opinion
and
on
see you in the
pizza
next
rolls.
video.
You think he's had a pizza roll?
There is so much fraud, waste, and abuse. It's everywhere.
No agency in the federal government wastes money like the Department of Defense.
The DoD has never successfully passed an audit.
I'm so sick of this claim.
Never.
There we go. They've never passed an audit.
That they lose in the couch cushions.
No
is like
way.
20, 30
You
billion
mean to
dollars
tell
a
me
year.
fucking
They
shit
don't-
with secret black budget can't pass an audit? It's just like the dumbest fucking point.
It is dumb.
Like, no way. They can't account for things. No way. I wonder why.
Don't know where it went.
James Lindsay should go on Hot
It's gone.
Ones.
In my world, if I give you $1 billion and you can't tell me what happened to it, that's waste.
How is that waste? President Trump, along with Elon Musk and his team at Doge, have their sights set on reining in waste at the Pentagon.
Check the military. We're going to find hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud and abuse.
But so far, this is what Doge has to show for its efforts.
We believe that these initial findings will probably save $80 million in wasteful spending.
A grand total of less than 0.01% of the total defense budget. So what exactly is the Pentagon doing with $900 billion? We spoke to people who audited the Defense Department.
We have real estate that they can't account for. Real estate. I mean, this is a piece of land.
An insider at a major defense contractor.
All my effort is really just flowing taxpayer money up into these billionaires and charging.
Remember, I reversed this guy's voice.
Yes, you did. Yes.
This is about the F-35.
Yeah, that's this video.
Oh, well, yeah, we watched this whole video.
Yeah.
I thought
I watched it, but
the whole point is just like the F-35 being what they're going after is like something that's actually sold to make money. They're just recycling the fucking anti-F-22 propaganda into the F-35. That's really all it is. But there is no, like, how about we talk about the fucking B-2 cruise missile that we're dropping on fucking
Punters, quick one.
Houthi
Elections
tents.
coming.
Yeah. More Australian election content.
There's going to be a lot of lies being flung, mud slung. Let's take a look at some of the lies that corporations and vested interests want you to believe.
I'm actually so excited. No, I think he puts it on a little bit. I think he's from Melbourne. I'm actually
be from Melbourne.
I'm actually no, absolutely not. Like
Why
they
not?
are fucking everywhere. What are you talking about? But no.
So they can be from Melbourne.
Yes, but they're not from the city.
Oh.
They're from where I'm from.
I don't know. I know people who like still drive a fucking lifted truck, and it's like, bro, you literally live in an apartment. Where do you park that? You know, because they still buy into the culture, but they're not even attached to it.
Yeah,
it's like
it's very funny.
Nobody here has a lifted truck but you, bro.
But no, I'm very excited for Americans to see
What do you
how
think of
pathetically
these
petty my country's politics are. I'm very excited.
Too bad we're not hearing how petty Canada's politics are, but someone got too drunk to get on stream.
That's a good one.
About our own damn democracy. Let's watch. Oi, punters, quick sponsored ad by me. I'm doing some live shows if you're a Melbourne punter. Is necessary. Is manufacturing consent for a preferred political party. So let's see what they're trying to make us comfortable with the idea of.
Is a good example of one that's not too loud. Friendly Jordy sucks ass. TLDR sucks ass. That intro, the Vanguard as well. The Vanguard has this fucking super loud rock and roll sting, and then like their outro credit where they show their thousands of patrons also is like this rock and roll fucking song that's way too loud.
How do they have so many?
I don't know. Well, you know what I found out? They actually got the reason why they got boosted to begin with is because they were fucking part of the Force the Vote movement, and Jimmy Dore shouted them out.
Oh my god.
And then Jimmy Dore turned against them as soon as they like evolved their opinions.
That's
and
so
tried
funny.
to like bomb them and like
That's
you
very
pull their
funny.
viewers and actually attack these like kids. So they actually got there by being dumb Jimmy Dore grifters.
Very funny.
And also, I want to say they platformed the Green Party.
Mm-hmm.
Like they got, which is, I mean, I platform the Green Party if they're fucking coming on my show too, but I'm not about to sit here and fucking act like
they're the best.
I'm
thing
a fucking gonna vote for them or anything, you know? Like I'm gonna vote for the Democrats because I'm not stupid.
Sure.
And even in a fucking place where my vote doesn't matter. Like I'm still gonna vote for Kamala Harris. I'm gonna vote for, like the whole vote blue no matter who. Yeah, pretty much. If I would love my check mark for Republicans right now is just to fucking like actually be able to cite policy like that George Bush video.
Yeah.
That
Imagine
I
if
should have saved
Republicans
for a
could-
stream to show you.
I mean, you can show it now, or have you already shown
I've shown
on
it
stream?
before.
Yeah.
I don't know what I did with it. Like that's the thing is, I was just saying that
Was it an
earlier
Instagram
off
post?
chat that like George Bush has the reputation of being a joke because like who was a funnier president before him? But like the dude still actually was able to fucking cite policy and still had the anti-protectionist rhetoric, you know? Like he was still coherent.
Yeah, he had goals and actually understood his political position.
Like,
unlike Donald Trump and his supporters.
But I love now that they're now that like they want to act like they understand policy and shit. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
This I was just about to I clicked to my main feed to close. And this fucking Daegu video, bro. Look at how good it is at digging a little hole to bury things. What a little dummy. There's nothing
With
there,
Poland.
idiot.
The vote has fallen 2 points since December, while in the two-party preferred survey, they're now trailing the opposition.
So primary vote is the number one put on
so
people's piece of
One
ballot.
Nation. Is One Nation racist?
Yes.
Funny.
You want to see the lady that runs One Nation?
Oh, she got oh no, I was thinking AFP, where there's a fucking Indian woman who was gay and she's
Fellow
dating an Indian
Australians.
woman, and then the meme was behind every fascist is an Indian woman.
That is a funny meme.
Whoa, Xena Warrior
If you
Princess.
are seeing me now, it means I
This is Pauline Hanson. I have the displeasure of introducing her to you. She is the Queensland Senator for One Nation, and I'm pretty sure she's the party leader. She is a fucking clown.
been murdered.
Oh my god, we got
They
3
sat
votes
me
in the
behind
poll.
a bookshelf in my classroom because they didn't know what to do with me and banned me from everything.
Oh, you're probably wondering what I'm doing. You're not going to believe my topic of conversation today. It's about squat toilets. You're saying what?
And I will take you out for a halal snack pack out in the western suburbs of Sydney whenever you want.
Not happening. Not interested in halal, thank you. Not interested in it. I don't believe in halal certification.
Live in a cohesive society.
You love your Islam bit,
Oh,
don't you?
no.
Squat toilets? Right. You got to squat to use them. so anyway, it's totally confusing.
Are you xenophobic? Please explain.
Xenophobia means a fear of all things foreign.
Pauline, it's good to
She
catch
looked
up
at
with
her
you again
handler.
after all these years.
Yeah, I think it is great too, and I really appreciate you coming to my office
that the
and
couch
saying
from The
hello
Office?
and welcoming me to the Parliament. And we've had a bit of a chat and we've had a cup of coffee, and it's great. And I really do appreciate that, Tony.
And actually, it's not my drone, it's not my plane, it's James's drone. As it's James's plane.
Jesus
The plane. No, now it's the drone.
She's a
I'll
fucking
refer
clown.
to her as everyone knows, Pauline. Our Pauline, the people's politician. She is one of us, and we are just like her.
A teacher teaching kids how to strap on a dildo. Teachers telling kids how to masturbate.
Well, if they don't know how to use our toilets, then what the hell is
This
going
lady
on?
makes deals, and somehow in the deal, there's always like, and I get your eyeball.
It's my favourite topic.
That is a fucking
Refugees.
hag hexer.
You're not going to tell me
you
you're
can't make deals with them because they'll get your eye and then they'll fucking use it in their weird potions. And then all of a
James,
sudden,
are you?
Snow White gets poisoned and becomes a Mexican.
I wouldn't have picked
That's
it.
what the new
Good to
movie's
see
about,
that
right?
you
I heard they
actually,
take out
you
the
know,
prince and she
taking up
becomes a
this and
Mexican.
Sorry, I heard Mexican and I had to pause it because what she's saying is fucking insane.
I was talking about how the new Snow White. I heard that they took out the prince, and then she gets turned into a Mexican now. and because she makes a deal with a hag, right? You know, that's what happens. You turn into a Mexican. They get your eyeball.
Obviously. Yep, obviously.
How to use our toilets. Then what the hell is going on?
Listen to what she fucking says.
It's my favourite topic. Refugees. You're not going to tell me you're a refugee, James, are you?
No, Aboriginal.
Really? I wouldn't have picked it. It's good to see that you're actually, you know, taking up this and working.
I hate Asians? No way in the wide world. I just don't want to see Australia become Asianised or swamped by Asians.
Right.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hanson.
Oh, here it is.
You don't have a full burqa.
What do you mean?
The only thing with more twists and...
We literally did that in America, though.
Yeah.
Pauline Hanson is one of the most contentious figures in modern acceptable public discourse with her views on immigration.
Stan says you're a cunt.
Immigration and multiculturalism. Here's a look at her controversial career.
Let's fucking go.
Please explain.
In her maiden speech upon being elected in 1986, Pauline Hanson attacked the Asian community and called for an end to multiculturalism.
I and most Australians want our immigration policy radically reviewed, and that of multiculturalism.
I and most Australians. You're a minor party. No, not most Australians. Like, how could you go up there and not be a major party and say something like that? You know what I mean? No.
I believe we are in danger of being swamped by Asians.
In 2017, Pauline Hanson wore a burqa to Parliament Question Time as part of a stunt where she called for the religious garment to be banned, citing concerns for national security.
Who's wearing... No, how many burqas are sold annually in Australia? Let's look that up real quick. To Australia. Like import, general sales, if we can get that. Burqa per year. And not just a headscarf or a hijab. Full burqas.
100,000 hijabs annually.
Nope.
There doesn't seem like there's anything on. Hold on. No statistics on that.
That means it's. I'm sure they exist, but it's low enough to not be fucking physically counted. Yeah. So this is like what really pisses me off. Like banning the Sharia law. Let's ban things that don't exist. Let's fucking waste government money and taxpayer time.
But this
and you know
is
who's
Australia.
always doing this? Conservative dickheads wasting fucking time.
The nanny state. This is what it is. We have absurd
It's not a nanny
number
state.
of laws.
It's literally not something. They're not even complaining about something that exists.
I understand, but what I'm saying is that Australia is a nanny state, so they have so many fucking laws to make sure that we can't do things before anybody even thinks of it. It's fucking crazy. And this is just an example of a racist doing that same thing.
I'm quite happy to remove this because this is not what should belong in this parliament.
I am not going to pretend to ignore the stunt that you have tried to pull today by arriving in the chamber dressed in a burqa.
You know,
when we all know
crazy
that you are
ever since Vampire has been on this, it's come just short of winning every time it's on there, and it's always losing to whatever's new on there. You know, that's how much people just don't want to watch this fucking awesome vampire movie.
Mm-hmm. It's because vampires are fucking gay.
You don't understand. There's no
I
movie.
sparkle in the sunshine.
No, there's no movie like this. If I sent you the IMDb page and you promise not to reveal what movie it is, you'll be like, okay, I want to watch this.
All right, send it.
not an adherent of the Islamic faith.
I run fast, but only my legs.
No, it's not like that at all.
And I would caution you and counsel you, Senator Hanson, with respect, to be very, very careful of the offence you may do to the religious sensibilities of other Australians.
Whilst visiting
What? I said there's literally like 5 people in the movie. That's how indie it is.
the Northern Territory to advocate against the closure of Uluru to climbers, Pauline Hanson argued she was Indigenous to the land because she was born in Australia.
It was literally funded by an Indiegogo
I was born here. I'm native to the land.
Oh my god. Sorry, what?
I said it literally was funded by an Indiegogo campaign. Remember those?
I do. The company that makes the phone cases that I buy started on a Kickstarter. I still have the original one, which was just like no center bit. It was just the border, which I fucked with. That was cool, but not strong. I guess doesn't really protect all that much.
He's Indigenous.
Yes, I am.
Dude, look at the faces of these Indigenous women around her when she says
She was
this.
Indigenous to the land because
Like she bluntly, unironically said this.
Was born.
This is the intelligence of this woman.
In Australia.
With you, I'm Indigenous. I was born here. I'm native to the land.
He's Indigenous.
Yes, I am. Do you know the word Indigenous?
Yeah, I do.
Native to the land. I was born here. Where's my land if it's not Australia?
England.
She also claimed to be a victim of reverse racism during a Senate debate about racial discrimination laws in 2017.
There is reverse racism in Australia. You might be surprised that I've had racist comments said to me.
In 2020, Senator Hanson said
Shut
that
up.
initiatives to close the
Karen.
social and economic gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians were complete rubbish, claiming that Indigenous Australians should blame themselves for the disadvantages they face.
Closing the gap is complete rubbish. As far as I'm concerned, it's a joke. The call for recognition is just a feel-good smokescreen that hides the true problems. The biggest problem facing Aboriginal Australians today is their own lack of commitment and responsibility to helping themselves.
Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway, so that's Pauline Hanson. That's One Nation.
Paper. The problem is that even if you put number 1 on someone else, your vote still might flow to your number 2 or 3 preference. So knowing who gets the most number 1 votes, all this is saying is that the coalition has a more rusted on base than the Labor voters, because Labor voters might be putting other people above Labor, but their vote will ultimately flow to Labor, meaning that Labor would still win. So what are they trying to tell us with this polling here?
Oh, I'm not reading beyond that.
While in the two-party preferred survey, they're now trailing the opposition. It's not much better for Anthony Albanese personally. The Prime Minister's approval ratings have slumped to their lowest levels since he became PM.
So what they're trying to do is, on this channel here, they're trying to make you think with polling. They're trying to say, hey, here's some polling. Here's what everybody else thinks. That's not exactly what everybody else thinks. It's a subsection of a certain group of people asked a certain question. But they're trying to make you punters think that everyone else is actually kind of preferring Peter Dutton. As I look at this, I'm no pollster, so I'm just looking at this. If Albanese is at 6% and Peter Dutton is at 1%, 6% is a larger number than 1. So it looks like Anthony Albanese is still ahead. However, these red arrows are making me think that Peter Dutton is ahead because he went
Musk
up,
by
and so that's the
encouraging vote
reporting of it.
rigging?
They're trying to manufacture your consent around essentially saying, well, everyone else seems to like Peter Dutton. I mean, have you considered Peter Dutton? Because everyone else, wow, he's so popular right now. And it starts to make us get used to the idea of different leaders. And obviously, Murdoch, Minion, Sky News, they really are barracking for their team play here, but they dress it up as objective news. Let's continue.
Joining me now is the Australian's chief political correspondent, Jeff Chambers. Jeff, great to see you again. Look, how do you interpret these news poll results when it comes to Albanese's chances of winning the next
Russian
election?
roulette video?
No.
Hi, Shari. So to just put it in context, at the 22 election, Anthony Albanese claimed a small majority government on a primary vote of 32.6%.
That's correct. And he's using primary vote again, saying people who listed Labor as number one, but Labor obviously won because a lot of people listed Labor above Liberal, meaning their vote went to Labor. That's why Labor won the election. It's how our system works.
That primary vote, so they're now at 31%, at 32.6, which was actually worse than Bill Shorten's losing election results. That was the worst result in Labor history since 1934.
Lol.
So what we
So if it's Labor's worst result, geez, the Libs must be doing pretty bad to lose to Labor when Labor get their worst result ever. But don't talk about that.
What we're seeing in this preferential system is a system that benefits Labor, but all the hardheads in Labor have been perpetually concerned about that very low primary vote. And what?
Yes, we have a preferential voting system. It is the best voting system in the world. Fact checks, welcome.
Dog shit. We can't elect our leaders. It's a real problem. Anyway.
I found it on TikTok.
Of course you did. I would be interested to see if Australia was a direct democracy, one vote, one party, who would win. That would be interesting.
If this is the video I think it is, general ear
Yo,
rape
dude, I just found out about a game called Russian Roulette. It's about where you use a gun.
Nope. It's not. It's not the video I was looking for. The video I'm looking for is a kid screaming for most of the video.
Is necessary, but I don't think you'll budge me on this one. We are one of very few countries that get to say, I would like, ideally, and I know they don't stand a chance, I would like this small minor party or independent or third party or new entrant to win. They're the ideal. I would love them. And then because no one else is maybe really voting for them, and that number one doesn't stand a shot, they come back to me and go, well, listen, your preferred candidate didn't get off the ground. If it was between the two major parties that you don't really like, which one would you prefer? And then people get to choose again. Whereas
my problem with him describing it like this while also complaining about manufactured consent is this is literally manufactured consent. I don't want to vote for these fucking parties, but I have to. So I'm choosing not to vote. That's my vote. So it's like, but that's illegal. I get fined if I don't vote. So I'm literally forced. It's literally forced manufactured consent. And he's saying that this is a good system. Sure, preferential voting is fine. But there needs to be an account so I can write to not vote or have my votes go to these parties at all. Because if I don't want these parties to have my vote, I should be able to do that. But if my vote goes to one of them anyway, what's the point? Just fucking put them in power. Who gives a shit at that point? There's no point in voting. Like, am I out of position here? What do you think? Cool.
I'm not listening. I'm looking for a video.
In the United States, it's like, I know you prefer this, but everyone's going to vote for the one of the majors too. So you have no choice to vote for the one of the majors too. And if you do put your vote with a minor party, you might as well throw it in the bin. It's wasted. In our preferential voting system, no vote is wasted. We get to vote in line with our ideals, and then we get to vote pragmatically on who of the two evils we would prefer or think would do slightly better than the other. And for this bloke to have the ball...
Like, I just don't get it how he doesn't see that this is a major flaw in the system. Like, I'm voting for my ideals because these two parties don't do it. They don't stand for it. They serve corporations and mining companies and continue to enrich the political class. So how is it a good option? How is the voting system good when my vote to a minor party is essentially, as he said, throwing it in the bin? My vote is going to go to one of the major parties anyway, so why fucking bother even putting the minor party at the bottom? The only vote that matters is the Senate sheet, which you can actually put parties into the Senate. Outside of that, it's irrelevant. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it's not a good system.
Like, at least in Europe...
To say...
Well, I mean, depends on who you ask, but the minor parties can just all of a sudden be the fucking leading party, but then even if they're a fringe party, they can just be like coalitioned out of the government anyway, because they don't have an absolute majority.
Yeah. Which that's probably a better way to do it, but this is literally just the British system condensed into Australia.
Do you have first past the post system too?
I think it is, yes. But it's
I know
because
Canada does, I believe. We'd learn more about that if somebody didn't get too drunk to come on stream.
Let's have a look. So the last election. Labour got more votes, less seats. Very interesting. I'm not sure. There's 151. It has to be. It has to be a first past the post. There's 151 seats. It has to be. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
He's making something partisan that isn't partisan. It's objective.
Well, it's once they get enough seats, they get the majority, but I'm not sure how it works. I can't say for sure whether that's how it works.
Objectively better than any other system that I can think of right now. Are there any other systems that you think are better? Comments below. I would be genuinely curious. But for him to have the nerve to say, quote,
what we're seeing in this preferential system is a system that benefits Labor.
Is a system that benefits Labor.
Whoever hits the goal first gets the electorate in that fucking district or whatever. So it doesn't matter if overall somebody voted for another party more, if their voters were more spread out, so they didn't matter at all in any of the elections. And that's why you'll see sometimes in different parties where it's like the Greens will get like more votes than another party overall.
But no seats.
But yeah, but like no seats because they didn't actually win past the post in their actual local hits.
Yeah, I think that is how it works. I think. I'll have to find a video that explains it. And, see if I can't get some clarification on that one.
My gosh, they're essentially trying to make viewers think, oh, maybe we need to rethink our preferential system, move away from an objectively good voting system because our preferred team doesn't win, because our preferred team can't get enough votes. This isn't a system that benefits Labor. This isn't a system that benefits anyone except you and me, the Aussie punter. The way they're trying to spin this to, in subtle ways, cast doubt upon our electoral system because Labor are winning right now.
Hey, make sure you vote in the poll.
It's super bloody low, and I don't have time for it.
Well, and this is the problem: is my critique is completely different. He's critiquing.
Speaking of voting, why don't we vote in this epic poll?
Except I do. Let's keep watching.
What we're seeing in these preferential systems is that a coalition is going to need a primary vote of 42% North to be in a position to win outright.
Okay, second big lie you're going to keep hearing, not just from these blokes, but from everyone else. They heavily relied on Greens' preferences. That gives the impression that it's the Greens who then take all your votes and then look and say, oh, look at all these votes we collected. Who shall we give them to now? This is a deliberate misrepresentation, again, of how it works. Because obviously the Greens brand is cooked. No one likes the Greens. Bloody greenies, self-righteous lefties, waggling fingers about plastic straws and turtles and whatnot. He's deliberately painted a picture as if Greens control your preferences if you put Greens number one, or if you vote for an independent or a teal number one. He's giving the impression that those candidates then distribute your vote.
You want to know how bad the fucking major parties are here? Most people put Greens... Well, I'm not going to say most people. A lot of people put Greens above them. but also a lot of people put him at 1 and 2 as well. So it's like,
wow,
it balances
great.
it out.
And you know how I know this is the impression that people get? Because I was getting my hair done yesterday. Just getting a haircut, trimming in this outrageous thing at the back here. I got layers in it. Thanks for noticing. And the hairdresser was talking about politics, and she mimicked this talking point, saying, well, I just don't know. Like, I want to vote for like an independent or a third party or some crazy alternative, but then they'll just give my preferences to somebody else.
I gotta say,
that's the impression that they're delivering.
There's one thing that really I think is just like the most irrelevant thing that somebody can do. And it's critique another person's vote. I do not care if you want to vote for the Libertarians or the Greens or the third party or anything like that. I could give a fucking shit less. You know? This whole thing being like, yeah, well, but this is how you should... The greenies, they're annoying and planting around the butt. Like, shut up, bro. Like, you're literally telling people how they should vote right now.
Yeah.
Deliberately putting out there that once you vote, someone else decides your preferences. That is a lie. Nobody decides your preferences except for you. What you write on your ballot paper, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever it goes to, I don't know. That is the order in which your vote will flow. So he's making it seem like, Labor only won because of the Greens.
I love
completely incorrect.
I love the background with the CRT. The issue is that they put an artificial glare in the middle of the text, and I can't tell you what it says now.
Oh, it says Punters Politics. It's a channel name.
Because I'm not an idiot and I can fucking fill in the blank, but you're literally fucking blacking out multiple letters there. Whiting out.
One, because more Aussie punters preferred Labor
Like, if you
over
didn't
Liberal.
know words
That's
and you had to read phonetically...
You'd be
like,
fucked.
Yeah, you wouldn't know what that says.
Potix. Punters Potix.
End of story. It doesn't matter. Whoever they put above Labor, that's them sending a message to Labor saying, listen, we don't really like you and your primary vote is falling because you're letting us down. But if we have to choose between the two of you, Labor's still going to win. So, punters, you're going to hear this for the next month until the election. And so do whatever you can to help explain to other punters that are being misled about how a preferential voting system works. If we want to get technical, when they talk about preference deals and swapping preferences, all that is...
Hey. Guess what I found?
George W. Bush officially became president in January of 2001, around 8 months before September 11th. Today I'm going to examine the Bush administration's activities prior to 9/11 in terms of policy within the Middle East and the potential U.S. involvement before and after the event. One of the common themes you will see during my review is the entanglement of neoconservative values within Middle Eastern policies. Neoconservative values date back to the mid-1900s as a way to initially counter Soviet influence
funny enough,
during the
I'm not
height of
on
their power
board with this
after
video
World
yet.
War
I
II.
know it's my
During
favorite
the Cold
creator,
War,
but I'm also just be like,
neoconservatives
you better
emphasized
fucking
strong foreign policy and aggressive
It's a 9/11
foreign
video.
military intervention to promote democracy. They found their political home in the 1980s during the Reagan years. After the Soviet Union collapsed, neoconservatives faced a dilemma. Without communism as a main enemy, what should American foreign policy focus on?
No.
Some people that initially had limited power within the
This
Clinton
just isn't
administration,
true.
like Paul Wolfowitz, began formulating a new vision of U.S. global leadership, arguing that the United States should use...
Hang on. That's silly. To think that they were like, oh, we have to find a new person to replace to justify our fuck... No. They're like, hey, the Soviet Union's down. We can expand our fucking policy to all these states. And then they asked, what's the state that's gonna fucking challenge us the most there? And it's Iran. And it always has been Iran. And this happened before the Soviet Union fell. Like,
Yes,
Iran was
79.
already there as it's always been the secondary enemy, and we've always why do we actually think the U.S. troop presence is constantly in the Middle East?
Iran containment.
I mean, like, there's always shit like cooking there, but it's like, you know who's been there the whole time? Iran. Other groups have come and gone. Gaddafi is dead. Iran has been there the whole time.
Assad
Saddam
is gone.
Gone. Assad gone. Hezbollah basically gone.
Israel, unfortunately, not gone.
But Iran has always been there. The neocons knew exactly what the game was. Like, of course they were fucking eyeballing to fucking push Iran. Because when it comes to that region, it comes to the fucking oil at the end of the day because they're neoconservatives.
Okay.
Use its unchallenged military power to reshape the world in a more democratic and pro-American way. This later became known as the Wolfowitz Doctrine.
Okay, fine. Next time we pause.
Kenyan news that you're not gonna look at anyway.
Next time we pause, and you have to talk.
No.
I'm gonna duck out because you will talk for a while.
And was a major influence on the war on terror. In 1991, the United States stationed troops in Saudi Arabia as part of Operation Desert Shield, forming a coalition in response to Saddam Hussein for his invasion of Kuwait. This was one of the reasons that bin Laden later cited as to why September 11th happened. It was because of U.S. involvement in the Gulf War, specifically stationing those troops in Saudi Arabia along with support for Israel, which is all rooted in neocon ideology, including Israeli protection through involvement in Middle Eastern conflicts. Many prominent neoconservatives like Wolfowitz and Richard Pearl had less political power than they would have liked to during the Clinton years. In 1996, they created the original Clean Break Memo, was a policy document outlining a strategic vision for Israel and to abandon the peace process they had initially pursued to a more aggressive policy to secure Israel's interest in the Middle East. This ambitious plan would, of course, require U.S. involvement and support for Israel, something that Clinton
always existed.
Yeah.
You know? Like, same with the Dominionists. They might have power now, and we could do all this tracing back of all this stuff, but they were there the whole time. That's the thing is when it comes to this stuff, it really doesn't matter how, like, of course they've been trying to get it through for forever. Of course these ultra-Zionists there.
At the time did not agree with. Clinton was less aggressive when it came to the idea of overthrowing the Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein, fearing another costly war less than a decade after the Gulf War.
Clinton's a fucking bitch.
In 1997, the PNAC was created, which stands for a project for the New American Century. It was classified as a neoconservative think tank based in Washington, D.C. that was primarily active from 1997 to 2006. It was best known for promoting the idea that the U.S. should use its unmatched military and economic power to shape the world according to its interests and values, especially after the Cold War. It was founded in 1997.
Interesting that there was a Balkans...
Okay, you see exact... Go ahead. I'll wait. Go ahead.
It's just interesting that there was a Balkans Caucasus label specifically. That's very interesting. But I guess it was close to Chechen wars, right?
Remember what I just said about how that's not how neoconservatism worked? They immediately said, hey, we can expand our shit. Immediately is fucking showing that, like, that other point that he just made was fucking pointless. Because he literally explained that the neocon vision changed to, hey, how can we fucking exert our pressure on these territories now the Soviets aren't gone?
By Bill Kristol and Robert Kagan, there was heavy overlap between the PNAC and the Clean Break Memo, as many PNAC members, including Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, Paul...
Europe really is in, like, a sweet spot, isn't it?
Yeah, also the Mediterranean is the easiest to
navigate water body.
Navigate body of water. There's no tide.
Yeah, crazy.
That's
Wolfowitz
why
and Richard
civilization dominated from that region.
Yes.
Pearl held major roles within the Bush administration and were instrumental in pushing the Iraq War in 2003. Both policy documents advocated for the removal of Saddam Hussein. There just wasn't enough momentum within the Clinton administration to...
The Iraq War was going to happen anyway, regardless of 9/11. I always say this.
Justify the push for the removal of Hussein.
I guess they did kind of use he's working with Al-Qaeda, but that was more of the UN side of things, you know? But when it comes down to it, the inner workings of government, nobody was falling for that shit, you know? The other nations that signed on also weren't falling for that shit.
Yeah.
Obviously there was, this is the most obvious ulterior motive war to, ever fucking happen.
Pretty much.
Hussein, even after his invasion of Kuwait. George W. Bush took over for Clinton in January of 2001, and then
except much bigger. It's not just a tiny little country that the U.S. only needs one division to take over.
Of course, 8 months later, 9/11 happened, with many neoconservatives in a much more advantageous position within Bush's administration. A famous briefing that W. Bush received on August 6 of 2001, this would have been some 35 days before September 11th, was titled, quote, "Bin Laden determined to strike in U.S." The briefing warned that Osama...
Who gave warnings to the U.S.? Pakistan and Russia? Or Pakistan and Iran? Iran and Russia.
Iran and Russia.
Yeah, okay.
Bin Laden was actively planning attacks against the U.S. and that he wanted to follow through on past threats, possibly using hijackings. Now, with something like a briefing, it is very important.
I have a question. Are you able to pull up sources to support your deep slung fucking knowledge of ISIS and shit? Does anybody come up to you and be like, "Where's the source?" And you're like, "Well, I fucking found it 3 years ago. How the fuck am I going to pull this up?"
Not really, because I don't waste my time engaging with people who don't know what they're talking about.
Fair enough. It's implied that they have the same knowledge base as you.
Yeah,
kind of.
To a degree, you know, there's just certain things where you would talk to somebody and you're just like, no. Yeah, and it's the Obama created ISIS type stuff.
Okay.
You know, Noam Chomsky blowback type stuff. That's the thing is when you're more well-rounded, it's not that you're rejecting the blowback narrative. It's that you've read deep enough into things. And if people ask me for sources, even in the videos that we make, I put sources in there, and it's CIA files, literal Al-Qaeda communications that I've...
Yeah.
That fucking... The one Taliban, pro-Taliban video, I'm pretty sure there's fucking Al-Qaeda comms that I put right in there.
Wouldn't surprise me.
The Scott video that we did, tons of stuff in there that's just actual primary source stuff.
Yeah, okay.
But
to understand the proper...
Sometimes there's chatters that come in, and there was that one chatter who tried to challenge me on my Syrian knowledge, and then gave up because he had no idea what I was talking about, because I was talking circles around him, and that was an ISIS conversation. But
yeah, okay.
The thing is... Oh, look, EIJ. See, this is important, this memo, because, an Egyptian Islamic Jihad operative told a blank service at the same time that bin Laden is planning to exploit the operative's access to the U.S. to mount a terrorist strike. And then, see, the Millennium plotting in Canada. I've talked about... How many times you heard me talk about the fucking Millennium attacks?
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
So, like, if you actually look at this memo and read it, which we know they didn't, it literally is telling you he is planning to attack the United States with airplanes. It doesn't spell it out in exactly those words, but it's pointing out, like, the Los Angeles airport. Look, Abu Zubaydah is right there.
Proper context, because we really don't know how normal this type of a briefing actually was. But from my research, I found that it was extremely unusual briefing in terms of the specificity
that's the thing is,
of
like, this is like
naming
such
Bin Laden
basic
specific
fucking
and
knowledge
giving a
that they should have had it
of
at
when
the
the
time.
attacks could happen. The briefing
Like,
also mentioned
if they didn't read the briefing, it's because this didn't tell them anything that they didn't already know.
Yeah.
Like, Clinton tried to fucking kill him 4 times. He was a fucking priority asset. They knew he was out there. They knew he was planning to attack. And then afterwards, they were like, didn't you get these they fucking, they pulled Condoleezza into fucking Senate and asked her about this memo. And like, how specifically it could predict 9/11 and shit.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, is like, there's so many other things besides this memo.
Yeah.
But it just shows you how complete their intelligence was of Al-Qaeda operations at the time.
That Al-Qaeda were surveying federal buildings in New York. It is truly remarkable all of this happened just 35 days before September 11th. Nonetheless, September 11th did happen, and all of the fallout and chaos that transpired after allowed neoconservatives within the Bush administration to formulate a plan to go after Saddam Hussein and Iraq. The Bush Doctrine was developed in response to September 11th, which
like,
stated...
Like, I wouldn't even, like, try to actually, like, go into the definition of it. There's just certain things, it's so vibes-based sometimes. Because that's the thing, it doesn't matter what they believe. Okay? It doesn't matter. You have to look at the action of what they do. They're a fucking imperialist party.
That the United States had a right to strike first against potential threats before they fully materialized.
Who
this
doesn't,
enabled
though?
the Bush administration
Seriously.
the flexibility and justification to go after Hussein and attack Iraq.
Like, seriously.
Although certainly
who's gonna
September
stop
11th...
Where is that?
Like the Elon Musk, we'll coup whoever we want. Seriously, though.
Now who's gonna stop me?
Like, what are they gonna do? Cry? Like, of course we can fucking strike first. Try and stop us.
Are you stupid or are you deaf?
Which forced the United States as a whole into a more hostile, out-for-blood country, enabled the invasion as well. And that doesn't even mention the most famous falsehood as it pertains to the invasion of Iraq, the WMD hoax, which was another justification that was conjured up by the Bush administration to be used to legitimize the attack. There was a strong desire within the administration to connect the dots, if you would.
I honestly believe they were just convinced the shit would be there.
Way that supported their agenda.
Well, they gave it to him.
Cheney is widely regarded as one of the most powerful vice presidents in the history of the United States.
Like,
and he was aligned with right-wing Israeli leaders like Ariel Sharon. The key within their viewpoints, which allowed the United States to act more aggressively within the Middle East, was to classify groups like Hamas and Hezbollah as not just regional threats, but as a wider part of a global terror network, which aligned with the War on Terror plan that was made popular by the Bush administration. Cheney supported Israel's right to preemptively strike and defend itself, especially...
Well, Hamas isn't IRGC, but they are fucking... They basically are an affiliate of the IRGC. Like, that's all IRGC. That is... Those are literally an internet... Like, that's what... Yes. This is what we're going to criticize the neocons specifically for, is that they recognize the IRGC as, like, a global terrorist threat.
Great.
during Palestinian uprisings, very similar to the Bush Doctrine. He was also one of the top architects of the Iraq invasion. The invasion itself was considered a total disaster, outside of overthrowing Saddam Hussein, which, by the way, could be considered a failure because it created a power vacuum.
Probably the thing that went the best for them.
Yeah.
There were no WMDs. The cost of the war was over $2 trillion, and it mainly just created regional destabilization and fostered animosity against the United States. It would be a failure if I didn't also mention Saudi Arabia, which is where 15 of the 19 September 11th hijackers were from, along with Osama bin Laden. The famous 28 pages, which was a section from the 9/11
So we talked about this in our fucking 9/11 episode, our Whodunit episode. I specifically talk about these pages and what's in them.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, put this on real quick. This little quick video. And read the caption.
So looking at it, bro, we got to go ahead and get in at least 10,000.
You're ruining it.
Zakawi,
the caption first.
when asked how many car bombs should be blown up in Shia neighborhoods today.
So looking at it, bro, we got to go ahead and get in at least 10,000. So looking at it, bro, we got to go ahead and get in at least 10,000.
That's funny.
On the Majority Report, joining us now, Dave Weigel, covers politics for Semaphore.
What happened to the ginger
and
video?
one of my favorite Twitter and
it's done.
Followers and follows. And
I mean, it's basically done.
It ends with him saying 28 pages.
Finally got declassified in 2016, provided links between the U.S. government and Saudi officials suggesting that there was contact with the hijackers. The bin Laden family itself had financial ties to U.S. business interests, including a Bush-connected, powerful private equity firm. W. Bush had deep ties to the Saudi family going back to his father.
Okay.
Just days after 9/11, when all U.S. flights were grounded,
so, listen,
the Bush administration...
There was like this Law and Order PC game at my grandma's house that she probably like bought and like never installed or played, right? And there was like a murder at the park, and like you could pick up trash that obviously had nothing to do with the case and get it like sent to have this DNA tests and stuff. But it's like, oh, the process takes a while, and the more you send, the more it slows it down. So you send all, you're a kid, so you're like, I'm going to send all the trash there. And obviously, that's not how the game works, you know? That's this guy's skills when it comes to the fucking... This video is all over the place. Like, you can't have one coherent line about how, like, they were always going to invade Iraq. Like, don't even fucking, like, bring 9/11 into the invasion of Iraq. It doesn't need to be there. Like, it does for the whole story, because obviously they used it as the, you know, oh, he's working with Al-Qaeda, we got to invade as part of our global war on terror. But, like, who cares about that part? Like, there's everything else showing, like, everyone was like, hey, are we going to kill Saddam anytime soon? No, we're going to oust him and then let his people try him, and we're not going to pull the trigger. Like, what did we think was going to happen when we handed him over to his people? You know? Like, come on. We killed that guy. It's like at least Gaddafi had a chance, you know? Yeah.
Allowed a charter flight to evacuate dozens of Saudis, including bin Laden family members. Oil would also be a contributing factor as to why the United States would want involvement in the Middle East, and I believe it's a main factor as to why many people within the United States want to disengage from the Middle East altogether. The U.S. is a lot more self-sufficient when it comes to oil, thanks to Shell oil, than we were 30 years ago. Overall, I think it's fair to say the Bush administration had a very convoluted relationship with the Middle East before and after September 11th, with the main figures not necessarily being George W. Bush, but the people around him. Thank God we were
here to make sure, like, we just took a video that would have been absolutely a waste of time and made it not a waste of time. Good for us. Trophy, please. Vote in the poll. Vote in the poll, or a gnome will come to your house and shit on your couch. You're muted. If you don't vote in the poll, you're getting gnome shit all over your couch. You're still muted. You've been muted forever.
Why the fuck am I muted? You muted me. That's what happened.
I don't think so.
Well, I was not muted on my screen or physically, so.
I don't know what I would have to click.
Don't know.
I don't think I can mute you.
Oh well.
Reporters.
I could do it here. I could do your volume to 0. And it actually comes up with the muted sign when I do that too, above your head.
Interesting.
I get it's emailed directly to me, your reporting, and I love it. Dave, always a pleasure to have you.
No, good to be back. Thanks, guys.
Good to see you.
So, were you out in Wisconsin covering this?
I was.
Okay.
Yeah, not the last week. I was there when Don Jr. was campaigning for the Republican nominee, and when Tim Walz was campaigning for the Democratic nominee. So I was there a week ago, but you could see what the plan was.
They're not technically Republican and Democrat, right? I mean, it's a non-partisan.
I'm using.
Right.
You can explain it. Go ahead.
Well, it's a non-partisan election, but it's quite clear. There's a liberal and a conservative running for the Supreme Court.
Right.
And this will determine it's a.
I've been seeing posts from this trans person who got arrested under the bathroom bill. They're like, I'm the first person, and they're posting their mugshot and shit. Love it. Love that energy. Like, keep getting arrested. Make them arrest you. Like, this is how you clog the system
about the lib protest today.
Okay, find the videos.
They're in the watch later. I saved a bunch.
Liberal that is stepping down. So this will determine the majority controlling. Right now, it's the majority is controlled by the liberals.
Yeah, this would be a conservative majority for 2 years if conservatives win this. The Democrats, and you've probably talked to Ben Winkler about this, they had a long-term plan, which is not even done yet. The plan was to win the state Supreme Court, bring a case that would break the gerrymanders, which already happened. The state legislature is not as gerrymandered as it was. They're in a position to actually win the state Senate next year, which was impossible under the old gerrymander.
I'm looking on the wrong YouTube account. I'm like, why is it recommending dumbass shit to me?
Three videos.
There's a whole PBS coverage of it.
And the Republican plan is win this election, bring a new lawsuit.
I'll be back.
They won't say who will do it. Bring a new lawsuit, re-gerrymander the state, undo what Democrats did. To prevent that, Democrats are just trying to hold their majority.
And we should be clear, when Republicans had gerrymandered Wisconsin, a 57% electoral win in terms of votes in Wisconsin brought about something like 65% control for Republicans. That's how much it was gerrymandered. Now, to be fair in there, you had some races where people aren't running against each other, et cetera, and some places where the votes get rolled up, but that was the dynamic.
Yeah, it was impossible for Democrats to win the legislature, and because they couldn't win the legislature, impossible to get a 50-50 map. Right now, it's 8 seats in a 50-50 swing state. Republicans have 2. Democrats can kind of compete for the third one. And the way this
You're
race
talking
started,
about Congress.
Yeah, for Congress, sorry, for the House of Representatives. And so the original focus of Republican messaging on this race was there was a fundraiser for the Democratic back candidate, Susan Crawford. Susan Crawford's the liberal majority candidate. Brad Schimmel, former attorney general, would be the conservative candidate. One fundraiser where people pointed out in Reid Hoffman's group, hey, if we win this, we could remap the state. And Republicans started to say this whole election is an attempt by Democrats to rig the state so that they're going to get rid of the first district and the third district and make them Democratic and will never win again, et cetera, et cetera. if there was nonpartisan redistricting, you probably would have for
swing. What did I just find?
Some safe R seats, some safe D seats, and some swing seats. That's how it started. But then, as Elon got more involved in this race, he picked that argument up and he made it entirely about voting in this election will change the course of civilization. You need to do this so that activist judges around the country are punished because they're not letting Trump and me do what I want. It changed, but it started with this a little bit esoteric redistricting argument. It got a lot more politically intense.
Just give us a sense of the money disparity that's being spent in these races, because when Elon Musk decides to move in, it all of a sudden changes the physics of everything.
Make sure you vote in the
Well,
poll.
it is. If you look up all of the Democratic spending, all of the Republican spending,
and click the poll.
It is pretty even, but it would have been a Democratic advantage, but for Elon Musk. He's going to end up having spent at least $23 million, and that's between donating to the state party, which he did pretty recently, having America PAC spend money in the state, and having Building America's Future PAC buy ads in the state. And the ads have mostly those three things have different tasks, but they have all basically have
because they be having
ended what was the Democratic fundraising advantage, which was a combination of big donors giving to the state party. That's an old Scott Walker law that's still in the books. You can give unlimited money to the state party. And Democrats having good small dollar fundraising.
Politics to get into the dollar percentages going places, Jesus Christ. But you got to give it to the Majority Report because they're we don't give a fuck if it's boring as shit and too technical. We're gonna fucking do that interview, you know?
That is true. That is one thing I will give to Sam. He will do an interview no matter what. If that interview is lined up, it's ready to go.
It's that he'll purposely do things that are so fucking niche and technical and nobody fucking actually wants to hear or care about because he can. He does not fucking grift at all. He doesn't care about the views. He's very principled.
Yeah.
And that's why it's funny when Tim Pool calls him a grifter and stuff.
Yes, it's very ironic.
So Susan Crawford...
he was talking about Social Security. He's like, your video is really bad. Let me tell you, I've done a lot of videos on Social Security, and I've never gotten the views that one got me. And because of that, I was able to educate a lot of people on Social Security. Which is Jesus Christ, Grandpa.
You fucking nerd.
He's literally 60, bro. It's fucking Grandpa talking about his Social Security. Look at what I just sent. Don't bring it up on screen, but is that the lady who we were just talking about? The conservative lady?
Yes, it is.
What the fuck is that I just sent you?
That is her commissioned cartoon.
Awesome.
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, definitely keep that in the bank for later.
It's almost as bad as the Twitter animated sitcom thing that they released. It's almost that bad.
I'm good. We'll keep that in the bank.
Yeah, definitely do.
A judge from Dane County has lapped Republicans in personal fundraising for her campaign, small donors. If you watch the debate, you can hear the Republican-backed candidate say that this is bad. This is out-of-staters trying to buy the election, and you can hear Crawford hit back. Yes, but Elon Musk. This is a guy out of state who's trying to bury the support from Wisconsinites and people from around the country. The small dollar donors trying to bury them with literally giant checks. That's what the race has been about.
Who cares?
The conversation about the race in Wisconsin for the last 72 hours is, wait a second, who is actually trying to buy this? Is it small donors? Is it J.B. Pritzker because he gave $1 million to the state party? Or is it Elon Musk outspending everybody on his own?
Well, also, I was shocked to hear you say that final total, because this morning before you came on, I was reading your article in Semaphore about it, that it was $11 million when I guess you wrote this up maybe 10, 11 days ago, and now it's more than doubled. What? Can you talk about that broader context and also Elon Musk's case that could be delineated by the Wisconsin Supreme Court about his dealerships for Tesla, which I think is a part of his motivation, right?
It's part of his motivation. So his rhetoric at his own events and on X, etc., is we need to do this to stop illegal voting. We need to do this to save Doge. We need to do this to stop illegal immigration. Everything, every Republican issue. But yeah, so Tesla wants to sell cars without dealerships. It sued in Wisconsin before this race started. It was not winning that case. That is one of the first things Democrats grabbed onto is it seems bad that a guy who wants a particular thing that might come before the Wisconsin Supreme Court is spending all this money in our state. Because whatever you think of George Soros donating to the Democratic Party of Wisconsin, he's not saying, and also you're going to kick back to me a bunch of things I want, right? You're going to hand over a lot of state investments to my hedge fund. No, it's that it's kind of understood that the big donors on the Democratic side were just liberals who said, please do some liberal things if you win, but nothing for me personally. And yes, Musk has a personal interest in the state. Schimmel has said that he would rule in a nonpartisan fashion on anything Elon does, but he's also commented on Elon and said,
who cares about any of this?
5 o'clock, I'm Chris Ty. Welcome to our viewers on our digital streaming network, CBS News Chicago. That video behind me, the biggest protest.
I added more about the protests. A lot of videos only came out in the last hour because they happened in the afternoon, which means that it didn't happen in time for 6 o'clock news because that's how corporate and lazy they are.
Arnold Brennan was on the ground speaking with protesters about their biggest concerns.
I just saved them to the watch later as they come up. I just like refresh and see if anything is there, and then I refresh, see if anything's there.
Is full. When a protest gets too big for Daley Plaza, people stand where they can.
In the middle of the street.
This crowd stands against President Donald Trump.
But see how they still have a lane of traffic open every time?
Be silenced.
We will not be silenced. This is just like conservatives saying they're censored. You can't say we won't be silenced while you have a microphone and a stage. You have to say it while you're fucking being ignored by the people you're standing outside of a megaphone with. Huh?
Where are the pussy hats?
Well, the thing is, you'll see a fucking some of these people are kind of based who showed up, but for the most part, it's a numbers thing, you know, and it's not like. This is the just show up to show that
solidarity.
You are a constituency that's upset. Calling them won't work. They're not showing up for town halls. You need to show up and show that you're upset. So that's really all this is doing. It's not like people are just like so eager to shit on it, but it's it's not a fucking riot, bro.
No,
that's not the goal of what's going on here. It's to show up as a constituency to show that you're upset, which accomplishes nothing in Trump's world.
Kidnapped off the streets and shipped to hellhole prisons. I am concerned about our economy tanking. I'm concerned about the fact that we have a president who doesn't care about people.
Things are being defunded. People are losing their jobs. Just really terrible things are happening in this country.
There's something that every single person in America cares about that these people are attacking.
This is one of more than 1,200 demonstrations happening all over the country. There are protests in all 50 states. Here in Chicago, Daley Plaza is overflowing. After speeches, the people here will hit the pavement to march.
And look at this crowd. I haven't seen a crowd this big. This is great.
The crowd in Chicago marches about a mile. As miles away, hands-off protests take place in the burbs, from Highland Park to Schaumburg.
The burbs.
All these people have all of the power right in their hands.
A group of seniors in Edgewater.
Oh, that's
can't
awful.
Make it downtown,
Oh,
so
I love that the audio is balanced to the left ear and the shutter clicks come through the right ear. That's fucking hysterical.
In front of their retirement community.
Donald Trump has got to go.
She was so excited the camera was
nationwide
there.
Movement of people who want the country to change its direction. This goes beyond politics. It's not about politics. It's about caring about each other and showing compassion instead of power hungriness. Noel Brennan, CBS News, Chicago.
Noel, thanks. In a statement.
Good evening. I'm John Yang. Across the country and around the world today, tens of thousands of people turned out for what organizers say has been the biggest single day of protests against President Trump and his second-term policies and actions. In this country, more than 1,000 rallies were planned in small towns and major cities from coast to coast. Ali Rogan begins our coverage.
In Washington, crowds descended on the National Mall, calling for lawmakers to rein in President Trump.
He's right now destroying our economy. He's taken away all of our allies. We're a
You should get a gun.
pariah in the world. And
I mean, That would be bad.
Sits back and does nothing.
The mass protest, dubbed the Hands-Off National Day of Action, was organized by...
Hey, I wonder if all these people were to rock up with guns, whether they would listen or not.
Advocacy groups that oppose the president's policies during his first term.
Theoretically, of course.
Protesters railed against Mr. Trump's recent moves to lay off scores of federal workers, revoke protections for immigrants, and implement sweeping tariffs. But for Democratic leaders, the president's threat to democracy took center stage.
Remember
our founders?
How like 5 minutes ago I was saying people who want this to be more radical are just stupid? It's almost like you don't get these numbers when it's something that people think they might get hurt at.
No, I know.
And it's clearly organized by politicians because politicians are speaking at all of them.
Yeah, well, obviously, because they're not actually doing their fucking job, are they? Or maybe these are the guys who have been trying, and they're the ones who are trying to pressure their
Jeannie
colleagues.
Ratson, bro.
I know who that is. But like theoretically though, because like
the same thing, the same criticism about this could be made for the AOC Bernie tour. Is what is it fixing right now?
Okay, so justify it. So make the pitch for them.
Again, when you're doing the "what is it fixing right now" shit, is just stupid.
That's fine.
Like, it's literally the same criticism you would make about the Bernie Sanders AOC tour that drew a bunch of crowds, keeps people involved in politics, gets people voting in these fucking off-candidate races that are local, like this one that was in Wisconsin that was super
Do you
important.
think that it impacted Wisconsin?
Like,
speaking seriously now.
Considering that it's never been easier to market your fucking candidates on the Democratic side because Trump is making people pay attention to politics right now. Like, they're going to have impacts in many elections. If this many people show up to just something like this, they're going to Pokemon Go to the polls.
That does not begin with "we the dictators." The preamble says, "We the people."
The movement spread far beyond the nation's capital, from the sidewalks of South Bend to downtown Boston.
What the Democrats' strategy is. It's let them burn. They have the fucking slimmest majority.
Yeah.
And
dig themselves
if we
into
let
the
them
hole.
burn the world and people,
and the country,
then we'll do really well in the next election.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
I mean, they can't do anything without the votes, so
yeah, they can
I
do what Cory
people
Booker did.
expect.
They can just filibuster the fuck out of them so they don't get anything done. Just shut down the government. It's already fucking people over. Just shut that shit down.
That's why I was saying they should be impeaching.
They should be, yeah. Every opportunity they should be lodging papers of impeachment.
Well, but I guess they convinced. I guess when they censured him, that probably killed any fucking push for him to lead the impeachment.
Maybe.
Boston and New York City, demonstrators took to the streets in protests both big and small to oppose President Trump's agenda. That resistance echoed around the globe. In Germany, England, and Portugal, protesters flocked to public squares to show support and solidarity with Americans.
This is Pride Parade?
Pride Parade?
Freedom is at stake in the United States and for the whole world with what Donald Trump is doing.
And there was a pro-Palestine march that Hassan spoke at that was happening while these protests were happening.
Stand up.
For PBS News.
Well, they might get some benefit if they were to join these protests.
Well, they basically did piggyback off each other.
Yeah. It's probably a good thing. And at this point, they should be utilizing the protests.
People are just going to see the crowds,
and
they're going to just associate with the same thing.
Yeah.
This weekend, I'm Allie Rogan.
These protests cap a tumultuous week. Overnight, President Trump's 10% global
operatives that organized this protest also organized the pro-Palestine protest on the same day, specifically to maximize the numbers.
Yeah, it's probably not a bad bet.
Tariffs went into effect, and in anticipation, stocks lost trillions of dollars in market value in just 2 days. Beverly Gage is a professor of history and American studies at Yale University. Beverly, is there any precedent or even an analogous events to what we've seen in the past few days?
Well, we've certainly had tariffs before in American history. No, not on this scale and not for a while, but I cannot think of another moment when it seemed like the White House and the president had deliberately tanked the stock market and told everyone, hey, no worries, it's going to be okay.
You say there have been tariffs in history. What has history taught us about tariffs?
Tariffs were a big part of the way the federal government got its money in the late 19th and into the early 20th century. We didn't have an income tax, and this was a huge source of federal revenue. And we sort of did away with them because they were seen to create instabilities,
hey, if we
to create
have
these
income
wild
tax and
cycles
tariffs,
of
we must
boom
make
and
a
bust.
ton of money.
Yeah, I'm
just
sure
add
that'll
new
work.
taxes and we'll make more money.
Yeah, I'm
But
sure.
we
I'm
won't
sure that'll
call it
work when
taxes.
nobody
We
has
need
a
to
job.
find some way to tax people that sounds like we aren't taxing them, and then convince them at the same time that a bunch of autistic people stealing their private information is going to somehow give them government money. You're going to get universal basic income with all this waste we're cutting over here. But don't look at the tariffs we're passing that are going to fuck you.
GST. Slap a GST on everything. Boom.
But tariffs make people not realize that it's a tax because it's not
literally
it doesn't have the word tax.
Yeah.
That were so characteristic
But
of
you're
that
right,
period.
you might as well call
and
it
then
GST.
also to really be a source of political
that's really what he did,
corruption
not a
and
tariff.
favoritism.
Yeah, literally. All imports from every country, it's a GST. It's a compounding GST too. That's the best part.
And a century ago, Americans decided that really wasn't the way they wanted to run their country, but it looks like we're heading back to that now.
In recent years, we've seen presidents trying to globalize the economy, trying to make the United States part of a global economy. And now the president seems to be fencing off the American economy from the rest of the world. What do you make of that?
I think that's a really important distinction. If we go back to the 19th century and to the Gilded Age, which seems to be a period that Trump and his allies are thinking a lot about, looking back to, it was a very different story because you hadn't had a whole century of these ties across the continent, across the globe, and this kind of global business world that now is really being dismantled.
Well, you mean Trump
literally
is stupid?
Taking a broader
Stories
look at the
about
administration and what's
these protests
happened.
literally coming out in the hour now. Because news is that lazy.
Send them in the private chat.
That's the thing is, if they didn't organize... Oh, these are just like... It's just like stuff that I'm putting on there that I'll probably look at later. It's people like talking and giving speeches at them and stuff.
Okay.
But like, if they organized it in the morning, then they wouldn't get as much as a showing, you know? It needs to be afternoon, but then the local news is already fucking phoned in by the time afternoon happens, you know? They can't, remember, they can't actually go to an event in action and get an on the fucking site interview with a person, you know? That, how rare is it when we fucking witness news actually being able to do that? They don't, because there's no fucking effort to anything at all. It's just showing up to the office and hitting a check mark of tasks that you need to do for the day.
Yeah.
And you're not going to go back on check marks you've already made because you don't care. It's your 9 to 5.
Mm-hmm.
And so far, we've seen President Trump trying to reshape the federal government through DOGE, trying to reshape relations with longtime allies and with trading partners and with the developing world. And we're not even at the 100-day mark.
Vote in that poll.
Can you think of a time where a president who's hit the ground running so hard and so fast?
I think you can look at something like Franklin Roosevelt's first 100 days, which is where really we get this idea.
Remember when Joe Biden said he was going to mimic Franklin Roosevelt's first 100 days? And all the accomplishment that he made were actually Lena Khan?
Well, he certainly ended like him.
Period. Lots of things happened. Lots of things changed, and they were pretty fundamental.
Where is Joe Biden?
Changes
is he dead?
in the political economy. Americans were able to start drinking again because he ended prohibition.
About how fucking unable to function he was through his presidency.
Love that.
Like, I don't...
But that...
Like, seriously. Like... They should have just fucking had him, like, come out 2 years in, right after midterms, right?
Mm-hmm. Before midterms.
And no, after them. After, because they fucking don't want to fucking have them impact and make the numbers go down.
Well, I feel like they would make them go up.
So they do it after where he said, no, because people are going to twist it and flip out saying that they knew he was bad from the start. But they literally just say that he's literally saying that he's like, it is always, like I said, it was going to be a transition admin, and he's going to say, like, announce right there that it's like, he's old as fuck, and,
we're going to run a Democratic primary.
And, well, not just fucking give the fucking presidency to his VP.
Ah, interesting. I don't know how people would feel about that.
I mean, if he can't fucking continue, but that's the thing, is it's like these people will continue running politics from the retirement home. Literally, there was the candidate that they had to go find in a retirement home a few months ago, weeks ago even.
That's very funny. But then also giving it back, like giving it down to Kamala Harris would have been optically pretty bad as well.
But that's why you have 2 years to fucking manage that shit.
And then it's seeming more and more like they probably should have run the primary.
Moment, I think, is different from this one because people understood Roosevelt to be addressing really a cataclysmic crisis.
In a mock
at
debate
home,
for
the Great
prepping for the
Depression.
Trump debate, after 2 hours, he was like, I'm too tired, I gotta go to bed.
Bedtime.
Abroad, the rise of fascism, and now it seems like the crisis is sort of coming from the White House more than anything else.
Can the president keep up this pace of activity, and also can the body politic keep up with this pace?
It has been, I think, really overwhelming for lots of people, myself included. And as you say, it's still pretty early on.
They did her dirty with this thumbnail. Look at this thumbnail. Like, damn, bro. Why y'all do her dirty like that?
I won't be able to see it. Just screen share. It'll take me straight to the video. It won't show me the thumbnail.
TLDR interviews Deputy Prime Minister, and she's making this, like, weird, like, face. Like, why you do her dirty like that, guys?
So we might think that some of this will slow down as the courts come in, maybe as Congress begins to try to play a bigger role in all of this. But, I think the Trump administration has been very smart at kind of creating narratives, controlling the news cycle, rolling things out piece by piece. They didn't just come out and say, we're going to cut 10% or 50% of all government agencies, or all universities are going to have to do that. that. They're making it very personal, and they're doing it bit by bit. And it's possible that that could go on for quite a long time.
Is this an inflection point in terms of the United States' role in the global world order and the relationship to the global world order, or is that taking it too far?
I do think that it's an inflection point, not because we know all of the consequences yet, not because it's a done deal or nothing's going to happen. We're seeing waves of protest, lots of pushback starting. So we're still very early on. But I think what's happened in a pretty fundamental way is that a lot of certainties have been certainty that if you are a scientist, you're going to be able to think about a lifetime career in the United States and think about sources of funding. Same thing for federal workers. And I think that you can take that into the global scale as well. Diplomatic relations, business expectations, all of these have been pretty profoundly disrupted. And we might go back. We might change policies,
if you don't
but
vote
the
in the poll,
that people can't be really
a cicada will fly up your butt,
what the fundamental assumptions
and your butt will continue to make the sound of a cicada, and people will be like,
I think that's
people will look around and be like, why do I hear a fucking cicada?
Beverly Gage of Yale University, thank you very much.
And it'll be in your butt. How embarrassing.
Good evening, it's 5 o'clock. I'm Chris Ty. Welcome to our viewers on our digital streaming network, CBS News Chicago. That video behind me.
Seen that one.
Well, they literally got their protest chant from, like, they rolled out protest chant #1.
Yep.
You know? That's the most popular combo. It's the number, you drive through, you go through the drive-through, that's the #1 combo right there. It's always been #1 because it's their most popular combo. Oh, they look like they're having fun. I'm doing my civic duty.
Our schlongs in libraries.
Like, look, man, it's kind of rainy. There's people who are actually in raincoats who came out for this. You know?
People. A
like,
lot of people.
Look at
nice.
Umbrellas and shit. Like, people showed up in raincoats.
All the kids under the banner like an umbrella.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like, to get people to, I mean, it's like always like this in New York, but still. Oh, look, and it's the little kids who are doing the fucking cheerleading chant. This is, see, that's the thing. This is so important for them to, like, get engaged early.
Yeah,
you know?
True. It's a good point.
Like I was fucking doing shit like this at their age too.
Like that'll be a defining moment in their childhood, probably.
Scooter caster. She's not actually shooting this though. It's one of the people who sells her footage.
Oh really?
Because I think she's in DC.
Ah, okay.
Tax the rich. Oh no. See, that's what I'm saying. Tax the rich signs, you know, like
that's
a big
actually
constituency of people coming out here.
Yes, yeah. That's a funny fucking sign.
Do you understand it?
Yeah, they put tariffs on an island that was only penguins.
Yeah, and that's why it's
like that's funny as fuck.
It should say, "Did you even say thank you here, though?"
Why aren't you wearing a suit?
Yeah, well, he is wearing a suit. That wouldn't work.
Thank you for wearing a suit.
Yeah. The last guy didn't wear a suit.
Send us to Mars is a funny sign too.
Who's a hoe? That's the only true take on it, huh?
I guess so.
I'm proud of the little nibbies. Dude, this person literally just went about their day. They're like literally like, oh, I'm gonna go get a coffee, and I can literally just turn around and film and make like they literally, as long as you're moving in the opposite direction of the protest as you're going about your day, man, this is the easiest day of this journalist's career.
Yeah. That's a good sign too.
Brought to you by Incogni. On Wednesday, US President Donald Trump announced a wave of massive tariffs as part of what he called Liberation Day, wreaking havoc across the global economy. Trump's objectives with these tariffs isn't entirely clear. In his speech, he gave a number of motivations, including rejuvenating American manufacturing, reducing America's trade deficit, and paying off the national debt.
I think I don't know,
but
you're
none
just
of these
lurking
really
there and
feel
not engaging.
satisfactory, not least because the main consequence of the tariffs seemed to be a recession. This is why some commentators have instead suggested this could all be actually part of a bigger, deeper plan to negotiate both a devaluation of the dollar and an unprecedented restructuring of America's massive debt pile.
But why would you do that? Like, it literally feels like what you said.
This is such
Bricks
bait,
has got
because it's
to
like,
him.
why Trump's tariffs might actually make sense. Yes, they make sense on this retarded plan.
Yeah.
This might sound somewhat far-fetched, but this is exactly what Stephen Moran, the chair of Trump's Council of Economic Advisors, argued Trump should do in a recent paper titled A User's Guide to Restructuring the Global Trading System.
So
in this video, we're going to look at Moran's ambitious
The whole
plan.
point is that they're fucking dialing it up because they want a system like Russia and China. They're dialing it up so you will own nothing and you will be happy.
Named the Mar-a-Lago Accord, and whether it could actually happen.
They're literally trying to concentrate wealth.
Yes. And they're successfully doing it.
Who's
too.
more influential, Trump or Putin? Well, we asked the TL find out in the description.
Who cares?
America's national debt to GDP ratio now stands at 123%.
The only thing that matters is the votes
and
in this
2024, the US ran a deficit representing 6.4% of GDP, the largest in the OECD apart from Israel, and more than triple the 2% average for other advanced economies. This has all pushed the US dangerously close to what's known as a debt spiral, as it becomes more expensive to pay off the interest or service this debt pile, which means more debt, which means higher servicing costs, etc. Things look like they're going to get worse in the near term. The current Republican House budget would expand the deficit even further, and the latest Treasury Department report suggests the US has borrowed more money in the past 5 months than ever before.
Nice.
This whole
This
thing
problem will
about
become
how
more
we need
acute
to
if
fucking
Trump tries to
collapse the economy to make it better is like... This is exactly why I was like, accelerationism is a cringe ideology.
Value the dollar. This is something Moran called for in that paper, where he tentatively suggested that fixing America's trade deficit could require as much as a 15% dollar devaluation. And in July, Trump himself told Bloomberg that the dollar's strength is, quote, a big currency problem.
Oh my God.
For context, Trump and his advisors think that the dollar's strength is responsible for America's apparent deindustrialization.
That's right.
Because the strength of the dollar makes American exports less competitive internationally and allows Americans to import more foreign-made goods. A devaluation would exacerbate...
Oh no! We have to import. Wow, our currency
It's so
is
funny
literally
that
the world
richest
currency.
country in the world is like, we're gonna bring a new golden age.
Unbelievable.
Motherfucker, you are the golden age.
Fucking idiot.
like it
debt
literally
problem in
can't
two
get better
ways.
for anyone.
First, it would trigger a sell-off in US government bonds known as treasuries, because they would be paying less interest in real terms. And second, it could erode the dollar's status as the world's reserve currency. Currently,
That's
the US
the point.
dollar is the currency that central banks and other big financial
He
institutions
wants to be
like
able to
hold
make
in
up
their
how
foreign
much money
exchange
the dollars
reserves,
are,
in
so
large
he
part
has
because
even
it's
more
considered
infinite
particularly
wealth.
safe. And there's an assumption that the dollar's value will remain relatively stable over time.
Xi fucking
Similarly,
explained
treasuries
to
are now
him
the
one day
world's
how the
reserve
dollar
debt
worked, and it's been Trump's mission to figure out how to bring mega communism to the United States ever since. That's what I'm telling you. Jackson Hinkle was right all along.
instrument, which creates lots of extra demand for treasuries and allows the US to borrow more. However, a rapid devaluation would undermine the dollar's standing, and if the dollar loses its status as the world's reserve currency, treasuries would probably also lose their status as the world's reserve debt instrument. Moran's solution to this conundrum is a multilateral currency agreement, where America's major trading partners agree to do certain things to strengthen their currencies, thus effectively devaluing the dollar. Moran has apparently been inspired by the Plaza Accord of 1985,
Here, Jack,
where
is
then
this what you
President
wanted?
Ronald Reagan...
Is this what you wanted?
Let's see.
Hold on, is this what you wanted?
Oh my god. What is happening? This is great.
America! Wake up! America! Wake up! America! Wake up! America!
Looking awfully Aryan under that hood.
America! Wake up! America! Wake up!
Are they Russian?
Pussy Riot? Yeah.
Interesting.
They're like politically wanted person.
No shit.
Yeah.
Wake
That's
up!
sick. Good for them.
Wake up! America! Wake up! America! Wake up!
We heard it. All right. Okay, enough of this. I can't.
They're
Okay,
going
we get
hard.
it.
You have belief. And so if we appear on the border, we'll be immediately arrested for
I don't care.
our anti-Putin and anti-war, which he started activity. And we are here now because we see the race of authoritarianism here.
She's trying to think of the words.
Okay, anyway, look at the link that I also sent you behind it, because I bet that's some dumb lib shit. The king of the dumb lib shit. Isn't that other link I sent?
Do with something
Yeah.
more precious.
Just wait, he's gonna say something
Which
stupid
is-
and pointless.
Who are we as a country,
Uh-huh.
and what values do we stand for?
Okay.
And now, this is not just an abstraction, and I think this is one of the challenges that we have. And I saw this even before the last election. I think people tend to think, democracy, rule of law, independent judiciary, freedom of the press, that's all abstract stuff because it's not affecting the price of eggs. Well, you know what? It's about to affect the price of eggs.
He looks awfully frail, does he not?
Boy, this is their top guy? This is the Democrat Jesus? Are you gonna fucking make a point here? He's
One of
figuring
the
out
things
as
that has
this is a
distinguished
man
us
figuring out what to say as he's going. He doesn't know where this thought stops or ends. He's just talking.
Hey, he like me, for real.
Past has been this basic idea that we are a
I should be
rules-based
president.
society.
Just
what that
talk,
means
just yap.
is that, you know what, I can support one candidate instead of another, and I don't have to worry that the police are going to come harass me or my customers. That's what happens in other places. That's what happens in Russia.
Russia doesn't have votes.
No, we take for granted the idea that we don't have to pay bribes or hire somebody's cousin in order to get a business permit.
Yes, you do.
That's how we built the economy we did. That's why this place worked.
Govern me harder, Daddy.
He's literally
And it has
just
very
not
concrete
making a point at all.
Come on, you. You're going to have to sit in the dunce chair.
impacts on all of our lives. So
I am a good man with happy feelings all day long.
This is the first time I've been speaking publicly for a while. I've been watching a little bit.
Wow.
Yeah.
You are constitutionally incapable of not
close this portion of my remarks by saying it is up to all of us.
This has to be the biggest fucking L speech. I thought we were going to have, honestly, my expectations were subverted. I was expecting him to say some like dumb stuff. Like, you know the fucking conversation about climate change that he tells the story about his kid and climate change?
Yeah.
And it's like, this is a story about how I failed at climate change, but I'm going to talk about and turn it into why the Democratic Party's actually doing something or something or something.
Something like that.
So, and I do think one of the reasons that
brother, save him.
Our commitment
I'm
to the
shocked.
Democratic
I'm shocked. I've never seen this man drown before.
We got pretty comfortable and complacent.
Look at this fucking guy who looks like literally Night of the Living Dummy, just letting him sweat under the lights.
To say you are a progressive, or say you are for social
This
justice,
is a
or
fucking
say
Marvel
you're for
villain, and it's his ability
free
is like
speech
his bow tie spins
not have
and
to
it
pay
hits
a
you with
price
disorientation ray, and it makes you look
And now
dumb.
we're at one of those moments where, you know what, it's not enough just to say you're for something. You may actually have to
Oh my God,
do
interrupt him.
something and possibly sacrifice a little bit. So, yeah, if you're a law firm being threatened, you might have to say, okay, we will lose some business because we're going to stand
How did
for
we
a
get
principle.
here?
If you are a university.
Clap, clap, clap.
If you are a university, you may have to say, figure out, are we in fact
Yes, we can.
doing things right? Have
That's
we
what
in
he
fact
said, right?
violated our own values, our own code, violated the law in
It's
some
time
fashion?
for change.
If not, and you're
Yes,
just
we
being
can.
intimidated, well, you should be able to say, well, that's why we got this big endowment.
I'll show you an endowment.
We'll stand up for what we believe in, and then we'll pay our researchers for a while out of that endowment, and we'll give up the extra wing or the fancy gymnasium.
That's the thing. It's just like
we can delay that
it's
for a
so
couple
funny
years.
watching him
'Cause,
drown
academic
here.
freedom might
It's only a 6-minute video, and
it feels
at
like
one
it's been
point-
12.
At one point, did it ever come together? Like
not once.
I mean, he did a little at the end. The point was, tell Trump to fuck off. You have an endowment. If he's not going to pay for the university, then he can get fucked. So you may have to fucking stand for your principles, but it's up to you. But goddamn, bro.
Rough.
The journey to get there.
What the fuck?
be a little more important. For most of human history, and to this day in most of places in the world, there is a cost to challenging the powers that be, particularly if they're abusing that power.
You know, in America, we're not Russia. In Russia,
and I've noticed
you know, it's actually really not free. You know, because you have those endowments, you don't necessarily have to take, you know, you're not taking shit from the government because you still have endowments, but, like, even though the government is totally being authoritarian the way that the Russian government does, but we're different because, you know, and blah, blah, blah. This dude was like, did you know we're not Russia?
A bunch of companies were talking about how they cared about diversity and they wanted to do this and they were all for that. And they are mute right now. But what that tells me is it was okay when it was cool and trendy. And when it's not, not so much. And that, I think, is what we have to, each of us has to examine in our own hearts. All right, we say we're for equality. Are we willing to fight for it? Are we going to risk something for it? We say that we're for rule of law. Are we going to stick to that when it's tough, not when it's easy? We believe in freedom of speech. Do we stand up for freedom of speech?
Loud in the wheel today, and he's not screaming
the other
after he
person
runs
talking
on it.
is saying stuff that infuriates us and is wrong and hurtful. Do we still believe in it?
Epic. He would destroy Trump if he ran again. Trump wouldn't know what to do if he ran again against Trump.
Reagan convinced America's big trading partners, most notably Europe and Japan, to strengthen their currencies and boost demand for American goods. The Basel Accord was named after the hotel where it was negotiated, hence why this prospective deal has been nicknamed the Mar-a-Lago Accord. To avoid a debt crisis, however, Moran suggests not only that America's allies continue to hold and buy treasuries, but that they accept a so-called rescheduling of the treasuries they currently hold.
You click
Basically,
that poll and you
all
vote in that
treasuries
poll.
have a so-called maturity, which is when they pay out their face value. If you buy a 10-year treasury with a face value of $1,000, for instance, you get a bit of interest every 6 months for 10 years, and then at the end of 10 years, you get the full $1,000. At the moment, the average weighted maturity of US Treasury debt is about 6 years. Moran's plan here is to basically say to America's...
I am supposed to have a microphone on these, and I don't know where it's gone. Hell yeah.
Trading partners that they're not actually going to pay out the face
value.
value.
We got a winner?
Rather, they're going to reschedule the maturity for some later
We don't.
date.
The fuck?
I know. That's why I've continually been stressing that. Now somebody has voted.
Okay. What do we got? Bitch, you loud. Shut up! Fucking hell. What do we got? Let's find a little short, funny video. Playlist. Why did everything go quiet?
Because Zapata's going apeshit on the wheel right now.
Does he feel better?
He gained a little bit of weight back.
That's good. Eating?
Mm-hmm.
It's good.
Still not eating his hay, really, though. Man, the quality on this is kind of shitty.
Existing in its own universe, where the rules are a little different. It's not part of the UK or Ireland, but it's also not technically an independent nation.
You put the
a peaceful,
Island Man movie
isolated
on.
haven.
Dude, I'm so interested in this place. It's fucking fascinating.
But you were just saying, how come you put Island Man videos
Yeah,
on
because
there?
I was like, what the fuck? That's a random fucking thing to put on there. Because I was watching a video on the Isle of Man TT, the racing. And unbelievable amount of information. No, it's TT.
Titties?
Is what does it stand for? Hold on. It's the motorcycle race.
Okay, that one's good quality.
Tourist trophy is what it stands for.
Titties?
Yeah, titties.
But
but
the little bird, the titmouse?
So yes, sure. But I was watching a video on the Isle of Man
Everyone do
TT,
your best titmouse impression.
and it was fascinating, and the amount of information about Isle of Man that was in that video was also interesting. So I'm like, I kind of want to learn about this. Also, they have a triskelion on their flag, which is kind of interesting.
It's been named the safest place in the British Isles.
That's Balchinian.
Welcome,
safest place in the British Isles, unless you're a motorcycle rider.
to the Isle of Man.
Then it's one of the deadliest places.
33 miles long and 13 wide, it draws its name from the Celtic sea god
Not a real
Manannán
country.
mac Lir, and they say that from its highest point, you can see the Six Kingdoms.
Cool.
England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Heaven, and Man.
Lol.
Steeped in Viking history
cool.
and largely cut off from the rest of the world for centuries,
Viking
today
history?
many of its residents are extremely protective of their island and are doing whatever they can to preserve another Celtic language and culture that's at risk of extinction.
Cool. That's cool. That's really
We'd
cool.
left Northern England behind.
Yeah, women aren't allowed here.
And had returned to Liverpool to catch a ferry that would take us over 100
it's
kilometres into the Irish Sea, to Douglas, the capital of the Isle of Man.
Oh shit. Man, the oceans around there must be calm as fuck.
Passengers in the rear section of the lower passenger deck evacuate through the after escapes.
Well, I mean, you can swim across the British Channel.
Isn't that between France and England?
Yeah, but people have done it.
I mean, look how calm that is. That's fucking awesome. That's great. That's sick. I think if I ever go to England,
imagine
which,
manning that
God
little
forbid.
sandcastle defensively.
Yeah, like if I ever make it to England, fucking God forbid I ever go to England.
Like,
I'll probably time it to
do you
go
think-
here
do
when
you
the
think
race is on.
There's got to be quarters in there too, you know? Like when if
There
you
has
were
to
a
be,
guard
right?
assigned to that little piece of shit tower, right? God, that had to be the worst place to get guard duty, right?
It would suck. Although highly defensible, and you wouldn't need to watch much.
Go. Thank you. Yeah, but like I need something to do.
Yeah, that's true. You got a bouncy ball? You got a wall, right? Get a switch. Can I have a switch? I'll take a switch and I can take
No,
that.
you
that position.
you gotta be a guard.
A guard. We're guards. I think it's telling you to get the fuck out of the way.
The first thing
Seriously, you go to Isle of Man and you don't ride a motorcycle? What the fuck are you doing?
Just this symbol. It's part of the Manx flag, and it was everywhere. 3 legs facing different directions. It's called the Triskelion, or 3 legs of man, and it makes a bit more sense when combined with the Manx motto, which actually is in Latin, not Manx. A loose translation is, whichever way you throw me, I will stand.
That's cool.
Next was the signs, with strange unfamiliar words accompanying English ones. In my other videos, you've encountered Welsh and Cornish. Well, here you'll find another Celtic language, Manx Gaelic. It went extinct in 1974 when the last surviving native speaker passed away. But it was revived, and in 2015, around 1,800 people, or 2% of the population here, could speak Manx Gaelic.
Sånn hopp til det denne Halloween, hopp til det. Altså, det kjenner Innerken Road.
No.
Okay.
No, my 4 venner med gouden.
Then there was the money. The Isle of Man has its own currency, the Manx pound. You can spend British money here, but you can't spend Manx currency anywhere else. There are different rules too. Some legal, like the fact that there's no speed limits outside of towns and villages
Hey,
here,
look, motorbike.
or the rock-bottom tax rates that have made the Isle of Man
Bro,
an
no speed limits? Man. It's sounding better and better.
infamous tax haven for the wealthy.
And no
and
chicks
some
allowed.
social. You never call the UK the mainland. This island isn't part of the UK. The mainland is the Isle of Man.
What's the reaction here if someone calls the UK the mainland?
It's a no-no. Definitely a no-no. We're the mainland. I was fortunate to go to the Calf fairly regularly, and we used to talk about the mainland all the time. But we could go back to the Isle of Man, you see. We're on the Calf and we go back to the mainland. It's definitely a no-no.
So instead, people say across.
I think it's across is sort of the most common way.
Yeah, I'm going across. If you say I'm going across, you generally mean you're going to the UK, adjacent on the radio, the city adjacent,
aisle.
It's another reminder that
Adjacent
the Isle of
aisle.
Man is its own entity. And it
I love
joins
how
a
nationalist England is between each like Celtic branch. It's very funny. It's like a very unique form of nationalism.
Nobody knows who you are.
list of other lingo here. some suggesting a society that's a bit resistant to outsiders. Those who weren't born on the Isle of Man and moved from across, who now make up just over half the population, are referred to as comeovers, stopovers, or stayovers. Comeovers are...
It's like the South calling people from the North carpetbaggers. It's the same shit. I think Victoria has a term for it as well, but I don't give a shit enough to care.
Anyone who's lived here for less than 10 years. After you've been here for between 10 and 30 years, you're a stopover. And it's only after you've lived on the island for 30 years or more that you're granted the prestigious title of stayover. And if you have a problem with the way things are done here, as the Manx say, there's a boat in the morning. Basically, you can leave. And beyond all that, even the animals here are different. These are Manx cats. Notice anything different about them?
No.
They're born without tails.
Weird.
More impressive and slightly satanic looking are the Manx Loxon sheep, which grow incredible horns and can have up to 6 of them each.
Sick!
These animals populate a very unique landscape. High, barren peaks descend into sheltered folds in the hillsides, where lush forests flourish. These protected areas are the Manx National Glens.
Got 2 of the kingdoms in the distance. That's England over there, and over there is Scotland, behind that headland there.
So why is the Isle of Man so unique? Well, being a small island, it's followed a slightly different path to its neighbours. It was once ruled by Vikings. They set up the parliament here, the Tynwald, in 979 AD, making it the world's oldest continuous parliament. Back in 1275, when Scotland and England were totally separate and occasionally fighting each other, a Norwegian king, Magnus VI, gave up control of the Isle of Man to Scotland in exchange for some money and recognition of Norwegian rule over Shetland and Orkney, which, as you probably know, didn't last forever. After a series of battles, the Isle of Man flipped back and forth between English and Scottish
Aren't
control.
there mini horses called Shetland ponies?
Sure. Whatever you say.
Until the English eventually captured it for good. It's now a self-governing crown dependency, which is officially described as a territory for which the United Kingdom is responsible. So it has never been part of the UK, but Manx people are British citizens, the British monarch is Lord of Man, and the British government has significant influence over the Manx one and is responsible for its defence. So this unique history, the influence of several different rulers on its culture, and geographical isolation has meant this island developed its own clear identity over the centuries. Underneath all this though, today the Isle of Man seems to be battling time and change. As the world modernised, the movement of people increased, and while that can improve a region's economy, it also drastically changes its identity. Places with larger populations can, to some extent, absorb that change. But smaller populations, like the Manx, are less resistant to it. So many people here are fiercely protective of the Isle of Man in the face of more new arrivals.
I think I'm a good Manxman. I would fight tooth and nail to preserve what we've got. Which
so this is like racist Ireland?
People growing up, youngsters growing up, don't have the same ideals as I grew up with. The language, the culture, and it's all getting watered down. It's going to disappear. The older people in my era were probably more staunch and a watered down version
it's
of them.
so silly. Imagine people being about like the Roaring '20s culture disappearing. You know, back then.
People complain about
I understand the language preservation, but the rest of it is just like things change, man. Like, sure, like preserve the language, do whatever you can to preserve that, preserve the culture in whatever ways that you can, sure, but things are going to change. You can't stop that. Time is going to roll on whether you want it to or not. Like, you can't stop that.
The incomers, the come-overs,
the camera work in this
over
is
there
great. I love this.
Of what it's like over there, and come here and then want to change it to what
yeah,
it was over there,
like
which they were glad to get away from.
Travel YouTubers and shit will be fucking having great shots.
I would love to do this kind of work. Like I think I told you about this. I want to do like a documentary series talking to different cultures about how they deal with death and like burials and that sort of stuff. I know it's kind of sensitive to some people though. That's the other thing. So it's like I would love to do something on that in this kind of style where they're 10, 15-minute mini documentary kind of things. It's very something that I really want to do, but money.
See, the older Manx people are quite proud, very, nationalistic, and also reserved, I would say. The Manx people can come across very anti other nations, do you know what I mean?
Well, I think it's sort of an old-fashioned view, which still lingers on a little bit. You've probably heard the phrase like come-overs and stopovers, and there's a boat in the morning and all that sort of stuff. There's that weird thing where if you have to be born here and your parents and one grandparent has to be Manx for you to be Manx. And it's kind of ridiculous, really, because we've got so many people over here who come over, embrace the culture wholeheartedly. Yeah. How can you say that they're not Manx?
Yeah, they make a good point. Do you not consider assimilation as good as being born there? Like, why is that not as good as being born there? If
Which
pure
is why
assimilation
the culture doesn't disappear when immigration comes.
Yeah, because there are a section that do assimilate.
Like refugees, I guess you could make an argument. Because there are refugees
forced out of their country, yeah.
No, I mean like neighborhoods and shit, where they specifically have like an old world vibe. Mm-hmm. But like when it comes to like regular immigration, they're choosing to come to that country for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. Like they clearly like the culture. Like you're not gonna move to Japan if you don't already understand Japan. Weebo. Yeah, like or whatever, it's like you don't move to Korea unless you understand the Korean culture. I feel like you would not want to go and move to a country you haven't been to before, one that you're not inherently interested in, unless of course you're moving because you got a job. That's a different thing again. That's almost like the refugee thing where you're like, oh, okay, you kind of didn't have the choice to move there, you're moving there, you're just sort of adapting. Almost, where people, as you said, who move there and immigrate by choice, they're going to assimilate. They're there for a reason. Like, people go to America not because they can, but because of the American dream, that propaganda. So, of course, they're going to meld and sink into that culture. And that's what makes America what America is. It's the same with Australia. People don't come to Australia because they can get here. They come to Australia because it's apparently a great place to live. So it's like, argue what you want.
I don't complain about anybody coming here. Long as they assimilate. They come here and they take on what we've got, do what we do, and not try to change it.
But while there are worries for the future of Manx culture, there is an aspect of Manx identity that's making a bit of a comeback. The Manx language.
There'll be people maybe 30, 40, 50 years ago who thought it had died out because they'd never heard it.
Now, I would say I was in my late teens and early 20s before I actually realised that we had a Manx Gaelic, a Manx language. And I started to go to Manx classes, and then suddenly all things started dropping into place. There'd be place names and farm names. Once I started learning colours, Ben is white, Do is black. We got Slough Do. And you suddenly say, that's Slough is mountain, that's Black Mountain. And that was a revelation to me, not knowing that we had a Manx language and all these funny little sayings that I thought were slang.
So my dad was growing up in the 60s. It was kind of classed as a poor man's language, and it was discouraged completely. So the numbers dropped significantly.
Wow, you mean the British committed genocide? No way.
Adam and Joe are very involved in the language revival effort, but one of their biggest hurdles is convincing people that Manx is worth speaking.
One of my friends actually said to me, so do you and Adam speak Manx at home? And I said, yeah. And she said, why? When, no one can hear you. I was like, we don't just speak Manx when we're out just, to promote it. I said, it's just, we speak it and it's our language, so why not talk it?
And that's from Manx family.
Yeah.
Joe's friend there, Tom, is Manx through and through, the whole family, but they just don't attach the value of the language as part of their culture. Yeah. It's still seen as a kind of a plastic Mickey Mouse language.
Maybe that's why so many people are don't recognize language elimination as a genocidal thing, because they don't inherently tie it to the culture.
Mm-hmm.
Just in period, in general. Maybe that's what it is.
Denmark PM rejects U.S. plan to acquire Greenland. You can't annex another country.
Language, do you know what I mean? And pointless, really. They don't attach any value to it whatsoever. But on the other hand, they are fiercely proud to call themselves Manx. When you say you learn a language or you're a speaker of the language, there's a kind of a phrase that people use all the time. Well, it's kind of a dead language, that why bother speaking it? But if you lose your language, it's kind of the underlying fabric, I think, of the culture. So you take away your spoken language, you're taking away all that history, all that culture, all traditions, folklore that goes with it. It's all gone. So it's quite easy for people to dismiss it because they don't understand the value that it actually has as a...
I mean, how much culture would be lost if the Kurdish language became, just as an example, if it became an extinct language? How much culture?
Okay, well,
centuries, thousands of years of culture gone. It's a pretty good point.
There's like multiple dialects and even minor dialects. You know, and so like some of those minor dialects I'm sure have died out, but then also like when you're in Turkey and you're speaking, I think that's Kumanji, that side, the closer you are to Istanbul, the less likely you're fluent in it. Not because of language eraser, just because like it's a same with Ukraine. The closer you are to Russia, the more likely you are to speak Russian and not Ukrainian. That's changed obviously since the war because people learned Ukrainian out of defiance.
Yes.
But that's the thing is you will see stuff like that. Like the closer they are to that territory, like the more likely they are to speak a different language.
Maybe that's a benefit that these guys have, that if they did revive the language, it would stay on the island and it would retain itself theoretically. If you were to teach your kids the language, you could easily revive and retain this language on the Isle of Man. That's really interesting.
Huge part of world culture.
And I would say that it links everything. We do Manx music, Manx dance, Manx tradition.
Immature.
Oh yeah, we did Manx bingo night for
world first.
So if you do speak Manx, I think it links all those bits together.
They look to Wales, where 800,000 people speak Welsh, as a model of success.
The difference between Wales, which is a real success story, and us and other nations like Cornwall. Wales is top down, so Wales, it comes from the government and everybody's bought in, everybody supports it, and it comes top down. I think for Cornwall and us, it's bottom up. And it's hard that, I think, sometimes. It's not easy what we're doing, especially, as I say, coming bottom up. It's not easy, but hopefully strength.
Yeah, she makes a good point, because what if all the pores, let's say, all the pores speak Manx? If the upper classes and Parliament and the official languages don't recognize it, it goes nowhere realistically. Unless you start getting people who, by virtue of teaching kids and them teaching their kids, get into government and then change it that way, just by virtue of flooding the space with the knowledge of the language. Maybe that's a way that they could get it in. I don't know. I feel like unless you've got the people who really like run the place speaking it, it's not gonna really have any effect on like a wider official scale.
I gotta say,
and speed.
These might be some of the easiest English speakers to understand.
Massive resurgence in the last 20, 30 years at least. Gaelic's never been more prolific now than since probably the 20s. Do you know what I mean? There's more people speaking it now than ever before.
People want an identity. People are searching for an identity. That's why.
After 4 days on the Isle of Man, felt like we barely.
Who the fuck wants to be British?
Yeah.
Imagine if instead of saying you're British, what are some of the
people who say "God save the Queen"?
Yeah,
God
save the Queen.
I'm the king. We need the king. We need a god to save the king who doesn't even believe in modern medicine and literally has his own wizard.
So like you've got the Celtic Britons, but you've also got like Welsh, Cornish, the Bretons, who are a different.
I'm the king's warlock.
The Picts and the Gaels are all different types of people that you can be from England. They're just a mash of white people. I feel like you saying you're one of these Gaelic people is probably a bit better than saying, oh, I'm British. I'm British. Ha ha ha ha. I love the king.
We worship a king who has a warlock.
I wear a crown of jewels on my head that I stole from black people. Ha ha ha ha.
Hey.
Scratch the surface of a
Why is the Pyramid of Giza in Egypt?
I don't know. Aliens built it there.
Because it wouldn't fit in the British Museum. A chatter said that joke the other day, but it wasn't the first time I heard it.
That's great. That's a good one.
Celtic nation with its own language and a fascinating history. And it struck me as an island being pulled in different directions. On the one hand, the arrival of more and more people from across is changing the way of life here. On the other, there are people like Joe, Adam and John who are doing everything they can to preserve what they've got, and who've even helped bring the Manx language back from the dead. For centuries, these shores have been so far from anywhere that the island was able to develop in a kind of bubble. But now there are ferries and planes, and are fully loaded
fucking digital picture will do for you, bro.
Yeah.
Like
bicycles, and it only takes a couple of hours to get.
He took the contrast out of his fucking camera settings.
Here from Liverpool, so it's not so isolated anymore. And the Isle of Man is attracting more and more people.
Yeah, talk about the
which makes
motorcycle
efforts
race.
to preserve the language and culture all the more important.
Motorbike.
So in such drastically changing times, it didn't surprise me that many residents felt very protective over this small but unique part of the world.
Cool. Movie time. Bye, Rumble.
You gotta shut down everything, and you didn't
Bye,
post
Rumble.
the Bonkslet link, and Bonkslet needs to go live, and you post the link.
Post the
link. My goodness.
I bid you good day, sir.
This is a literal Hasanabi upload with a Breakthrough News logo in the bottom.
Oh no. Alright.
As I've been saying, Ethan has literally stumbled across the IRGC network and is just too stupid to fucking connect the dots.
Yes. Yeah.
Raise beach man. Thank you.
I want you to welcome to the stage next to Soundpiper!
Alright, YouTube. The link. Sorry, the Twitch is live. So post that link, and he's gone. And he's gone.
Bro, I was just refreshing. I audibly gasped there. Go back. Look who's introducing Hassan to the stage. Go back.
Oh my god.
Literal IRGC fucking agent, bro. What have I been telling you?
Incredible. Incredible. That's awesome. Like,
that's the thing. If
literal
Ethan
PSL
actually figured it out and was able to put these connections together coherently and had a knowledge of what information warfare was, and that's the thing, is like he's also a victim of it, which causes him to have schizo brain a little.
Yeah.
Not a little, but a lot. But like, if he actually found it out and started pointing it out, more people would think that he was crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yes, yeah, because of what, I mean, it's the shit that we talk about, right? That we always talk about how hard it is to get people to understand what the fuck is happening. If Ethan finds out, we're fucked. He's going to explain it badly, and they're going to be able to recover stronger than ever. I don't think he'd be able to break it down.
They'll just continue attacking him.
Yeah.
I don't think he'll be able to figure out what exactly information warfare is unless he like saw a video on it, and he doesn't fucking like seek that type of video out.
No.
He plays with his kids and he goes on the Destiny subreddit. That's it.
All right, YouTube. Click that link. Have you sent the link?
I can't believe fucking literally Eugene.
Yeah, crazy.
Introducing you to the stage.
Amazing. Send the link to the chat so the YouTube has it.
What is the thing?
I don't know.
Drink the piss.
Literally the exact same stream. We're just continuing on there because we might be watching some things that we're not allowed to. On YouTube. There you go.
That's going to be a hard one to follow.
All right.
Wow.
YouTube.
Love you too.
We leave it in 3, 2,
That's
1.
why I'm here today.